Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the beautiful sunny Kings Resort for the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty featured table. And boy, do we have an entertaining lineup right here for you. Most of them are from one country. Most of them know each other. And most of them will know how the other players play. Look at this. We have 5 players from Poland. Krzysztof Mielnik, Sebastian Kotowicz, Mr. Deposit, Masper and Slavomir Staniszewski. A lot of expectations is to be had from these players. Of course, they are filled with the table. The table is filled with Cody, Tomasz Rose and Tobias Heinsdorf, who will try to resist the Polish onslaught that we have at this amazing featured table. And if you are just joining us, yes, this is a mystery bounty, and you are asking yourself, most likely, is the big bounty still in? And what is the amount that we are playing for? Well, it's 75,000 euro mystery bounty, still in the pool, still unclaimed. So every single bust out will have just a bit more value here today at the Pirates Poker Treasure. But of course, we are still playing for over 120k up top. Straight up, straight poker. One winner takes it all, but that 75k, of course, we have to keep that at the back of our minds, because it will change how you play. If you have those big bounties still in the pool, with every single 150 that goes out, every single 500 that goes out, the value of taking out a player increases slightly. By the way, guys, if you don't know who these Polish players are, they know each other 100%. There was a lot of joking around before the table started. I think the powerhouse out of these players is Sebastian Kotowicz. If you don't know him, he has banked over 100k here last year at Kings Resort. He also has won the Festival Series that is coming to Kings Resort in June, back-to-back in Bratislava, 60k each. And I think he is the player to beat. He might seem like a very quiet player, but I know him personally, and he can be a lot of fun. He can be very aggressive. So out of the Polish gang here that we have at this table, Kotowicz is one to look out for. Krzysztof Mielnik, this man actually came 88th at one point at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas. He has one victory under his belt, also at the Festival Series that's coming here in June. Very funny, very fun lineup. And the interesting dynamic that will develop for sure will be between these Polish players, who I guarantee you, they have been playing against each other. They can read each other like a book, and we should see some metagaming and some history being played out in front of our eyes when these Polish guys will go head-to-head. Of course, Slavomir is the one that doesn't have too much to play with. I mean, 8 big blinds. Really, we are hoping to ship it or just let it go. So maybe we will not see too much strategy coming from Slavomir, but everybody else, look at this super deep table, 31 big blinds in Masper's hand. That's the second lowest stack. Tomasz with 100 bigs, but everybody is well in that 50 big blind range. A lot of ammunition to play with, a lot of skill to be showcased here on the day 3 of this massive 1.5 million euro guaranteed. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, let me know if you are in the Twitch chat, if you are in the YouTube chat. We will be watching. We are expecting a lot of the Polish fans to be tuning in today for their heroes at this featured table. Of course, just because it's a featured table, it does not mean that this tournament will go to Poland, or that even that they are favorites. It just happened to be a coincidence that we have all of these players on our featured table that know each other, that will hopefully show us some interesting plays. And of course, guys, I know a lot of people are asking themselves, hey, 1.5 million, how is it possible at Kings Resort? Didn't you just have the massive World Series of Poker Europe in Prague? a lot of the same staff was there. How is it possible? Well, this is just how we roll. Big fields, of course, lower buy-ins right here. But Rozvadov and the King's Resort never sleeps. Right a week after the hugely successful World Series in Prague, we are bringing you this. And I have to say, tomorrow, of course, we have the big finale. All of you will be tuning in for that massive conclusion of this big tournament. But these day 3 streams, if I'm being honest, this is when the strategy actually shows, where the deep stack play comes on display, where you really can tell who can bluff those rivers, who can 3-bet and 4-bet before the flop, who has the cojones to play aggressively, and who will just wait for it. Wait for it, try to get to that final table, play ABC poker. That is always the big question on day 3s, where the ICM pressure is not massive. We are not down to those 9, 10, 11 players. And remember, we also have those mystery bounties, that big 75,000 mystery bounty is still in play. So we should be expecting, especially with our poor short stack over there, we should expect all these players to act like vultures to try to take him down. Howdy, howdy, Smeeble already in the Twitch chat. This is gonna be fun. I'm working, but I will have you in the background. 6:30 a.m. in the US. It's fantastic to have you here. Let me tell you, I love how international the audience always is, and especially now that the whole world was watching King's Resort and King's Casino in Prague. We are expecting you guys from the US, Canada, and all over the world, South America, Australia, to be coming to our streams, because of course you must have that addiction cured, right? There was so much poker coming out of the Czech Republic. Now hopefully you are joining us to witness even more of it. 2,785 entries. Thank you so much, Re-Race Chili Dog, for updating that Nightbot. Absolutely gigantic feel right after we had Europe here. That's absolutely wonderful. And Sebastian Kotovic goes ahead and calls in the big blind with the 8-5 of clubs against Mr. Deposit. I told you guys, this is a Polish table. All these players know each other, and it will be exciting to see how the dynamic between these guys develops. And oh my goodness, this is an extremely action flop. Sebastian Kotovic with that strong draw. He's got the backdoor clubs as well. Mr. Deposit with that top pair. I would not be surprised if Kotovic, who's considered one of the strongest Polish players, especially at this level of buy-ins, would pull some aggression, especially with a hand like this one. I mean, this is just perfect. You have a really strong draw, you have the backdoors, but no, look at this, Sebastian, just with that call. Perhaps the respect to his fellow countrymen. It is 54 big blinds deep after all, and we don't want to bust out just yet. That aggressive line, and well, this card helps Kotovic slightly, but is very likely to slow down the action. When you have a pair like this one, and Mr. Deposit is very likely to bet here, you don't have too many reasons to go ahead and raise in Kotovic's shoes, unless your plan is to blast it off. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Mr. Deposit, well, he goes for that value. Of course he's going for it. So many draws, so many pair plus draws possible on this board. And we're going for the sizable bet. 300,000, 7.5 big blinds. And Sebastian's shoes, I mean, we can't rule out him being aggressive, but the more straightforward play now, especially with hitting the 5, it's just to call. You are beating some draws, you can possibly win in showdown. And my, this is a very interesting card. Sebastian gets there. Now that's the thing, Mr. Deposit, he's very likely to check back a good amount of hands, especially this one. he will get the bad news. And the man that the Polish players especially who know him most likely fear, he is chipping up. Okay, so obviously, guys, we are expecting a lot of the Polish audience to catch up and come join us right here, but for their benefit, we might let the table talk play out from time to time, but of course, we'll try to be balanced. And Slavomir with the king 8 offsuit. I mean, do you really want to get adventurous, especially when you are very short, you are facing all these players? He lets it go, which allows Krzysztof Mielon, as he calls himself. I am, of course, Lemon, so when I meet Krzysztof, it's always funny because he's a Miele and I'm Lemon. Of course, Mielon means watermelon in Polish, if I'm not mistaken. Sebastian Kotovic with the 6-9. I don't think he should get adventurous. There we go. We let it go. And the Soul Greek in the big blind now is a very easy defense. Now the question is, most players would just call, but if you are on the aggressive side, you're basically thinking in your head, hey, maybe some of the time I can go ahead and re-raise this. Charge my opponent for raises with those bigger hands, but no, we go the standard route. And this is very good news for Krzysztof Mielon with the top pair and Cody. Now it's Hollywood time. You don't want to telegraph your hand strength. You don't want to show your opponent that you just have ace high. I like that little bit of delay before checking. And Mielon here, he has no reason not to bet. And against under the gun +1, when you don't have the backdoor draw, unless you have some intentions of actually turning your hand into a bluff, especially on the river, you can just let it go here. But there's the thing, guys, somebody has to stand up to those Polish players, right? It will not be Cody. Thank you so much, the Re-Race Chili Dog, for updating that Nightbot for us. You guys can see the payouts. And I am trying to get the information. I am right here in Rozvadov. Unfortunately, I can't just run away to try to see what bounties were pulled, but we will try to get that information to you. The biggest bounty, 75,000 euro, that actually changes how these players should play, is still in the mix. We'll try to keep you posted. That is the most important one, obviously. And with every single bust out, with every single draw of the low bounties, the expected value of busting out the player increases slightly. And basically tonight will be all about before the big bounty is drawn and after. Because the bounty itself is even bigger than the second place payoff. There we go, blind against blind. It's always interesting how players actually play. And Cody went for the big one, look at this. Basically putting Slavomir for decision for his tournament live here. Is he going to do it? He's thinking about it. Of course, in Cody's shoes, I told you guys 75K still in the mix. You definitely want to go ahead and increase the variance. Almost any two, some might argue, made sense to put Slavomir under pressure. And in his shoes with the king 5, I think we have no other option but to just go with it. Especially with the big bounty still out there. Here we go. You know your opponent will be loose. They have to be loose. Try to get that big mystery bounty. I think a couple 10Ks are still in the mix, so let's see what will happen. And Slavomir is trying to calm Cody down. Relax, my friend. And let's go. Are we going to get that first bust out of this featured table? Will we lose one Polish player, and will Cody get that all-important bust out token to spin for that big mystery bounty? Looks like we will not. King right away for Slavomir. And it's all she wrote. So the short stack survives. That is very painful for Cody that he couldn't get there. But such is poker, guys. In some situations, you're meant to be aggressive. If you are behind, it's just something that you have to take on the chin. Of course, if you lose, it was just meant to be most of the time. And if you guys don't know how this actually works, a lot of the different venues, they have different ways of drawing bounties. Sometimes there's a big ass chest and you take envelopes. Sometimes you just have a big pile on the table. If you want to know how we do it here at King's Resort, there's clips on our Instagram, but we are in the new century. We use technology. So when you bust a player, you take your token, you go to our floor man, and you push a big ass red button, and on a big TV screen right in front of you, there is a chest on the screen where the prize pops out. And what you're hoping for, that 75K, is the one you get. And I must say, we have been very lucky. And all the times when the mystery bounty phase starts, someone pulls the big one right away, and then the tournament is slightly less exciting. So I always hope that it will come down to the final table when the big one is still in there. And look at this, Slavomir. Against the same opponent, can you believe it? Ace, Jack of clubs, absolute monster, especially since you just got it in against the same player. There's only one way this can go. Here we go, and all in. And Cody will have another chance at his first bust out. Nope. Let's it go. I don't think so. I think the graphic was a little bit premature. I would think he will at least consider it. Yes, here we go. We are calling, and if you are surprised, why are we calling juices? Well, the big mystery bounty is still there. Do not forget that. You don't want anyone else to get it. The equity is pretty high, so you might consider folding a hand like this one. But Cody is aware that the mystery is at play. And it's a jack, but it is a deuce! Absolute heartbreak for Poland, for Slavomir. This seems almost unfair. It's a full house. Oh, we were calling for the 6 on the river. Oi, 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 oi. Cody almost jinxed himself. Careful, Cody. You don't want to push faith like this, but the jinx did not work, and we have a first bust out at the feature table. What a roller coaster of a hand. You can see that Cody almost regretted it. You know, you're not supposed to ever, never tempt the poker gods like this. Never celebrate before it's over. It's only over when it is actually over. There was still the 6th possibility of counterfeiting his juices. We have lost a player. Let's see who will replace our first Polish hero that busted out here. Isn't that the guy who won the festival back-to-back? Rigged? Yeah, we already said that, guys. Out of the 5, now 4 Polish players. Sebastian Kotovic won the festival series. That will be here in June. Back-to-back 60 and 70k, I believe he took down. He also took 100k here at one of the Dutch events last year. Sebastian Kotovic. Oltjase Limai says rigged. I can assure you this is not rigged. We have state-of-the-art, absolutely perfect dealers here. Sure, they are only human, but I can guarantee you this is just poker. When a full house hits the turn like that, it is simply variance. And look at this. We do have all these Polish players, but it is Cody who seem to be taking over. And Masper, of course, the Queen 8 of Diamonds, that he should never be folding here. That is basically a call almost every time. I suppose you can mix in some free bets, free raises, but this is very much the standard play. Only mistake you can make is folding a hand like this. Well, Masper does have the best hand, but Cody has the flush draw and he has the betting lead. We are very likely to see a bet right here, and unless Masper does something crazy, that should be all she wrote. Here we go. Cody, can he take another one down? $205,000 is the bet. Very nice sizing, I must say, even though he has 8 high. When you raise like this in the cutoff, your opponent should be free betting all those hands like kings, ace king, king queen suited, and tens. So you are a lot more likely to actually have them. So when you bet here, you have a lot of strong hands, you can size it up, and then you can add a lot of potential bluffing hands. This is all the thought process that really went into his head, and that's why he sized it up with that 8-6 suited. Trying to say, hey, I have those kings, I have those aces, I have that king 10 or 10s. I will put your entire stack under pressure right there with my flop sizing. Heligier says, the joke, the game of cards is better play darts. Well, listen, that's the beauty of poker. The very worst player in the world, well, maybe not the very worst player, but someone who is a recreational player in any given hand, any given one hand, can beat the world's finest in poker. That's the absolute beauty of it. That's why it is so popular. That's why it's nothing like chess, where basically if your ranking is around a certain level, you sort of know that you will simply crush the lower rank. You will outthink them. You can think more steps ahead. It's not like that in poker. That's why these beautiful run-outs happen. That's why we have to go ahead and cherish them, guys. And finally, I am shocked. I'm absolutely shocked, let me tell you. We have the very first Polish comment here in the Twitch chat. Kotovic. Of course, Sebastian is one of the most popular players in Poland. I know all about their hidden Facebook communities. So is this man, Mielon. Most people from Poland will know him, especially those that travel to Kings and to all these smaller buy-ins across Europe. And now it's time for Masper to show us what he's got. As the open raises, ace-10 offsuit on the button. And Mr. Deposit, aptly named, wakes up with Jack-9 of hearts. Of course, the only mistake he can make here is to fold. Both calling and re-raising, trying to put pressure on your opponent, are absolutely fine with a hand like this one. We still decide to go with the more passive option, as we have been seeing so far today. Mr. Deposit, although he has nothing, he should be the man who should be calling those 4-6 hands and 7-5s. And this is why we see Masper really think about his options. And there we go. There's the check back. It makes a lot of sense. You do have that strong ace high. And again, Mr. Deposit should be happier about this board than whatever it is that Masper has. The possibility of strong hands is bigger for Mr. Deposit. And now we will really see what he is made of. A lot of players will simply give up, expect to not get ace high to fold. I don't think ace high is ever folding once Masper checks back. He's basically saying, hey, I have some sort of showdown value. But the big question is not right here. I think we bet 120K. It's on the smaller side. I think when Masper calls, then the question will be, Mr. Deposit, are you just going for one and done? Or will you do the right thing? And once the pre-flop raiser checks back, basically signaling, hey, I have some sort of showdown value. Will you do the right thing and actually follow up on a lot of the rivers? Oh my goodness, this is almost unfair. We will not get to find out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm almost disappointed. I would love to see what would happen if this was a blank and Mr. Deposit did not hit. Suddenly he has a very, very strong hand, especially against Masper's checking back range. And it's time to change our mindset from, hey, do I bluff big here? To how much value can I get from my opponent's hands? That should include a lot of hands like this one. Ace 10, Ace Jack. And it's a small bet that's likely going to get called, but that's the thing. Masper's shoes. Will you see through that? I mean, this is the thing. It looks exactly like a value bet. We are betting a 5 here and a 9. But look at this, he does have the 10 of clubs. That means hands like 10-8 and flushes are less likely. We are thinking about a race, and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love this. Masper with the 10 of clubs is considering raising, and you know what, Mr. Deposit, maybe if he did have a flush himself, if he had a full house or trips, maybe he would bet bigger. And reminder, guys, these are Polish players. They play against each other often. It's a very close-knit community. The chances are they do know each other. Oh, he doesn't go for it. He does make that fold, though. He did not pay, Mr. Deposit, but I really think that he was considering it. Considering going for that raise. The world-class players that understand, hey, I can't just fold or call. They will understand that they have to raise some of the time, at least some of the time. But this was not the time, unfortunately. Memes of death. You can't type over Kotovic without cups. It requires proper impact. Okay, take a look at this. Sebastian Kotovic, speak of the devil, 65 big blinds. We are very, very deep. And Tomáš Raus, we have not seen too much from him. Krzysztof Mielon, still second at this table. Masper now with 16 bigs. He is nearing that short stack territory, the danger zone. And I have to remind you guys, we are playing a mystery bounty. The biggest bounty in the pool still remaining is 75,000 euros. So this basically means that all these players will be like vultures. They will try to take out those poor short stacks for that chance at the big payday that is actually bigger than our second place prize. The only way how you can get more, bounties aside, besides that big one, than 75K, exactly 75K, is to win that mystery bounty. And oh, we have two really, really strong hands. In these positions, this could spell trouble. We have not seen anything from Tobias so far. But our new player, the real, has a hand that is too strong to fold. And now again, he does have all those options. Folding, I think, is the worst option. Calling is the standard way to play this. I don't think 4-betting and then basically having to fold is not the worst thing in the world. Let's take a look what happens.
For one moment and the war zone suddenly, yeah? Nice.
That was the best commentary. Better commentary than I could ever make. He leaves for one moment and suddenly our table is a war zone. And we do have that standard call with the ace-10 suited. And oh my goodness, we have absolute fireworks incoming. Right here from the newcomer. Top 2 pair. Tobias has the ace-queen. He has no reason to think that the real would just flat with ace-king, so he should not be too worried about that. And the question is not if Tobias will lose chips. The question is how much will he lose unless a miracle queen comes. We are going for that 250k bet. Comfort pot size bet. A very nice sizing here. In the real shoes, I mean, it is a board without flush draws. The most default play would be to simply call. Looks like we are grabbing those raising chips, if I am not mistaken. Oh my goodness, that's the problem. When you are in Tobias' shoes. What is my opponent really raising here with? Well, tens, that makes sense. Ace-king, I should be really 4-betting before the flop. Shouldn't have too many of them. Aces, of course, same story. So did he really call me with 4s and is he raising right here? But that's the big question when you are in this situation. Why wouldn't my opponent, if he has a hand like a set, like 10s or 4s, why wouldn't he just call when he has the board basically locked in? Why wouldn't he just call with those sets and let me bluff on future streets? So it will be extremely difficult to let it go just to this one raise. We are very, well, reasonably deep, 21 bigs still behind. There we go, he's going for it. Again, it didn't make sense for the 4s or 10s to be there, but it is the ace-10. Only a couple combinations of that and Tobias is up against it right here. Unless a miracle happens, the real will double up here. In what is, I believe, his first hand at this featured table. And Tobias, that story, it's just such a narrow story, such a hard to believe one for him to just let it go. Can the queen fall on the river and get rid of the real? No, it cannot. And he doubles through Tobias. And again, guys, it is true. When you are playing a mystery bounty, when you do have that big bounty still in, couple sizable ones in there as well, you are meant to be a little bit looser, a little bit more loosey-goosey. Especially when you can put a player at risk. When we are not that near the final table just yet. There's a long day ahead of us and a long day tomorrow. That also played into the reason why he just shipped it. Honestly, I would actually prefer to just go ahead and see that call. The thing is, when you go all in like this, you deny your opponent, who could be going crazy with a hand like King-Queen, with those gut shots, with those random backdoors. You deny them the chance to go crazy against you. So I personally would prefer to just see a flat there, just for the chance of those possible bluffs. But he obviously thought, hey, either I am completely screwed, and there's nothing I can do about it anyway, or my opponent has simply an ace, and I get to stack him and Get that all-important bust out token. That all-important bounty. And look at this, the real, when it pours, it rains. Oh my goodness. Right after doubling up with ace-10, he wakes up with ace-queen offsuit. The same hand that he just punished. And look at this, the same opponent. I can't believe it. Tobias again has fives on the cutoff. Yes, he's doing it. Oh my goodness. He wants revenge. He wants the real to feel the pain as well. I don't think by any means this is not a mandatory all-in. But against the same player, the ego might come into play. And here we go. And the same thing is true again. The big mystery bounty is still in the pool. Will the real go for it? Well, with ace-queen, I think. He might be tilted, Sidra says exactly. I think, especially with the mystery bounty, especially when we just busted, we just doubled up through the same opponent after putting a bad beat on him. I kind of agree with you, Sidrus. This could be ace-5 suited easily, one of those hands. I think we simply have to go for it. And yes, here we go. Can Tobias get his revenge against the real? Can the ace-queen get crushed yet again? Or will the real finish the job with the very same hand he sucked out on in the previous hand? So far, so good for the fives. We are looking for that ace or a queen. There's also a possible backdoor flush draw. And now there's a gather. Ace, queen, or a 10. That's what we're looking for on the river. It is an ace. Tobias can't believe it. Back-to-back hands against the same opponent, and he gets busted with the same hand that the ace-10 cracked in the previous hand. It seems almost unfair. An ace on the river, ace from space. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river, if you ever heard of that legendary book. And this man, he came to the table and he started busting heads. And suddenly, from being way behind in one hand before the flop, he is in a dominant position right here. Crazy. Noel Barabas says, I'm not sure what that means, but this is absolutely insane. Oh my goodness. And those were just hands. 8 and 9, guys. And already we have absolute fireworks. And look at this. Who else but the real? How hot is this man running? This is absolutely crazy. Queen Jack suited. 2 out of 5 cards from the Royal Flush Draw. But look at this. Mielon Krzysztof Mielnik. That's the ace-4 suited. Of course he will defend. The question is, this is a very nice free betting candidate, especially when you have so many big blinds. But do you really? Oh my god! Just let it go.
We have to put you a little bit down after this. A little bit down. Easy.
Okay. No, you actually let it go with the ace-4 suited. The real is getting respect.
Another big blinds math. Everything correct, eh? Okay.
Oh, he was not in the big blind actually, guys. He was not there. Cody is, however, and Cody does make the call here with the ace-8 offsuit. And finally, we don't have massive fireworks. I don't expect any fireworks here anyway. And the real continues his onslaught with a c-bet. Oh my goodness, Cody is getting out of line. Yes, finally somebody played back against the man on the heater. And he will not win every single hand at this feature table, ladies and gentlemen. That's good news. Some chips for the others. He does have the most big blinds, I believe, right now. Here we go, Yellow letting go of the 9-8 off. But Masper for sure will enter the pot with the ace-10 suited right now. And straight all in. Straight all in with 16 big blinds. I am pretty sure that the big mystery bounty still being in the pool, couple 10K still being in the pool, it actually plays a role here. You don't want to just min raise and give the chance of others to try to enter the pot, try to get those small tie-away spots, or try to somehow push you off the hand. I think Masper is going for it for that big reason, and the big reason is the big mystery bounty. No need to mess around. No need for multiple big stacks to enter the pot with you. And obviously this is a profitable all-in. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. It is the real yet again. How is this even possible? This man is unstoppable, and yet again, the real is all in, and this time he's ahead of Masper. And it's a clean flop, ladies and gentlemen. The real is heading to 3 all-ins, 1 in a row, unless a miracle happens. Can this be the ace or king on the river? Yes, it can! Masper with the nut straight. Finally fights back against the real. What is going on the river today?
I thought you were unbeatable.
The players are telling the real that they thought he was unbeatable. Look at this. This is poker. Don't say it's over until it actually is over. And a runner, not straight, right here. Takes the wind away from the sails of the Serbian, who did seem completely indestructible after he joined us at this table. What a table. And we are only 11 hands in. This is our 12th hand, guys. This is exactly what you can expect from a mystery bounty. And Mr. Deposit goes for that min raise this time. And Sebastian Kotovic again. He does have the option to come along to go ahead and free bet. I don't think folding is a huge mistake or anything, but yep, he comes along with the king queen off. And we will have those two Polish players face against each other. Unless somebody wants to come along, I don't think so. Here we go. Poland against Poland. This is what we expected when we saw this table lineup, but oh my god. It's a set for Mr. Deposit. Sebastian Kotovic with a nut flush draw, one card nut flush draw. If you thought we will get a break from all the crazy action, you were deeply mistaken, my dear viewer. And Mr. Deposit goes for that bet. Let's see what sizing we actually pick here. Is that around 130K? Nope, it's only 80. Sebastian, he does have the position. He can represent still some aces, of course. Can this be the blank that Mr. Deposit is looking for? Yes, it is. And that's the thing on a board like this one, he could actually consider checking on the turn a decent amount of the time. As he would with a good amount of aces, I assume. Let's see how he will play that, though. Obviously, it's very, very tempting when you do have a set. There's so many possible draws there to just bet. But yeah, he does go for that check. That is not too unreasonable, as he would with a lot of his weaker hands. And now the question is Sebastian Kotovic. I don't think the question is, will he bluff? But will he bluff now and how big? And will he follow through on the river if Mr. Deposit only calls? And it's 1 million. Is that right? That doesn't sound right. Pretty sure the sizing was smaller. There we go. 3.5 big blinds, Mr. Deposit. They are reasonably deep. 38 big blinds behind. Calling and raising. Neither of those options is unreasonable. Will he just call and look for that blank? Or will he try to charge? Kotovic, the incredibly popular Polish crusher, and his draw. I do think both options are reasonable. Obviously, the one thing that you are dreading is that club on the river. But the nice thing is, if the club does not come, Sebastian, especially with a hand like he does have, should be very much inclined to put in a big bluff. Oh my goodness. It's actually a full house against a flush. Let's see the acting skills on Mr. Deposit. The big gulp with that rivered full house while the clubs hit. You can see how tense he is, trying to not give out any excitement about that rivered full house. Mr. Deposit, what will you do? 165, he actually does not want Sebastian to just go ahead and check back with an ace. Goes for that very small sizing. Now the question is, will Sebastian get induced? Kotovic, you can only spell him with cup, the chat says. One of the most decorated Polish players, especially when it comes to this buy-in, this level of buy-ins. He just calls, and I think Mr. Deposit will be kicking himself. Kotovic, you are smiling, and for a very good reason. Look at this, Mr. Deposit. That frown on his face says it all. He knows he lost a lot of value, and a masterclass by Kotovic, I must say. He did not fall for that trap. He did not get induced. And he paid the absolute minimum to his opponent. He did not get greedy. Oi, oi, oi. Sometimes the strong players, they show themselves with the plays that are not actually flashy. Well, Mr. Deposit, of course, it stinks, but remember, you just won a sizable pot still, even with that lead that cost you a lot of chips, very likely. But now it's time to let it go and play those tens to the best of your ability. Cody on the cutoff, you should be just letting it go, I believe. The only reason you would play this is that if you feel like, hey, I haven't been playing for a while, maybe players think, I am tight, it's time to put on pressure with some weaker hands, but he lets it go as he should. The real, however, 53 bigs deep, he does have a real hand, no pun intended, to play back with. Yep, here we go, because we are so deep, you will not see these plays tomorrow when the final table is in play. But the real decides to play some poker against Mr. Deposit, who is coming in back-to-back hands. Can he hit? Another set, another full house. Well, it is a 7 like last time, but this time it connects with the real's hand, but Mr. Deposit still firmly ahead with that pair of 10s. And really on a board like this one, especially when you have the 10 of spades, you can simply go ahead and check. Even if the spade falls, you can call another bet as well. If your opponent has a hand like this one, there's a reasonable chance that he will bet himself, basically betting for you. So, Mr. Deposit, we will see that call, very likely, and the classic guessing game indicates that the real will put on more aggression on future streets. There we go, there is that call. So far, we are playing very straightforward. Oh my goodness, though, this is a very exciting card. Now the thing is, Mr. Deposit, yeah, he could be check calling hands like ace-king. But the real now has that flush draw going on with his pair. And in the real shoes, I mean, you can sort of expect Mr. Deposit to have a hand like this one, for example. So will he go for that passive option, just check it back? Or will he say, hey, I do have a pair, but I also have a very, very strong draw against anything you have right now. And I will try to put under pressure now and even consider betting on the river if you only call me here. Here we go. 375, that's a pretty sizable bet. And he just lets it go. Beautiful, beautiful play by the real. Mr. Deposit could not see through him. He did have a lot of equity, but still. And a nice bet, very, very nice bet from this man who, of course, let's face it, guys, he got extremely lucky on the first hand, lucky on the second, very unlucky on the third. But now he's actually shown us some post-flop skills when he does not have it, and he takes down the pot. And Cody in the hijack, I mean, last time he decided not to free bet his hand. Maybe he's thinking, hey, I am getting queen jack off again. Maybe it's the universe telling me I should be playing this hand. exactly that. The real has mercy. He's not playing every single hand. This time he just lets it go. And Christine Shu, hello, welcome to the YouTube chat. It's fantastic to have you here. And look at this, Masper with the ace-8 of clubs. If you do think that Cody is open raising reasonably wide, you can go ahead for that free bet. I believe calling is not the worst option in the world either. And that's what we are going for here with the ace-8 of clubs. But of course, Cody with that pre-flop lead. Should be the favorite to take this down. But Masper, he does hit a bottom pair. Now let's see how you play this, Cody. Checking back, absolutely reasonable. Betting, absolutely reasonable. 155, about 1/3 pot size bet. And this bet is basically designed to go ahead and bet this street, but we have a plan, of course, of checking back either the turn or the river. We can't really expect too many raises on a board like this one. And wow, look at this. Masper, a lot of respect against Cody. Again, Cody can have those kings, he can have those queens, king queens. That Masper should be re-raising before the flop. There are possible draws, so the ace-8 just lets it go. The thing is, obviously, when you have a hand like ace-8, you do believe that you are doing well. If the hand would end right there, I can guarantee you he would just call. The problem is, on boards like these, when your opponent can have a lot of strong hands, you sort of expect him to represent them on the turn and the river, to pull up his notebook and write the story of, hey, I have a strong hand, even when he doesn't. That's why we can't blame our hero with the ace-8 to just fold on the flop. And look at this Cody. He is not dumb. Another reasonably strong offsuit hand, king queen off this time. And Mr. Deposit in the small blind. He seems like he wants to play this hand, but no, Jack 10 offsuit, it's just difficult to play. And this is, I think this might be the first walk, is that right? First or second walk we've had in this incredibly action-packed, on this incredibly action-packed table. And Truman Thriller, you have those payouts in the chat. What is the Nightbot not telling you, and what we do not see on the stream? I am in touch with the production, with the floor man here in Rozvadov. But there is one very, very important payout, and that is the mystery bounty. The biggest one is still in play, 75,000 euros. This is why you have been seeing slightly bigger raise sizings pre-flop. Players with 16 big blinds have been just shoving it in. Players play a little bit looser, and the reason is that the mystery bounty part of the tournament still has the big payout in there that obviously is raising up the expected value of every single bust out that you are responsible for. Now, we don't want to put it in the Nightbot, really. We want to make sure that we have the up-to-date information for you. We don't have our cameras on that mystery bounty, so you will have to trust me, and I have to trust the info I am getting from our amazing staff here in Rozvadov. And Tomáš Rose against Sebastian Kotovic. In a blind against blind spot, it usually comes down to who wants it more. And Tomáš is the one who wants this spot. Taking a small one away from Kotovic. And let's take a look. After all this carnage, the man who came in, still the biggest stack here. 100 big blinds after that back-to-back win. Even though he gave a little bit of it back. Tomáš Rose, 81 bigs. Krzysztof Mielnik, 64 bigs. Cody at 59. And we have Kotovic, Mr. Deposit, and Masper right there at the bottom. But Masper still has 27 big blinds. Kotovic has 50. Really, we are reasonably early in the end game of this tournament, so there is a lot to play for. We have 0 short stacks that would just be inclined to go ahead and go all in or fold before the flop. So a lot of poker, a lot of play right here, and a lot of post-flop action. I must say I'm very much fond of. Okay, let me explain how it works. Truman Thriller. So this is a mystery bounty. What does this actually mean? That means when you bust out a player, you get a token for busting out a player, right? And this token allows you to draw for a mystery bounty. So everybody, at this point, everybody has a bounty on their head. If you bust a player, you get the token. And we have a bunch of money, bunch of different prizes, randomly assigned that you draw for. And they range from 150 euro all the way to 75,000 euros. So once you bust a player and the break comes, you have the time to do it. You go ahead, you press our big ass button, and you hope for the best. You try to draw that big bounty. And obviously once the 75k is out of the pool, players are a lot less excited about busting other players. But oh, look at this, Sebastian Kotovic. We already said this is a Polish legend. This man has been taking down tournaments left, right, and center over the past year and a half, especially at these smaller buy-ins around 500, 300 euros. And he decides that it's time to put on the pressure and takes one down with ace-9 offsuit. It's not a crazy free bet by any means, but it definitely is getting slightly out of line and trying to see what pressure your opponents can handle. Yeah, so in mystery bounties, you never know, you don't know how much you will actually draw. So what the professional players do, they take all the remaining money in the bounty pool, right? So there's 75k, there's 32 150s, for example. You would average them out, and when you average out the value of the remaining bounties, and you compare that to the remaining bounty pool, the mystery bounty pool, then you roughly get the value of a bust out of a player. And then obviously, when you go all in, that will factor into your play. It's basically extra expected value on top of whatever you have. And it's straight cash, basically. You go ahead and press that button, go for that lottery, go for that big pirate chest, and hope for the best. So the more smaller bounties are taken off the pool, obviously, the average value of every single mystery bounty goes up as that big bounty is still in the pool. And so are a couple 10Ks, I believe. So even though we don't see it on stream, I do have that info coming in. We do have that alarm on the big bounty coming and somebody pulling it. And once that happens, suddenly the value of busting a player and getting his bounty, getting his head, will go down, and we can expect the players to tighten up a little bit. Oh, here we go. We actually have that. Wow, I didn't even know this. Re-race Chili Dog, you are an absolute superstar. Look at this. This is the service we get here in Rozvadov. We actually have the bounties right here. I didn't even believe that was possible. So Re-race Chili Dog, absolute star. Take a look at this. 75k. If you are on Twitch, you can see them. Just go ahead and put the command to the chat to our Nightbot bounties. And we can still see the amounts right here. And Cody with the jacks. Sometimes we see it on stream. Yes, we will let you know, guys. We'll definitely let you know. I'm on the horn with Floorman. And let me see if we have the bot actually set up on YouTube as well. I do not think we do. Okay, let me tell our production. Yes, we do have them, but not the bounties. So if you want to see the exact bounties, you can head over to Twitch. And look at this Krzysztof Mielnik. Whoa, 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 whoa. We are getting out of line. The Polish players have woken up all of a sudden after the ace-9 off free bet by Kotovic. Mielon suddenly goes ahead and puts on the pressure against Cody with 8-3 of hearts. But uh-oh, Mielon, you ran into a top set. You have a great backdoor here. Backdoor flush draw. Some gutters, this could spell trouble for Krzysztof. And Cody, don't get greedy here now, my friend. You should only be calling. Because we went with a big bet. That is a big bet by Mielon. Obviously designed to bet now and continue bluffing. I believe it would be a grave mistake if Cody did anything else but a call right here. There we go. It is that call. And if a disaster heart falls on the turn, Krzysztof should be very much inclined to keep bluffing, but no, it is a 5. It is a full house for Cody. It might look like a good card for him, but actually, it now is not a mandatory bluff in Mielon's shoes. But remember, guys, he did free bet before the flop. He can still represent those aces, kings and queens. But no, he lets it go. And now it's on Cody. Will he be tricky? Obviously, we can see that against Krzysztof's hand. Checking back is the best option. A lot of the time, though, you might want to bet really small here, like you would with all those, for example, if you called with sixes, if you all called with some weaker hands. You want to put in a small bet, just like you would with those. Try to milk some value from whatever Krzysztof is betting and checking. Yep, here we go. There's that small bet. But falling short, an absolute blow up. I believe that Krzysztof should just be letting this go. Any minute now. Yep. So Cody, I like how he played it. I like that he just called on the flop. Turn, he had the both of those options. So betting small and trying to get value from any ace high, basically, that Krzysztof went ahead and bet the flop and checked the turn with. I think it's absolutely reasonable. But as I said, the 5, actually a bad card for him. If it was a heart, a king of hearts, for example. Oh, he's putting him on ace king. My friend, you will be very surprised when the stream hits that delay and you maybe check it on that break. And did you see that sly smirk by Mielon? Cool as a cucumber. Where is the 3,000 euro package? It's for King's Million, my friend. You have various tickets there for, I believe, 4 different tournaments. And the top 10 will lock it up. Of course, tomorrow will be a lot about that. It will be a lot about the mystery bounties, but also about those 10 packages. Basically, the biggest impact they have when we play is that there is a mini bubble between 11th and 10th place where you try to get those. And look at this, Masper with the King 9, Mr. Deposit with Queen Jack suited. Well, Mr. Deposit, we have seen him do this most of the time, just betting with those mid pairs. betting big, and in Masper's shoes, I mean, you don't have too much reason to do anything else, but go ahead and call. The thing is, your opponent can have all those ace-kings, he can have those king-queens, and if you just call, he can be bluffing with all those possible gut shots that he can have here. That the call is a very nice play. Well, now in Mr. Deposit's shoes, it's time to go ahead and check it, and the question will be, most likely, if on the river, if Masper will get some value. Oh no, here we go. Masper actually goes for that bet. They are not being tricky. Oh, I see. Actually, they actually lead. Oh, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting play. It confused me a little bit, but it looks like Masper actually led at it pod. Mr. Deposit, of course, a little bit confused here. What's going on? He's asking himself. And now Masper in the big. Well, I mean, what are we getting value out of? I think when you have a king like this, you basically are trying to get value out of a queen. He does not go for it. And Mr. Deposit, does he have too many reasons to go ahead and try to bet here? I don't really think so. There we go. There is that check. And a small pot going Masper's way. Poland on Poland violence. Reverse Chodok is telling us the camera will switch sometimes to the pillar TV. Yeah, guys, so if you're wondering, I know I said it already, but this is a mystery bounty. Whenever you bust out a player, you get a token. And what can you do with that token? Well, you go to our big, beautiful TV, you press a big red button, and you spin for a mystery bounty. There's a big pulsating chest on the screen, and you can get anything from 150 euro all the way to 75,000. At least so far, as the 75k is still in that pot. Oh my goodness, the Cody raises, but the real, of course. Another premium hand for the real. Now let's see if we will play with that free bet. Yes, here we go. He's not afraid of the two stacks being so big. We are 81 big blinds deep. This could bring absolute fireworks. And because we are so deep, really we should just be seeing a call here from Cody most of the time. There has not been any crazy history between these two players. Yep, there it is. There's that call. No reason to risk your stack pre-flop with ace-queen suited. And ladies and gentlemen, let's play some poker. Hijack against the cutoff. Cody against the real. Pretty interesting flop. Cody does have ace high, but he also has the backdoor nut flush draw. And the thing is, when you have ace and a queen in your hand here, it just means it's less likely that the real will have aces, less likely that he will have queens, ace king, king queen. So this actually could be a potential bluffing candidate if we decide, hey, we want to bet now and bet on the river and target exactly the hand that the real has. Those middling pairs, for example. I think some of the time it's an absolutely reasonable option to go ahead and turn this hand into a bluff. But no, we go with a straightforward play. which allows the real to simply go for that value bet. And that's the thing, when you don't choose that aggressive option, and you don't bet and then plan to bet a decent amount of rivers, you get yourself into a situation like this one. And it's not really great. Our opponent went ahead and checked back the flop, which basically means that, yeah, he can have a lot of hands like this. That we straight up pay off with our hand, but yeah, it's still ace-queen. It's still very, very strong. We still are blocking those good hands. So by not wanting to be uncomfortable, not trying to bet ourselves, we get into this uncomfortable position. Now the question will be, hey, after Cody very likely checks, how much will the real go for? Will he go for that value bet? Will he bet something small that would put Cody into a tough spot? So 1.6 million, no. We go for the safe option. And Cody should be happy that the real did not try to milk extra value there on the river. Commentator, do you see the sizing? Yes, we can. And by the way, I'm right next to the table. If you guys are wondering how the commentary works here, we are in a soundproof booth, literally one wall away from this featured table. And Sebastian Kotovic, he has been getting out of line here and there, goes ahead and open raises. Look at this. Actually, I didn't even notice this. Did the real just call with 5 deuce of spades in the hijack? This man is feeling invincible, obviously. And somehow, some way, we go to the flop with the real having 5 deuce and being slightly ahead, but Sebastian, he flops 2 overs, he flops that flush draw. A 9 would give him a straight draw as well, but very interesting play. We go with that check, expecting our opponent to have a lot of pocket pairs. Again, he called in the hijack. You just never in a million years expect the real to have a hand as weak as 5 deuce suited. If someone would get out of line, it would for sure be with a free bet before the flop. So Sebastian will be flying blind a little bit right here. Those are raising chips, if I am not mistaken. Yes, here we go. So Sebastian did have a plan. Try to put pressure on his opponent. That's the thing. A top-class player like Sebastian, he can easily go ahead and check even those overpairs, especially against hijack, where he expects his opponent to be very pocket pair heavy. And now he's putting pressure on those. But the real, that's the thing, once you go ahead and get out of line before the flop, you don't really have a plan of letting go too easily, even against aggression like this. And it is dead flush for Sebastian Kotovic. And looks like the real will get punished for his very much out of line play before the flop. Now the question is, Sebastian, what sizing are you going to use here? 1 million in the pot. 355K. 35%, and you should be just letting it go right here, right? But many times, that's the thing. When a player that's been running hot gets a little bit out of line before the flop and they hit something, a lot of the times you see that they keep getting fancy. Not this fancy though. The real finally waves that white flag, and Sebastian Kotovic drags a nice pot after that check raise. I thought it was a good player. Well, just remember, guys, we have absolutely massive fields here, okay? 2,785 entries we have here. And a lot of the times I see it, oh my God, how is it possible that these players, this deep into this massive tournament, how come they don't play like robots? How come they don't play every single hand, like the chart says? How is that even possible? Well, this is how. We have low buy-ins here in Rozvadov, and it's a massive field. The probability that somebody who likes to get out of line, who does not only play by the charts, gets very deep, is pretty high. And as Pagliuca says, oh, I thought it was a good player. Yeah, some players might be good, but still, they come here, they come to have a good time, and sometimes that means when they get bored, they call 5G suited before the flop in the hijack. Looks like we have a friendly blind against blind pot. But Tomáš is heavily ahead with the ace. Now the question is, if he goes for that check again, Sebastian, he was aggressive in the last hand. Will he go for that aggression again? And that's the thing. Sebastian must think that, hey, there's a decent amount of aces that Tomáš can have, so if I go ahead and bet now, I would have to bet the river as well. And Tomáš, who hasn't had, I couldn't find any big scores under his belt, goes for the safe option, and yep, Sebastian knows this. The problem is that what Tomáš has, if he has showdown value, you kind of want to bet two streets there. So Sebastian just waved the white flag. And we have a little bit of needle against the players, especially Sebastian. Very aggressive play. Of course, making fun of Sebastian just giving up. And that's the thing, you know, it's a bit psychological as well. After you went ahead and check raised with the 10-jack suited, and suddenly you are in a pot like this, psychologically, you kind of expect the table to realize, hey, this guy has just been aggressive. Maybe he's getting a little bit out of line. Maybe that played a factor in why Sebastian just let it go there with the 10 high. And Tomáš Rose, look at this. Ace-9, very much a playable hand from the button. Now let's see if we will see just the passive call, or are we going to see a raise? There we go. Love to see it. You can definitely mix in both plays right here, but we go for that aggression. And it is against Mielon. Krzysztof Mielnik, who did get out of line before. The table does not know that though. Now with 28 big blinds, it's a little bit awkward. If you had 20 bigs, you can just go ahead and send it all in. But we are a little bit too deep for that right now, so we just go for that call. And let's see that flop. Well, Tomáš missed. But on a board like this one, you can opt for that c-bet. Yep, here we go. About 6.3 bigs. And Christoph shoes, I mean, obviously you have the 10 of spades as well. There's just no other reason to do anything but pretty much go ahead and see the turn here. Yep, here we go. We do have that insurance as well. Ooh, a very, very exciting card. So now Tomáš is in a situation where he definitely can continue betting. He can represent those king queens, ace kings. Obviously, ideally, he would want to have one spade in his hand. But it will be very exciting to see if he goes for that aggression. Christoph, on the other hand, we talked about that insurance, that one spade. Oh my God, he's going for it, the Czech hero. Ace putting 18 bigs in the middle. Christoph, what are you going to do? And this is an extremely tough call to make right here. I love what Tomáš has done. He decided, hey, I have those strong hands, you don't. If I had a flush draw on the flop, I got there now. Question is, would he really just go all in with the flush draw? That got there? That's the question. I think Milan might be a little bit suspicious about what is going on here. Why would an ace king just go ahead and go all in, right? Maybe we'll be a little bit more cautious. If he has a flush, Tomáš does have a flush, would he really just go for it all? Would we try to actually trap here? So Milan, can he make this insane call? It would be a crazy call, I must say. Nope, he lets it go, and a very, very nice bluff by Tomáš. He did not hesitate. He just put the chips in the middle. And Krzysztof Mielnik, he's not very happy. You can see that he will expect to get bluffed some of the time. But he is all smiles. We have seen this man on many a feature table here in Rozvadov. Fishka sees it. By the way, we have some very true guys. This is amazing info. This just in breaking news. YouTube chat says, Lemon, you are the best commentator. Obviously, as you guys know, the chat pros are always correct, so we have to agree with that. Of course, I am Lemon, your commentator. So thank you very much. Fishka sees it. Because chat is never wrong. I indeed am the best commentator. Thank you very much. Of course, I'm kidding. We have some heavyweights here commenting at King's Resort. APK is one of them. My friend who is, I must say, when it comes to strategy of tournaments, I would bet on himself over me any day. And of course, the World Series of Poker Europe here at the King's Resort, the King's Casino in Prague. Our sister branch, we had Ali Nejad, we had all these great commentators. So it's very nice that I might be one of those decent ones. And look at this, Cody goes for that call with the ace, 8 suited, and the real. I mean, really? He's letting it go? The real, what are you doing, my friend? You were calling 5 deuce suited in the hijack. Now you let go a hand like this one for such nice odds. And both of these players have that backdoor flush draw. But Cody has the better one. The thing is, Masper does have a betting league. Am I seeing things? Is he leading again? Yes, Cody goes for that bet. Very, very interesting. Most of the players that I know at this buying level, they do not have those leads in their strategy, but this is very interesting. And the thing is, Cody bets because any heart gives him a backdoor, not flush draw. He can hit the ace or the 8. A 10 or a 6 gives him a draw, but uh-oh, this is the problem. Once you decide to go for that bet with those most amazing backdoor draws, when you could have just check raised, you suddenly get into an issue where if you play against an opponent that is not only calling or folding against your bet, suddenly you are under pressure. And look at this. Masper, he doesn't care that he has only 19 bigs behind. And suddenly Cody's creative play gets him into trouble. But Masper, that was a very nice race. Look at that wink. Oi, 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 that wink at the dealer. What a sly man you are. And that gives him 2 million chips, 34 big blinds to Masper. Mielon, after some creative plays, 18 bigs. And the real 89 bigs, Tomáš Rose. Tomáš Rose, 80 big blinds. Oh, look at this, Malcolm. I didn't even notice Malcolm. 73 big blinds, our newest player at the table. But we still have those 4 Polish guys. And Cody, of course, there with 51 bigs. Krzysztof, yeah, Krzysztof has some work to do. 18 big blinds. He will soon get into that push or fold territory, especially with the big mystery bounty still in there. It's always a question how much fold equity you actually have when everybody wants to go ahead and get that dough, get the possibility at the 75K that's bigger than the second place prize. And Masper. He has shown some bite. Cody, ace-4 of... I do believe he's just posturing, but you just never know. That's the beauty of these lower buy-ins, guys. And Krzysztof goes for that call in the big. Another Polish on Polish violence. But remember, guys, Krzysztof, he's really up against it. And a board like this one, it should really, really, really be hitting him hard. He's the one who should be calling all these speaker hands, who can be calling them because of the odds before the flop. So I really, really think that we should see some aggression coming from Mielon right now. It is a little bit awkward because he has only 15 bigs behind. So he might slow down, but on a board like this one, really, you just want to go for it. And it's 3 big blinds, 180K, and Masper has to let it go. Yeah, so in Krzysztof's shoes, again, he can have a lot of 7s, he can have a lot of random 2 pairs when he just calls before the flop with those great odds. And it's nice to see that the short is stuck at our table. He's going for it, and he is leaving that danger zone that really, with the mystery bounty, is roughly around 15 bigs. You know, there's been a lot of discussion about mystery bounty. Some people hate them. They're like, oh, hey, it's lottery. Some love them. I do think I would not like every single tournament to be a mystery bounty, but you know, once in a while, just like we do it here in Rozvadov, I think it's a very good idea. It especially suits the players that come here to play for fun, because even if you bust out relatively early, you still have a chance at the big payouts. Two players already got 36 7.5 thousand as well. Kudos to them. And here we go, Mielon, the man we were talking about. With an absolute monster. King 10 suited, it is a monster. You could even consider just open raising all in or limp raising. But we go for that relatively standard raise. And now let's see how we will play that. We have that backdoor club draw in both hands. Of course, if you are Krzysztof, when you have the king, when you have the 10, it means that the queen, king and queen 10 is just less likely. And look at this, he does not have to think about bluffing anymore, because our short stack at this feature table simply gets there. And now I think it's time to bet relatively big here. If you did have hands like Ace-Jack, for example, or 10-Jack, you want to bet big and basically threaten your opponent with an all-in on the river. We go for the small sizing, however, try to milk our opponent, but the result is exactly the same as if we went for that big bet. And Mielon takes it down. Nice, nice. Good for you, my friend. Getting away from that danger zone. Having proper chips to play with. To go for those patented free bets with the ace-3 suited. With the 8-3 suited we've seen before. Mr. Deposit, we have not seen too much from him. There's not much he can actually do with a hand like this one. Sebastian, on the other hand, you could actually let go of the free some of the time, but we know that he likes to be aggressive. I don't think the table has been playing back too much against him. And when that's the case, when you don't think that people will punish you much, you can simply open raise all these hands. And Masper with the king jack off, it's a little bit awkward in the small blind. You could argue for all three options. That is a free bet. He goes for the aggressive one. And you know, many times when you have the players from the same country, you will think, hey, maybe they are all from Poland. Maybe they will be nice against each other. Maybe they will not try to go ahead and free bet aggressively. But in my experience here at King's Resort, the opposite tends to be true. For some reason, when we have the players from the same country on stream, they just go after each other. Maybe just to prove to us that, hey, there is no slow playing, there is no soft playing against my countrymen. But we see time and time again, when there are two guys from the same country and we are streaming, they suddenly start free betting each other, being aggressive, and really start to go for it. Maybe it's a little bit more about the tournament than about the tournament itself. It's more about the prestige of taking down the player everybody knows, the guy you play with. When it comes to Poland, there's not too much poker in Poland, but players that you travel all around Europe to. So we have not seen them being nice to each other, and I don't think that they actually will be. Now, Mr. Deposit in the big, I mean, he can think about it. He does have a decent stack. But if you are not confident against your opponent, if you don't think you have his number, you're not sure how he would play post-flop, we can't blame him too much for letting go of the free juice suited.
I put him on much stronger hands.
Danny EC Dub says, no friends in poker. Absolutely correct, no friends in poker. But I am very surprised when I see that people that actually do know each other, they are from the same community. And let me tell you, the Polish community, they're very, very close-knit. You can't really play poker in Poland So a lot of them, they have these Facebook groups, they talk to each other, and they travel together. They try to go for online qualifiers together as well. So they are very, very friendly, but so many times, time and time again, not only there are no friends in poker at the poker table, for some reason, when there are people from the same country, they go more aggressive against each other than against others. Mr. Deposit, he likes to posture with those weaker hands. I don't think Tomáš should go ahead and play this. Yep, just let it go. Although it's true, that's the thing. Imagine you are playing with your best friend, right? Whoever is your best friend, chat, and everybody knows that you are likely friends. You're from the same country, and you are playing on a stream table. I suppose the last thing you want is to people to think, hey, they are soft playing against each other. It comes to some extremes. For example, I think everybody knows the Foxen couple. And the Foxens, they play in the US, and I have seen a hand where they were sat next to each other. And, well, because they've been together for so long, it's very tough not to be biased. So sometimes they showed each other a hand. Afterwards, they did show the whole table, for example, but yeah, I think especially in those extreme cases, when it's two partners, literally life partners, right next to each other, maybe you should try to actually be aggressive to prove to people, hey, there is no soft play at all. And Masper with the jacks, yeah, it's time to bump it up. We see that Mielon fought his way back to 22 bigs even after this raise. Now, will he want to do something crazy? And Kotovic, oh my goodness, Kotovic does have ace-queen offsuit. It might be a decent 4-bet folding candidate in these positions. Looks like we are loading up that 4-betting gun. Here we go. The reason why I didn't even consider that he would call here is because it's Sebastian Kotovic, absolute Polish legend. He might be the best Polish player when it comes to the 300 to 500 euro buy-in level. And I just did not see him just calling. So yeah, that 4-bet actually came. And Masper now, he must be aware of what Sebastian is capable of. He must be aware that a hand like ace-queen offsuit very much is in his range. His fellow, very experienced countryman, the up-and-coming gun, Kotovic, will not just have those aces, kings, queens and ace-kings. So I don't think he should be ever folding. The question is, will we just go ahead and call here? Will we ship it? Or, if we fold, it might be out of respect. But yes, there we go. There is that all-in. And Sebastian Kotovic is in a tough spot. I do believe against hijack that the plan mostly is to 4-bet and fold. Here we go. As you can see, he does have 44%. If he sees something in the body language of his opponent, and Masper did really seem unsure about this. If Sebastian thinks that he does not have aces, kings, or queens, if his body language gave something away, maybe he can consider calling. I do believe, though, this was his plan all along, to go ahead and 4-bet, fold against the jam. But of course, in such a big pot, you always want to weigh your options. You always want to re-evaluate a lot of the time. You should be going into a poker hand with having a plan for all sorts of possibilities. The best players, they go very, very far in what they call the game tree. When they race pre-flop, they already know roughly what they will do on the river and what sizings they will use. And the question, Finby is calling bad with ace-queen there. I think with ace-queen offsuit, it's not the best thing you can do. By the way, let's take a look. After all this back and forth, Kotovic down to 37 big blinds, still a lot to play with, over 2 mil. So he is a little bit hurt, but no big changes. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's the thing. When you have the offsuit, that's the problem. When you go ahead and there's a free bet and you are out of position and you call the ace-queen offsuit, you don't have too much hope. Your opponent can be free betting all those ace-kings, aces and kings, right? So even when you hit your ace, which really is what you're hoping for, you're hitting ace or queen is basically what you're trying to do, you are not sure that you're good. And because those positions, there was early positions, right? Early position raise and early position free bet. You just are not in a great position when you just call the ace-queen. Ace-queen suit is a little different. There you can apply pressure, you flop some backdoor flush draws. But really, if you think about the plan, about what you're doing, what you're trying to hit, ace-queen off generally will be just a 4-bet or a fold there in those positions by these top players. You'll very rarely see them just go ahead and call. That's why I didn't even expect Kotovic to go ahead and flop there. A lot of the players that play here, they just play for fun. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, I don't want to fold. I don't want to 4-bet. It makes kind of sense that I would just call. Seems like the least bad out of all those options. But if you actually think about your post-flop plan, just going for it most of the time is the best option. By the way, we're ignoring this hand because the guys are just checking down. Looks like we are content here with just seeing the river and the reel with the ace-queen. We actually think that a thin value bet might be in order. Oh, look at this, 350 in the pot. How many chips we saw that he's putting it in? 125. I'm not quite sure what we're trying to accomplish here. I guess we're just trying to get an ace high off the hand, but the reel just calls. So I'm very curious. I think Cody should just be checking, or if he goes for it, just come on, man. That big. Bomb that river. Yeah, FNB, you play in the dark. So I understand that before the flop, it makes a lot of sense with the ace-queen offsuit to just go ahead and flat because you don't want to fold, you don't want to 4-bet. But when you think about the scenarios that can happen on the flop and turn on the river, especially when the early position goes ahead and 3-bets, it's not the best. It's very tough to have a really good plan. It's very painful when you cold call a 3-bet against the early position and you hit the queen or an ace, and then you're not really happy when he tries to put you all in on flop turn and the river, you know. By the way, Danny says the Foxens couple, it shouldn't matter if you think about it. They have the same wallet, 2 people with 50 big stack, or 1 with 100 comes down to the same for them. And yeah, I mean, we have some discussion. Oh, I see. Danny has a very good point. These Polish players, maybe they know each other, so they have an edge against the opponent because of the live reads and the meta game between them. It's very interesting. And yeah, that might be actually the case. It's not just national pride, but rationally, when you play against your countrymen often, when you travel around Europe together, you might be actually confident that you know the player better than he knows his own ranges, and then you get aggressive against them. It makes a lot of sense. Now, we see Sebastian just calling with the 8s. Again, he did have the option to 3-bet there, but this is the more standard option. Now for Sebastian, 2 overs, and it's not just the 2 overs. When you are facing a bet like this one, you kind of expect, even when he's bluffing, he can have hands like ace-jack or queen-jack, that he will actually continue on a lot of the turns, even when the turn doesn't change. So in Sebastian's shoes, you basically just want to let it go. Even though, you know, again, it's exactly the same scenario. If the hand would end right now, you have a very easy call here. But you do have to think about your plan. What are we doing here? Malcolm Franchi from France. I mean, I don't know if it's his real name. If it is, it's extremely fitting, of course. Franchi from France. But he is introducing himself to our table with a nice c-bet. Yeah, we had some discussion. The Foxens, yeah, I've seen that. I know there was a Poker News clip where they were laughing, showing each other cards. And it's very interesting that Danny says it doesn't matter if you have two people. Well, see, that thing, they really shouldn't. They should not play any differently, just because they share a bankroll, basically, than they would otherwise. That would definitely be considered soft play, right? Yeah. So as long I haven't seen anything out of line. You know, there's a point where you joke around when it's just folded to you two guys. It doesn't really change too much. But yeah, but it's very, very interesting what you said. What Danny said, that because you play against the players, you might be actually cocky. You might be thinking, hey, I know how my opponent plays. I can play more aggressively. And then it spirals out of control when they try to outplay each other, because each of them has a different gauge on how good my opponent actually is. Yeah, so that's very interesting and very cool when you think about it, when you have two players from the same country. Especially Poland, guys, especially Poland. I think Poland, Czech Republic, Bulgaria, Macedonia, when you have players from these countries where there's a lot of hardcore grinders and where there's not too much poker on their home soil when they travel together, almost always when you see them abroad, you will just know that they know how the other guy plays. They have history, almost guaranteed. Yeah, if it's a ring game, it's bragging rights. I know. If I was playing against my girlfriend, I mean, I don't want to slow play against her. I'm sorry. If we're both crushers like the Fox and Tsar, if we're together in a pot, I would want to outplay him or her. I mean, obviously. In any marriage, you need to have a fine dynamic, right? Something to talk about, something to spice it up. So trying a huge bluff against your spouse, I mean, that must be so much fun, I must think. Now look at this, the real continues with his fluttering strategy. He went with the A7 of diamonds this time on the button, which allows Masper, looks like he's coming along. Yep, here we go. Great odds, of course. It was just a min raise by Mr. Deposit. And let's see, one of our first few multi-way pots. It might be the first one, actually. Mr. Deposit, I mean, you can go both ways here. Checking because you have two opponents, absolutely fine. It doesn't mean you're giving up, by the way. I remember when I was starting, I had a high-stakes coach, and I said, oh, King Jack shoes, I'm giving up here. But that's definitely not the case. Basically, if you are in a spot like this and you're in a Mr. Deposit shoes, you should say, oh, I'm delay C-betting, guys. I am delay C-betting. I want to check to see a good turn, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bet. I don't think this is one of them, though. On a paired board, it's unlikely you will get your opponents off of random pairs, for example. So if Mr. Deposit bets here, which is not too unreasonable, I would expect him to go ahead and bet now and follow up on a decent amount of rivers as well. And here we go. Mr. Deposit, I said it was not the best card. Well, he does block the King, Queen, Queen, Jack. However unlikely that is, so it does make sense. And now the real, he's in a really tough spot. Look at this. He's on the button, but he's sandwiched between himself and Master, but he doesn't care. Look at this. The real actually with that call, and now Mr. Deposit. I think once you bet that turn, I think your plan should be to bet most of the rivers as well, unless he will hit like we've been hitting so many times so far. Yeah, with the Jack of Clubs, I would love to see a bet. I think just betting on the turn into two people without a plan of following up and trying to get those random weak pairs and his highs to fold every time, I think that's a flawed plan. So let's go, Mr. Deposit. Load those chips. Once you bet the turn, I think we kind of handcuffed ourselves into trying to bluff. We do have the Jack of Clubs as well, so we can go on the larger side if we choose to. But I do think that just giving up here would actually be a mistake. And in the real shoes, I mean the 7, of course, we know that he will call here. It's almost guaranteed that he will call, unless we see a massive overbet right now. Is that around half pot, 750 in there? Ah, 625, love to see it. That's a big bet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Deposit, you have a plan and you stick to it. This time he did stick to it. And the real, now he has a real bluff catcher. This is one of the strongest hands he will have here in this spot. But again, is my opponent really delay c-betting with absolute air? The clubs did get there. He could be easily checking a queen into 2 opponents. There we go. There's not an easy spot, ladies and gentlemen. It might look like it, but I think most of the players, they will not bluff enough in this situation. If you take a random player with a massive field that we have here today, I think a lot of them will not bluff enough in this spot. Basically, you're calling here if you give your opponent a lot of credit, you think he's good, he can turn hands into a bluff like he's doing right now. We're near the top of our range. One of the best hands we can have here. And let's it go. Beautiful, beautiful Mr. Deposit. He did have a plan, and the real, he did not give him that credit. He did not see it. He didn't see that someone at this level of buy-in, at this stage of the tournament, how he has been playing, is capable of simply betting the turn and the river with nothing. But I must say, this has been executed really well, especially with the Jack of Clubs there. This is a very, very nice play. I told you guys, he basically handcuffed himself into betting the river, and he went for it, and it worked out. Very nice play.
Let's go to the next one.
I see it.
And re-raise Chili Dog, well played, nice bet size, Fein B. Yep, this is exactly how you should play it. Have a plan and stick with it. Now the thing is, yes, in this hand, as re-raise Chili Dog says, in this hand, when you bet the turn, your opponents have a lot of weak pocket pairs. They have a lot of ace highs they can peel there, right?
That's what I think.
Your plan should definitely be to do exactly what he's done. Not get afraid, especially when the clubs sit there. So he stuck to the plan. Now the thing is, I don't think that's universal. I don't think you can universally say, have a plan and stick with it. Remember, we are human. There's way too many possibilities in poker, in Hold'em. I'm not even talking about things like PLO and other mixed games, but in Hold'em, it's super difficult to have a complete plan. To have a plan on for every bet size, for every turn, river, for everything that can happen every run out. So many times it's actually good to reevaluate your plan, right? But in very obvious scenarios like this one, where if you bet the turn and you give up the river, it just doesn't make sense. I think that's definitely when you want to stick to whatever you plan to do. And it was very beautiful to see that our player was not afraid and he went for that big back sizing. And look at this. This is one of those boards exactly that might bring a lot of fireworks. Now the thing is, Mielon, Krzysztof Mielnik, he has all those hands that are 10s plus. 10s, jacks, kings, queens, aces. Malcolm, he has none of those, right? He never has that. Never has aces, never has kings, queens, jacks. Shouldn't have 10s either. Should actually be free betting a decent amount of 9s and 8s. So now this becomes a game of chicken where Krzysztof knows he can have all those powerful hands. So he should be betting with a good amount of air. And there's not much Malcolm can do about it. But then, there we go, that's that barrel that we expect, and you will see him betting a decent amount of the rivers as well. But boards like these become a game of chicken, because you know that your opponent will bluff a lot. The question is, how many streets you call? And now, the river, this will be one of the most exciting classic spots in poker, where both of their ranges are completely different. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Krzysztof got there with his absolute air. We will not see that all-important river bluff. Oh, I really wanted to see what would happen there. Now Krzysztof will go for the value, of course. And that's the thing. I think a right play to do is just go really big. He can just go all in here. Easily. $450. I would love to see even have a bigger bet. Basically say, hey, I either have it or I don't. And that's the thing. You all the way you were saying, I have those overpairs. You can't have them. That's why he gets paid with the king high. Wow, Krzysztof. Look at that smile. That's almost unfair. Almost unfair. Oh my goodness. You see that Malcolm had a plan. And it would have worked if it wasn't for that dastardly 9 on the river. If that didn't fall, we would very likely see Krzysztof to just go ahead and bet big and lose this pot. Oh my goodness. You can't blame Malcolm for doing this. And suddenly Krzysztof is all the way up to 35 big blinds down from, he was down to 16, he's all the way there. Malcolm Frenchie is at 60 big, still a lot to play with. We can't really blame him. As you saw, Krzysztof was very likely to just go ahead and bluff the river if he missed. So he had a plan, he stuck to it. This time it backfired big time against him. And of course, look at this, the real number 1. He's overtaken Tomáš at one point, he's never let go. With 5 million chips, but wow, let me tell you, this is exactly what you want to see from a day 3. Tomorrow, if you want to tune in tomorrow, you will see all those short stacks going all in, left, right, and center, playing for that big money. But on a day 3, it's all about that strategy. We want to see some deep poker. We want to see how the players play against each other, some river plays, some free bet turn plays. And we will get a lot more of those as everyone is 30 bigs. But very interesting hand. Mielon, you got them luck box. You just know that he was bluffing on the river all the way through. But the 9 bailed him out. Unbelievable. What a development. Okay, I have to write that down. By the way, guys, let me know if you are in the chat. Let me know what hands you would like to see, and we can cut them into highlights. And we can do it right after the stream finishes. So before we enter the final day, we can do that. That's the advantage of me being a hybrid content creator. If you guys don't know, basically I interview people, I comment, I edit, I film. I do nothing really well, but I basically do everything. So if you have any highlight hands, this will be very specific. We could actually pump them out at the end of the stream. And Master here on the button against Mr. Deposit. That is a very nice draw he has there, but Mr. Deposit, look at this. He does have the ace high. He has the backdoor on a flush draw. And 9 would give him a straight draw as well. I think that a hand like this one against the button, you just never want to fold. You basically want to continue, and they are relatively deep. I wouldn't even blame him of putting in a raise from time to time. But it is just that call with the ace high. The blankiest of blanks. Black juice on the turn. And this is very good for Masper. Masper can easily continue with his strong draw right here. He can easily continue on hard rivers if he does actually miss. He's got that 10 and 9. He can still hit against a lot of the hands that Mr. Deposit can have. So there's a lot of value in going ahead and betting this turn. There we go. This is exactly what we go for. And it's a big bet as well. Basically saying, hey, I want you to fold right now. And even if you don't fold, I'm going to continue on a lot of rivers. I will make your life a living hell. Don't even think about it, Mr. Deposit. Let it go. This spot is not for you. I don't think Mr. Deposit can do much. There we go. Nice sizing from Masper. Really fearless. And looks like today we have players following up on those bluffs. Going for it when they should. PJBSC, it's not the real Malcolm Frenchie. The real one doesn't play low buy-ins. You would be shocked, guys. You would be shocked. By the way, Martin Cabral was in this tournament. Martin Cabral played it. I talked to him today. And he was playing in the tournament. I think he quadrupled up on his first hand yesterday when he came in the turbo. He played day 2, but he was one of the first players that actually busted. So yeah, don't be fooled, okay? In Rozvadov, yes, we have a lot of people that just play low buy-ins, right? That have barely any winnings, but we have a lot of crushers here coming as well. And a lot of them make it really deep into these tournaments. And look at this, ace-9 suited. Mielon runs into Mr. Deposit's kings. There's that almost mandatory free bet, and Mielon, we know that he does not like to just fold when he has something. Remember, he was all the way down to 16 bigs. Suddenly, even after his raise, he still has 33 big blinds behind. He covers Mr. Deposit. It looks like he's trying to think about what to do. Oh, he lets it go. Good choice, Mielon. Not this time, he says. I will not risk it. And yeah, as I was saying, guys, of course, Kings, this is such a plethora. We are the biggest card room, permanent card room in Europe, right? Poker room. So obviously a lot of recreational players, but we have a lot of grinders. There's a lot of grinders that live in and near Rozvadov from all sorts of countries. I know Sebastian and Mielon from Poland. We have seen him a lot around. We have even a Mexican group, believe it or not, led by Jose Casillas, who go deep frequently in our events. So a lot of these guys that are nearing $1 million in earnings or go quite a bit above that, you will see a lot of them as well. That's why it's so much fun. You see guys that go 5 deuce suited in the middle position against an under and gun race, play against absolute top class players. Speaking of which, in Kotovic, Cody, ace king suited, and Sebastian only calling with that king queen off. Obviously not a good position for him. Does not have the initiative, and the ace king dominates him. Well, not anymore. Look at this. Sebastian, who is nearing that $1 million in earnings, lifetime, outflops Cody. Well, for Cody, I don't really think that this is a board where you want to do much more besides just a c-bet and possibly think about calling some safe rivers. Remember, we have seen Sebastian be aggressive on the flop. Against later positions, I think he could simply put in a raise, but against under the gun, calling is simply standard. Your opponent is not going to have all those queen 10 offsuit, for example, combinations, so just going for it. Check calling, picking up those bluffs, and if the turn goes check, check back in the betting the river. It's pretty much what you want to do in Sebastian's shoes here. Well, Cody, this is not a good card for him. This is not a good card for someone who did raise under the gun, so he should not be putting too many more chips into the pot. And this is very interesting. If Sebastian had clubs, basically it means that he just missed. And Cody does have the best ace high in his range, so let's see how much Sebastian bets in. You can actually expect him to get paid off a decent amount of the time, I would say. So it's 535. 535. Cody is asking, yeah, that's a nice and healthy bet. You basically want to always do this. You want to look like, hey, I either have nothing, I'm bluffing with my busted draws, or I have a really strong hand. And then if you're even more clever, then you put in some even weaker value hands in this bet size, something like a weaker queen. And this is a very difficult spot for Cody. There you go. The bet size was very, very nice. Sebastian is saying, hey, I have something really good. I don't have much. But he does it with a hand that could be considered somewhat mediocre. It's exactly what you want to do when you bet big like this and your opponents are likely to look you up light. But wow, look at this. Beautiful fold by Cody. He did not go for it. And Sebastian, you will not be happy seeing that the ace-king folded there. Definitely could be a call with a hand like that one, let me tell you. Ah, you know him personally, so you know Frenchie personally, so he wouldn't travel. I see what you mean. Well, keep us posted. Let us know if it's the real one. It's true that at Kings, you can actually choose nicknames. So the real, not his real name, Tomáš Rose, I would expect it is. Malcolm Frenchie. We are not sure, guys, if it's the real one. It usually does not travel, but if you know him and you can tell us, hey, that's not actually him, it's just Frenchie's fan, okay, we will take it at face value. Mr. Deposit, open raising, ace-8 suited. Well, for Cody, you do have the option to call here. It's one of the hands that you can call once in a blue moon. You can go ahead and re-raise with. Looks like we're going for the raising option. Very nice. But the thing is, when you go ahead and free bet king queen, your opponent is very likely to 4-bet with aces and kings, right? Aces and kings, queens some of the time. So when you do see a flop, you're not doing too badly. Usually though, people prefer to do the free bet with a suited hand, because you are still out of position with the king queen offsuit. But I think mixing it in once in a while is absolutely fine. Dimitsu, I mean, fold 100% ace-king there. I've seen some players calling there, just basically in the previous hand when Kotovic bets big. Some folks will go ahead and level themselves and call with the strongest ace-high they can have, quote-unquote. And Cody bets, and look at this, Mr. Deposit actually, he should know that a board like this one, he can have the pocket pairs. Cody should not really be free betting with four sevens or sixes, not at a high frequency, not fives. So Mr. Deposit, especially with the gutter, especially blocking the aces, he definitely has a candidate for playing back here. Let's see if he goes for it. The thing is, yeah, of course, Cody still can have all those overpairs, right? But when you are Mr. Deposit shoes, surely you want to be playing back with some hands, right? When you have the gutter and the ace high, it's just one of the better hands that you can have. Oh my goodness, yes, I love to see it. He just goes all in, Mr. Deposit. Beautiful jam. Just goes for it all. Again, he does this because, well, you have the ace in your hand. That means there's less aces to go around for those aces that the opponent can have. You have that gut shot as well. And now Cody will be posturing. Obviously, he's never calling this. Looks like he's taking this time, using this time to flirt with our dealer, if I saw that correctly. But obviously, this is just Hollywood. When you bet like this, you don't want to go ahead and look like a fool who just had nothing. You want to pretend like, oh my goodness, I am folding tens here. I would definitely not go ahead and free bet and bet king queen. There we go. That was the inevitable fold that we were always going to see. Ah, so we actually do have a super fan of Frenchie. That's amazing. So PGBSC, the real one, just won last week an event in Circus Casino in Paris, and still is in Paris. My bad. He's okay. He's in Provence, in France, for the World Series of Poker circuit. Ah, he made it in the money. This is really interesting. So this is the thing, guys. Here in at King's Resort, a lot of the players that play here are from Germany, right? They are from Germany, and they're, you know, because of the tax situation, because of the employers, a lot of the players prefer to use nicknames. So that's how it started, basically. So we allow nicknames to a lot of our clientele, because again, recreational players, maybe if you play a few times per month here at King's Resort, you don't want your employer just to Google you, and we have a lot of players that come here for a great time, that play some poker, that enjoy the resort, enjoy the beautiful nature. So we allow those nicknames, but I don't think I've ever seen that we have a player who takes a very specific French player and takes their name as a homage to them. I think that's very, very interesting, and it threw us off, let me tell you. If you didn't tell us in the chat, we would probably still think that that's the real man. And uh-oh, look at this. Speaking of the imposter, Malcolm Frenchie, maybe he has the same name, by the way. Did you think about that? He might have exactly the same name. That is a possibility, by the way. It might be another Malcolm Frenchie, by the way. But look at this. He has the top pair, but the real has two pair right here. Did the real bet here? Is that right? Is our overlay correct? It looks like it. So the real actually led on the flop. Now we have a check, and oi, 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 oi. It is a split. After all this drama, the two pair hit, we do have a split pot. But maybe it's the same guy, who knows, who knows. DJBSC, I think it's to fear opponents when they look at the hand and mob of players at the table. It's possible. That would be actually clever. I mean, if you call yourself Phil Ivey, anybody who knows you, they will look at you, and obviously you are not Phil Ivey, right? Or you call yourself Martin Cabrahel, people look at you, and obviously you know Martin Cabrahel. But if you pick a lesser-known crusher from France, then it makes sense. People don't know how you look like. They just look at your hand and they assume, hey, this guy is a crusher, and you sow fierce into their hearts. I mean, it does make sense. By the way, I'm curious, do we have anyone from Poland in either the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat? Let me know, guys. We still have a bunch of Polish players. The two very well-known ones as well. Let me know if you are from Poland. And speaking of Poland, Kotovic on the cutoff. And look at this Cody. These offsuit hands. Usually you want to avoid the trouble, but not Cody. And we're heading to the flop. Ace-9 off against Queen-Jack off. And yeah, Sebastian does have the best hand right now, but Cody has a really strong draw. Now, guys, if you remember, and the table is very much aware of this, when Sebastian checks, it does not mean he's just giving up. He has proven to these players that he can check raise as the pre-flop raiser in similar positions and then follow up on the turn as well. And this is what separates a really strong player against the weak ones. He does something called protecting your range. So when your hand is strong, he will still check it a decent amount of the time, then check raise it, but also add some bluffs. And look at this. Suddenly he has a 2-pair. I'm really interested in knowing why Cody has not tried some aggression, especially on the flop or turn. It might be because of the respect for Kotovic. Purely respect play for knowing that he is capable of checking and raising with really strong hand. He's capable of adding pressure and checking some tricky hands. The question is though, if you will not bluff with a hand like Queen Jack on a board like this, especially on the flop when you have the gutter and overs, should you be calling before the flop? We're going back to the plan. And I think the answer, especially against Kotovic, if you're afraid of his checking ranges and you know that he's capable of trapping you, I think the answer should be a resounding no. Just let go of that Queen Jack offsuit. If you're not willing to bluff with it and play aggressive poker post-flop. PJB says, if you choose Martin Cabrahel as nickname, you need to be allowed at the table to be trustable. Yeah, of course. Props to pronouncing Polish names well. Actually, guys, I know these players. Mielon, he's a friend. Sebastian Kotovic, he is a friend as well. So I know them correctly. So these two I know I'm pronouncing correctly. There's one more player I'm not 100% about, but yeah. I am from the Czech Republic originally. I lived in Scotland for 8 years. But when it comes to those Polish players, I see them all the time. They always travel to the places where I go to. So yeah, both Mielon and this man, Sebastian Kotovic, who now has a pretty straightforward continuation betting spot. I know them personally. And we saw right behind Masper, Mielon was the other man I know with that beautiful yawn. Thank you so much for yawning on stream like this, Mielon. Well, in Masper's shoes, again, the same problem happens as always happens. If the hand would end right now, you are simply calling. But the problem is you are up against Kotovic, who has shown aggression before, and you are never folding against another barrel. Kotovic decides to bet any turn. Unless you hit the ace, you are just letting him go. And a lot of the time, against these aggressive players, if you don't have a plan for what to do besides a fold on the future street, just giving it to him and living another day is the best option for you, especially out of position. And this is ironic because we are in day 3, still relatively deep, but a lot of big blinds flying around. The most exciting hands we've seen have been pre-flop all-ins. Besides Mielon hitting a miracle 9 when he was for sure going to donk off his stack. So far we have not seen too much post-flop wizardry. Speaking of Mielon, King Jack suited, you're never folding here, of course. The question is, are we going to free bet or just call? And Cody is out of line. Queen 9 offsuit in the hijack. I mean, with 21 bigs, that is getting out of line, ladies and gentlemen. Do not try this at home. Oh my goodness. And boy, is he about to get punished. Masper with aces in a beautiful squeeze spot. There we go. We did not see any theater. He simply grabbed his chips and went for that squeeze. And Cody knows he got out of line. Now there's only one option. And in Krzysztof's shoes, I mean, now it's time to actually call. This hand is way too strong to just let it go, I believe. We have a good amount of chips behind, so Mielon, unfortunately for you, you are up against the aces. And unfortunately for you, you cannot just be folding here. my God! He will not regret this call at all. It's the trips for Mielon, and Masper is in a world of trouble with his pocket rockets. And remember, guys, Krzysztof Mielon, he only called before the flop. Then he called the free bet. So in Masper's eyes, he will not see Krzysztof having too many kings here, because those should be free betting a good amount of the time. Those offsuit combinations should not just be calling. So this will be extremely difficult to get away from. And it is a clickback almost. So a very, very small raise from Krzysztof. And in Masper's shoes again, how does he have a king here? Why would he be raising a full house? Fours make perfect sense, right? We called on the button. But why would they raise on the flop when they have a full house already? So this will be extremely confusing for Masper. And unless something crazy happens, that would be an amazing fold once inevitably the chips will go in the middle. Mielon should extract maximum value. Now let's see how he will do it. Will he try to slow play now? Will he try to bet small, trying to represent, for example, I have sixes, call before the flop, I try to protect my hand, I keep protecting it. Let's see what he does. Yeah, it looks like it's a small sizing. No, it's all in, all the chips, all you can eat, and it is aces cracked here in Polish violence, Poland against Poland. Even Sebastian Kotovic is standing up. He wants to see what the hell just happened. But it's not over till it's over, ladies and gentlemen. What if the ace hits the river? Nope, it does not. Krzysztof Mielon, we were just talking about him. He doubles through Masper. And there is no soft play between the Polish countrymen, let me tell you. Well, this is such a classic. Everybody can relate. You know, when you post any sort of highlight where aces get cracked, it gets a lot of views. Everybody likes to see nice cracked aces. It seems to happen more frequently than it actually does.
You play. Huh? Yes, exactly. If it's hard, you play.
If it's hard, you play. And I think that there was nothing that the aces did wrong. There was simply no getting away from that. And with that, look at this. Mielon was down to 16 big blinds. He's all the way up to 65 bigs. Talk about a comeback story. 3.8 mil. Malcolm Franchi, it might be a pseudonym, might be not. 58 bigs. The real still up there, 86 bigs. Tomáš Rose, second, nothing changed. Cody, with his little bit adventurous plays here. Cody likes to get out of line. He got a little bit punished, 21 bigs. And Masper, after that brutal beat, the tale as old as time, down to 1.3 million chips. Still alive, still breathing. But obviously, when you wake up with aces, you expect more. And Sebastian Kotovic, another Polish gun with the sixes right now. We saw him open race even those weakest of pocket pairs, so it definitely makes sense that he would go after this one. And we continue with the trend of simply flattening the button with these suited hands. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Well, Mr. Deposit, it is a very interesting squeeze spot right here. does cover both players. Not this time, he says. We just go for the call. Another one of the few multi-way pots we've had. Very few of them so far this stream, I must say. Surprisingly. And this really is anyone's game. Yeah, Sebastian is ahead. Well, the other players will have the option to play back, but the problem is here in Masper's shoes, doesn't have the backdoor hearts. He has to think about Mr. Deposit as well, so he just has to let it go. And now Mr. Deposit is thinking, hey, this guy is betting into 2 more people, including me. He must be strong. So it's very, very difficult to just continue here. It's much tougher than in a simple heads-up pot. And Sebastian continues to play correctly. When he gets out of line, it's in a very controlled way, like free betting ace-9 offsuit. He does go for those check raising lines you oftentimes don't expect at this buy-in level. And when he needs to protect his hand, he simply goes for it. By the way, guys, I want you all to pray, okay? Go ahead and pray. I believe shortly there will be a break. We will see if some players will roll for those big bounties. I will try to film it. It would be hilarious if we actually get it during the break. But that is yet to come. Masper, the unlucky man with the cracked aces, is trying to recover by open raising king-queen offsuit. Tomáš Rose with a hand that really you should be defending in the big blind. We obviously can see that he's not doing too well against Masper's hand, but king 3 suited, way too strong to just let go. Good for you, Tomáš. Now he's hoping for that 3 or those hearts. There we go. There it is, right there on the flop. Tomáš outflops poor Masper, who just cannot catch a break. There we go, 1.3 big blinds. And of course, we will see that call, ladies and gentlemen. There's not too much incentive in raising. If you raise, you basically just isolate yourself against overpairs and better hands. So you just call and hope that your opponent goes ahead and either lets you just win it straight up by checking, or he runs some bluffs that you manage to catch. Well, in Masper's shoes now, the 6 really does connect with what Tomáš can have, so I would expect to give up. Yep, here we go. And we are very likely to just see a check down right here. I guess Tomáš could think that, hey, maybe I want to turn this hand into a bluff, but I don't see too many reasons. And in Masper's shoes, the board is just so bad for him that it's very, very difficult to tell a story of I somehow have that straight, or I have those 2 pairs that I can be betting. So even though he waved the white flag and he let a measly 3 win, we can't really blame him. Johnny is asking about the payouts. Yep, 120k plus up top. We do still have the 75,000 euro bounty in. We will go for a short break quick after this hand, I believe, but I will try to see how many bounties are still in. Keep you posted. And for Mielon, the man who was down to 16 bigs once, Jack 9 suited is a very much a premium hand. And Malcolm Franchi, look at this. Ace 9 suited, you definitely have the option of free betting, but he just goes for that flat. And Sebastian, I think almost every player would just let it go, but Sebastian, he's just confident. He does have the stack size. He's up against Mielon, he knows, personally. So he decides, hey, it's time to go ahead and try to play. Unfortunately for him and Malcolm, Krzysztof right here with the top 2 and no hard insight in his opponent's hands. That is a really, really good spot for him right now. Well, Malcolm, the problem is he does have Sebastian behind him. Krzysztof is betting, so he's just going to let it go. I think the same should go for Sebastian. And looks like we are heading into a short break. Yep, here we go. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in about 14 minutes here in the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard. As you can see, the real has the most chips here, but even Masper has 17 bigs. The big story, of course, being Krzysztof Mielnik, that fought all his way up to 70 bigs, 4.2 million, when he was down to just under 1 mil. Well done, and come back for the continuation in about 14 minutes.
Pre-pot was 100 big blinds.
One day, Jesse, one day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check overpot all in, call, guys aces. And Bin shoots his hand into a mug, and I'm like, Bin, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was gonna guess ace 2.
Yeah, no, it's ace-6, and then like Bin is like, no, that's not my cards, that's not my cards. I mean, like, I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like, I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like, also I know he usually doesn't max.
There's a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone, and it's somewhat rare.
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like...
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time, because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace-jack-4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen-jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So these are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Padel plays this. He's checked. Dvorak bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs. Dvorak, stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow. Look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. And he hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4 and divorce. River's the absolute stone-cold nuts.
I mean, when you talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
this is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell.
Final table. Then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Million.
You win? I have never won Sunday Million.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before,
2-4.
I think 2017 or 18. So before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hisu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high-stakes, high-roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafa just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny C-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh.
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
Yeah. Or front door 1-pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
Listen, this is online legend.
This is
He
some
doesn't make
classic
1 pair
9-8
pay
run
off.
out. Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas would definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to a starting stack. Leading 900 losing about 25% of his stack. So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't
idea, although it sounds like they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you going to Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like.
Technology is such a mystery to me,
I
Tuckman.
was kind of considering it. I don't know.
Like,
Yeah, you don't. You and technology fight all the time. You guys don't
Yeah.
get along.
Okay.
Well,
with like 20K, 50K.
it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back
amazing.
then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick
I've been
coming in.
Sao Paulo. No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker
So.
there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more. Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see you? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxton out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that active stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong a hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxton calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxton has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them. This is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxton has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
play
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights, just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths for otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack tens out there.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black eights or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the day 3 of Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. Of course, we had that action-packed Polish-filled featured table before the break. Now, let's see if anything has changed or if we will continue to see all this action. We had aces cracked, we had some crazy bluffs hitting the river. And I am really curious to see who will come up on top. Masper, our blinds are all the way up to 30K, 60K, 60K. Masper down to 13 bigs. Cody at 16. These guys have been in a lot of pots. It did not work out for them as well as they would hope. The real Tomáš Rose and especially Krzysztof Mielnik, they have to be happy, however, above those 4 mil. And Malcolm Franchi, Sebastian Kotovic, Mr. Deposit, right there in the middle, very close to them. So that will be the story of the day. There is no clear massive stack that would be just bullying everybody. 60 bigs and 38 bigs, really, they can threaten each other really, really well. It will be all about Masper and Cody trying to double up, trying to avoid getting stacked and being busted out of the tournament. On the bounties, we still have that 75K. I think all the other big ones have been drawn already, but the 75K mystery bounty is still in the pool, so we should be seeing some aggressive plays and we should be trying to bust our opponents. Instead, we get to go to the magic chest on that big TV, press that big red button here at King's Resort and try to roll that 75,000 euro prize straight from Blackbeard. Yes, you see his beautiful picture. Covered a little bit by Euro rounders, but there he is. And Tomáš Rose, 10-9 offsuit. Just about the hand you want to be raising in these positions. Will he get a customer? Well, Sebastian Kotovic, he likes to play, and oh my goodness, boy, does he have a customer. He just straight up ships it. Wow, talk about an aggressive play. I do wonder if the mystery bounty aspect changes how people play these small pocket pairs. This is not the first time we have seen an aggressive play with them with a pretty deep stack. I mean, technically it's plus EV here to go ahead and go all in, but it does seem a little bit crazy. Even from Kotovic. And I see that just like before the break, with a lot of action, it looks like we are resuming right there in the middle of it. And let's see who will take the reins of this table. Will it be a couple of the short stacks? Look at this, Mr. Deposit. We see players getting out of line from time to time. Ace-4 offsuit, that definitely is being out of line. In the hijack, you should have no business to raising it this deep. Yet here we are. What's going on, guys? So one offsuit ace gets out of line, the other offsuit ace gets even more out of line, and luckily for Tomáš, he gets out of line right when Mr. Deposit can't do really anything about it. He folds the ace. Are we gonna show? You can choose one. Oi, 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 oi. Let's see which card we will show.
Hey, you say it. Oh my God! No. You can choose one and then you pick one from here.
Okay, I've seen a lot of bluffs, but I don't think I've ever witnessed a situation where a man would be bluffing about showing one card. So he said, hey, you can see one of my cards, but it cannot be the one that I don't want you to see. And then he decided not to show. Wow. This is some next level bluffing, ladies and gents.
1,500 and 150 altogether.
Now, obviously, he didn't want to show the weak hand. He didn't want to show the crappy kicker. And I'm guessing that we were reaching for the crappy kicker. We don't want to show that. So all of a sudden, there is no show. Let me know if you've seen these guys. This is very unorthodox, I must say. We are bluffing about showing one card. Crazy. And Cody, I think this is go time, especially with that big mystery bounty in there. You don't want to be just calling. You don't want to be folding. Cody has been a little bit loosey-goosey. It got him into some hot water. There we go. He does the one thing that a short stack in a mystery bounty should do. Unfortunately for Masper, he's one of those guys that cannot call this. Not really. If this was one of the big stacks, they can actually consider just calling it off.
1 million open fold. Creative table.
As the field gets thinner and the big bounty is still up there, the 75K.
Yes, big blind, small blind. Now what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do now? Go one more round. Maybe this time I can steal. Open fold or ace? Ace is a fold. Page and
This is surprising. I actually was expecting a little bit of banter between the Polish players, but it looks like the table is just talking to each other overall. And let's see if we will actually see a flop after a lot of pre-flop aggression. Masper with 8.7. Is it go time now? I think it probably should be. The only thing that he is not really liking here is that Malcolm is under the gun in the very first position. Maybe that will just make him call. Yep, here we go. Playing it safe on the short stack. If he was facing a cutoff or late positions or the button, I'm pretty sure he would just go all in. Look at this, very interesting. Malcolm definitely could have just went ahead and c-bet. I think Masper, he should not really have too many pocket pairs. Those should be shipping it pre-flop. And suddenly he finds himself with a nut flush draw and he uses this to his advantage. Betting 110K, very, very small bet. This is very interesting. Malcolm is calling with the king high. And if you call like this, I'm guessing he has some sort of a plan. And oh my goodness, this is the not best card that Masper could have hoped for. The nut flush on the river. Malcolm absolutely punished for checking the flop. We're leaving a little bit behind, but that's for most of it. There we go. Now the only question Malcolm might be asking himself, hey, this is kind of suspicious. Why is my guy leaving himself with 2.2 bigs? But there's no folding this. There we go. Oi, 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 that angry slam of that king queen. My man, let's face it, you were behind already. But he is not a happy camper about that run out. Which puts the reel all the way up top. Tomasho still up there. Cody now with 18 bigs, Master with 21. Looks like no clear short stack. That was very, very interesting. And the blinds, pay attention to them, 40K, 80K, and 80K right now. Brick Mason, hello, welcome to the chat. Amazing to have you here on YouTube. We see that Sebastian Kotovic down to 42 bigs actually. And Krzysztof still above that 4 million. Of course, it's anyone's game. And looks like we might have a change of nickname. Yeah, so if you missed it, guys, if you have not been here before the break, we have a player, Malcolm Franchi, right? Malcolm Franchi, and there was a lot of speculation, a lot of drama here in the chat, because apparently a high-stakes crusher, Malcolm Franchi, is supposed to be in near Provence in France right now, actually cashing in a high roller. So the question is, hey, is this Malcolm Franchi, is this a namesake, or is he paying a homage to the real Malcolm Franchi? That's very interesting, and I'm getting some messages that we might actually be changing the nickname. So that is an interesting development, guys, and we allow nicknames here at King's Resort, so you can choose how your name actually looks like. We do it for example, you're a recreational player, you don't want your employer to know that you're playing. I really don't like it when people just make it to do it to sound cool when they don't mind, who knows, but they just want to be cool sounding. It makes my job harder because then I can't research them, obviously. On the flip side, the opponents can't research them either. But the thing is, we had a very interesting situation when a player named himself like a well-known player in France, and when someone Googles that name, they will see a Hamden mob of a pretty big size, right? So they might actually give him more credit. And it might have been some sort of a strategy. Now the reel with a lot of big blinds here, 4.9 mil. Has the option to do this, so he goes for that free bet. Cody yet again. With a weaker hand, I do believe that this one, he just has to let go. Yep, here we go. Not folding just yet, guys. Does have only 16 bigs behind. You don't really want to call with a hand like this. Not when you would be out of position with an offsuit hand. Especially when your opponent can have those king queens, ace queens, queens plus that completely dominate you. So even if you hit, you're not really that happy. So he does let it go. But you gotta give him credit. Hey, this man came to play. Same hand as before. We see it quite frequently that there's a lot of chatting, a lot of metagaming here. about trying to show those hands, showing one card, then not showing it in the end. I must say I always love some shenanigans like this at the poker table. Mr. Deposit in the small blind, queen use off, basically it shows what he's made of. Blind against blind, especially with the big blind ante, almost anything goes, depending on your opponent's stack size. And here we go, even a hand like queen use off becomes a call. Unfortunately for him, Tomáš wakes up with a king queen off. That is an absolute monster when you are in a blind against blind situation. You are likely to see a raise. Here we go, Raisy Daisy, Mr. Deposit, what are you going to do? I suppose he will just let it go. It's 380k. That is a big sizing. Yep, here we go, we're letting it go. And the same players, I love the dynamic between them. Trying to guess each other's hands. Even faking out, showing a card, showing it and not showing it. And of course, one thing that I want to appreciate is King's Resort putting on such a show. And every single one of you guys who are here in the chat, who came for more after that amazing show in Prague at King's Casino. Records were broken, everybody was happy. And that is so important for the Czech Republic. That is really, it has been the powerhouse when it comes to poker. But now I think it's solidifying its name all around. And Tomáš Rose, look at this, King Queen suited. Against min deposit, you probably want to just go ahead and free bet this hand. The thing is, you don't really want to go into the corner and cry if your opponent 4-bets and you have to fold sometimes. And when they do call, you're in a good spot. Because all those aces, ace-kings and kings, queens, they should be 4-bet, so if Mr. Deposit would just call here, you are actually doing pretty damn well against this range. And hey, even if he folds, free chips for you, without any struggle. That's why some amateur players, they don't do this enough. They simply flat too much, but as the robots have shown us, those solvers should be playing aggressively when you have a decent hand before the flop. At least most of the time.
It's everything okay, why? I just say
I'm not sure why someone was telling the other player that they're not important. Well, what does spokojny, Chad, you have to tell us, what does spokojny and piano mean? You have to let us know. We need a translator right here. Suspicious? Oh yeah, of course it is. So Tomáš Rose, Tomáš actually limps on the button. Sebastian Kotovic goes ahead and limps as well. And Cody, when players actually said, hey, this is suspicious, we do see a check. Well, nobody actually has anything. That means Sebastian. Mr. Kotovic has the best hand here, but Tomáš, that's the thing, when Tomáš just limps before the flop, it is actually suspicious. Maybe he's the one who could have those pocket pairs or some strong hands. But look at this, Sebastian, he doesn't care. He says, I have ace high, I'm calling anyway. Well, Cody, I think he's just posturing. There's no universe where he can just call. But yes, he does. Look at this. Absolute peel with a king high against two opponents. Cody, you better have some plan. You better have some ulterior motives of bluffing on future streets here. Or this does not make too much sense to me. Now let's see what Cody does. Remember, calling king high is all and good when it's just a heads-up pot, but against two guys, you are not just calling to simply check and check it down. You must have a plan on some runouts to do something, especially on the river when it goes check-check. Well, now technically he could have some showdown value, Cody, but it's just still pretty unlikely, especially multi-way. There we go, he did have a plan. Now let's see, 620 in the pot. Casually checking in 155K. I'm not sure this is meant to make other king highs fold, I suppose. Because Sebastian probably will just call here. Of course, it's on Tomáš right now. With the queen high, are we reaching for chips? What is going on here? Because the bet is so small. Oh my god, it actually made Sebastian fold. Oh my god, what the hell just happened? Sebastian, he is flabbergasted. So he bet for value and a bluff at the same time, somehow. Chad, you have to tell me what the hell happened.
That was bluff and value. No bluff. No bluff. No bluff. Only value.
Chill, chill, calm down. Stay cool. I can stay cool, but please, chat bros, let us know what the hell happened. How did king high bet there? A queen high calls him, and the ace, the two pair with the ace kicker, he folds. I am a little bit flabbergasted. Against that small bet size, I expected the opposite to be true. And of course, it's a tiny podcast. It does not really matter in the grand scheme of things. Like, we are still deep, still only day 3. But it was definitely amusing. Masper now. We have actually seen Kotovic just jam when he was in a similar situation. Masper just goes for that min race. And speaking of Sebastian, ace queen suited, absolute powerhouse. And I do think that he has been on the free betting side most of the time. Yeah, here we go. Bumping it up to 450. And Cody wakes up with ace king offsuit now. Oi, 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 oi. 22 bigs. Masper has the problem that Sebastian is behind him. He would not get any bounties now. When it gets to Sebastian, that will be the big question here. That's the big puzzle of this hand. He wants to see the count. And Cody can easily do this with weaker pocket pairs.
4 time banks and 1 bounty.
The 75K bounty is still in play. is a very tough spot for Sebastian. He will get the count. Every single big blind matters right now. Now he gets the chip count. Here we go. It is a mystery bounty. The big one is still in play. This is by Sebastian Kotovic. Haskell with ace queen suited and Cody is a big favorite right now to double up through Sebastian. It was close. Will it get any closer right now? Doesn't look like it. So far so good. Even the backdoor flush draw. Can we hit that queen? And a queen only on the river and send Cody packing? No, we cannot. You see that tap on the felt and that fist pump for Cody, who doubles up through Sebastian.
Those stats from the previous hand. Because I have 9 blinds all in.
Oh, you mean the translation for the phrase? I see, I see. Thank you so much. And I'll Neuroclover. So piano, right? So basically piano means chill. That's really cool. You know, speaking of, I have been a witness to deaf poker, believe it or not, but there's actually a deaf poker community. And that is fascinating. If you watch the deaf poker community, how they communicate with each other, obviously it's sign language, but it's a lot of emotions, because when you can't talk, you have to express yourself in some way, right? So it was a lot of emoting, a lot of waving of arms, basically trying to fist pumping all around. It was really, really fascinating. So now we get chill. We learn how to say that. And I must say, I'm really amused by the different phrases and different habits that different countries have and different communities have when it comes to poker. Now Masper with the ace-9 of hearts. And Sebastian Kotovic, suddenly he finds himself with 16 big blinds. Yeah, so thank you for clarifying that, Neuroclover. The players are telling each other, hey, calm down, stay cool, chill. And another premium hand. We seem to get a lot of them lately. The real with the jacks in the small blind. Against Masper, really, you should be free betting. The question is, you just send it or do you free bet small? You always want to look to your left. The big blind is actually even more important than Masper right here. And we go for that free bet. Respect for Krzysztof. Well, for Masper, it's very, very tough to play back with these hands. You really want to preserve your stack. There you go. Seeing the flop and flopping an ace and getting the news that you're not even good. I mean, that is an absolute disaster. So he correctly lets go of his hand. Okay, we have another lesson. So spokojnie, I think it means the same thing, right? Spokojnie must mean chill, or calm down. I bet you didn't expect to tune into a Duolingo session when you tuned in to our King's Resort stream today. But here we are. And Cody on the cutoff, 10-8 off. He likes to get adventurous. That would be a little bit too adventurous though.
Yes.
Keep calm, take it easy.
We're back to discipline.
Ah, spokojnie, I get it, I get it. Thank you to our teacher, Patrick 3028 in the chat. Now Krzysztof with the king 10 off against the real, who yet again, the real, he plays really solid. This man plays very, very solid, but from time to time he decides, hey, it's time to play some garbage. It looks like Krzysztof will take the garbage out with a free bet with king 10 offsuit, which is not exactly a powerhouse of a hand. But Masper, oh my goodness, he wakes up with the sixes. If he thinks that Krzysztof is out of line and the real are both out of line, he could actually send it, but no. Of course you don't think a 6-4 offsuit is opening on the button. And the real, I think he is just posturing. He does not want to lose face, but 6-4 offsuit, surely, my man. I know you like to get adventurous when you actually enter the pot, but not with a hand like this one. And Krzysztof, yet again, look at this man, look at those shades. 4-5 of hearts in his pocket.
Feels like this? No, worse.
It feels like worse than 4-5 suited that is in his pocket.
7-7 good faults.
Well, we know that Milan likes to get out of line. We've seen that 8-3 suited is a hand that he free bet before, and he lost quite a few chips when he ran into a full house, jacks full of fives, but there have not been any showdowns. I'm not sure if the players checked the stream. Maybe it's a little bit too early. The break was short. Maybe they are not checking exactly what hands transpired on the stream when they are checking it during the break. But Milan did get out of line. This time it was with a quote-unquote solid hand, king 10 offsuit, that still obviously is looser than how you should be playing.
Heads up.
By the way, re-race Chili Dog in the Twitch chat on a break right now. Let's see if we missed something here. As Cody in the hijack with the ace queen off. Really, I think free betting here is by far your best option. There we go. You want to thin the field a little bit. You don't really want to play multi-way and be forced to play with an offsuit hand. Well, and for Tomáš out of position, the default would really be to let it go, but they both are pretty deep, right? 3.36 mil behind effective. Maybe he wants to play and get adventurous here. Looks like he will, yep. We will see the flop out of position. Cody now with an obvious advantage. The nice thing about 7-6 suited though, you rarely get into a trouble. If you win a big pot with it, your nieces can have a good time with you winning with 6-7. So, and of course, when you miss like this, you simply go ahead and check and fold, and there's nothing you have to do. So, some players like to call it, even in these positions, just because it's reasonably straightforward to play with the 6-7 suited. Cody going with the 350 bet, and of course, it is a fold.
No. He's my best friend.
Let's see after these back and forths where we stand. The real still is the chip leader after those two big pots that he won straight after joining our feature table. Tomáš Rose sitting basically where he was the whole time. Masper and Sebastian Kotovic. Sebastian Kotovic, unfortunate with those 8-queen suited, down to 16 big lines. Masper as well, when the mystery bounty is in and we still have the big one. It For them, the inclination is to just jam or fold. We'll see how they play that. Ano Kotovic likes to do it. Malcolm Franchi, 28 big blinds. Mr. Deposit and Mielon sitting on 30 and 52 bigs. But really the fourth to first place, they have everything to play for. They have over 4 million and they can put a world of hurt on anybody else at the table, including the real, the biggest stack. Patrick supports Mielon. Krzysztof Mielnik, if you guys don't know. Actually, funny story, his only handed mob track win live, it came during the festival series, and the very same festival series that is actually having a stop here in June. And I'll be here the whole freaking week. I'll be here 24/7, so if you ever want to meet me, that one would be it. Speaking of Mielon, Krzysztof Mielnik, ace-king suited. He keeps free betting with those garbage hands. It's very intriguing to see what he will do with an actual hand for a change. Razy Daisy, of course, Mr. Deposit. Has to let it go, so Mielon, that's the funny thing sometimes about poker. When you have those king 10 of suits and you get out of line, you take it down. And then when you actually get a hand, nobody gives you any action.
It's a little bit, you know, curiosity.
And looks like we actually lost the big one. Yes. Okay, I have a Re-Race Chili Dog updated this in the chat. He's on a break right now. But looks like that the big bounty has been taken. I'll try to find out who actually won it. As the real, another ace-king, guys. It's ace-king o'clock, it seems. The suited variant was there before, now it is the offsuit one. And yet again, no action for the ace-king. Yeah, I'll try to find out, but it seems like the chatbot has been updated. And if we did indeed lose the big one, if the big bounty is out, then the players can actually start to tighten up, as there's quite a bit less in the pool right now. The real now just calling with the nines. Well, Tomasz, he's not just going to be calling, let me tell you. Queens in the small blind. It's time to squeeze this up. Charge his opponents. What's very, very interesting for this stage of the tournament, all of these players have 50 big blinds plus. Very, very deep right here. That's why we're bumping it up. It's 780K, 9.8 big blinds. Reasonably healthy sizing. Let's see what Cody does. For Cody, it actually makes more sense that he would go ahead and 4-bet bluff or fold. Calling is not the best option here. He lets it go, and this should allow the reel to come along. Huh? He just lets it go. Very interesting. I think 60 bigs deep, you could come along. The thing is, he knows that he will not have the initiative. He will not be able to defend even against a C-bet on a lot of the bad boards, so he just lets it go. Which means that Sebastian and Masper, both of those are on the short stack, 14 bigs, just above a million chips. We really have to be watching them, see how they do. Malcolm Franchi, Mr. Deposit, they are around the 27, 28 bigs. And the floor, the top four, the real Tomáš Rose, Krzysztof Mielnik and Cody, all of these players above 4 million and everything to play for. They will want to preserve their chip stack, their stack sizes, while chipping away at their smaller stacks, possibly busting one. But it looks like the mystery bounties, they actually did drop in value as the 75k is gone. We are trying to find out who was the lucky player who took it down. And Krzysztof open raising with the fours. You do have the options to do both. Well, the reel comes along, and now Cody in the big. We have seen quite a lot of squeezing here, even with hands like these. He definitely has the option, and it would very likely work. What? Did he just fold King Queen off to a single raise? So we have a raise and a call. Let's see if Mielon can outflop his opponent. Doesn't look that way, and the reel also has that straight flush draw gutter actually. Well, now the question is, do you just want to check it down, or will you say, hey, I have a decent hand, I want to bet now, and maybe even turn into a bluff? The same question will come for Mielon. Yes, here we go. We are actually betting. 425, it's about half pot. And we have to be asking ourselves, hey, is his plan to actually bet the river, try to represent the king, get the reel off of hands that he actually happens to have right now, hands like sixes? Very much a blank. Most of the players would just give up, just go to showdown on a board like this. Yep, here we go. And Mielon gets the bad news.
Best hand cards. King Queen.
We have one Mielon supporter that you might not be happy. Mr. Patrick, as Mielon loses a small pot. But let me know, guys, do we have supporters for the other players as well?
You're Martin Cabrera small, huh?
No.
You're the new Martin Cabrera.
No.
I think so.
No Martin Cabrera.
The copy from Martin Cabrera.
No. I speak a bit less, play a bit better.
And the guys are saying, don't copy Martin Cabral. If you are wondering, yes, Martin Cabral was in this tournament. He made day 2, then he busted right after. But yes, he was right here in Rozvadov today. I actually spoke to him. And I am very curious to see if he will bring his super successful vlogs to Vegas as well. And of course, we have that big Kings Million in fall. I would love to see Martin and his crew as well documenting the journey. Looks like Tomáš Rose actually calls with the freeze. A little bit of set mining action. It's very borderline when you are up against someone who has only 26 behind, 26 bigs, but hard to blame him. Let's see if he gets lucky with that 3. Doesn't look like it, and Mr. Deposit right off the bat with that top pair, good kicker. And that's most likely going to be all she wrote. No, look at this. Tomáš is getting a bit out of line. We talked about this quite a bit before. Yes, you have the backdoor clubs, but the problem is, sure, now you can be against a lot of bluffs, but what's your plan if your opponent keeps betting into you? Well, for Mr. Deposit, the club is definitely a scare card. And when you are against cutoff, the cutoff range should be reasonably tight. So a check makes actually a lot of sense. And the bet is 620, so we forget any of that. We forget that fear and we go really, really big. And now the problem comes for Tomáš. When you call with an underpair like this, with a very weak backdoor flush draw, what is your actual plan here? What are we trying to do? He raises, wow! He just goes all in, this is crazy! Oh my goodness, he did have that plan. And Mr. Deposit suddenly finds himself at risk for his tournament life with a top pair. This is why a lot of the players would just check the turn. All the time banks are going in the middle. That's how you know it's a very, very tough decision. Can Mr. Deposit make this call, or will the Czech hero, Tomáš, take it down with a crazy bluff? We were questioning his call on the flop. When you call a hand like this one, you better have a plan for what happens against the bet. Oh boy, did he have one? As you can see, he does have 25% equity. I mean, it's a very, very ballsy play. Mr. Deposit lets it go. Tomáš Rose, the man with the plan, decided to pull the trigger on the turn on the card that he wanted, and it absolutely paid off for him. And this is the best bluff we have seen so far at this featured table. And I think he picked a really good time. Look at this man. He looks very unassuming. He has not entered too many pots. If I was not here the whole time, and if I didn't see the cards that he actually have, I would not believe that this man is capable of floating an underpair and just going all in when the flush draw hits. What a play. Martin Cabral still in. Vinny is asking. No, Vinny. Martin busted yesterday. He made day 2 and busted shortly after. I actually spoke to him today. He was still around. But unfortunately, he only made day 2, so he's not deep in the tournament. How about the play, guys? I think that was a really, really nice shot there by the Czech hero. Kudos to him. What a play. I'm noting down the hand. Mielon is folding. Tomáš, wow, wow, wow. I think a lot of these players, if not all of them, if they will check the stream after the delay, I think they will be very much shocked at what this man just did. What an aggressive play. And I feel pretty dumb for questioning his intentions. I told you guys, if you just call the flop with no plan, if your only plan is to try to get to showdown, it's not a good proposition for you. But if you decide to be aggressive on the right card and you think that your opponent maybe will be making some mistakes, as maybe the bet was, then you can make those looser calls. And look at this, Sebastian Kotovic, the man who was all the way up there at one point, now is sticking in his last 13 big blinds. Now let's see if the big blind can actually call him. No, he cannot. And Sebastian should be pretty happy about taking this down. Reminder, from the outer tables, we have the news that we have lost the big bounty. So the mystery bounties, they don't play as big of a role as they used to about 20 minutes ago. So now it will be, on average, the players should play a little bit tighter when there's a lot less money in the mystery bounty pool. And Blackbeard's chest doesn't have all that big treasure. You're only getting some scraps, some leftovers. The other pirates, the looters, are left in that beautiful King's Resort chest. Of course, it's virtual. We have the cutting-edge technology, so if you win a mystery bounty, if you knock somebody out, you go ahead, you press the big, beautiful red button, and we roll from a big pirate's chest. And you're hoping to hit that big money. And Cody, I love Cody. Listen, he plays reasonably straightforward, but once in a while, he likes to get in there, mix it up. This time it's against Malcolm Franchi. Oh my goodness, take a look at this. It is a flop flush against a flush draw with an extra gutter that is completely worthless here, but Malcolm has no reason to believe that. And we have that call on the flop only. We are not playing for stacks just yet, and this 9 only adds insult to injury. It will be very difficult for Malcolm to get away from the inevitable bet that will be coming from Cody. We went a little bit loosey-goosey. This is one of those hands that Daniel Negreanu used to love back in the day. With his small ball strategy, with these suited connectors, he would open them in all these positions. So Cody gets out of line and he gets rewarded for it, and for Malcolm, it's very, very difficult to just let it go here. But it is 11 big blinds. This is such a big bet. He decides to call, hoping for that heart. It is a blank. Cody with that check mark. Luckily for Malcolm, can't really call an all-in right now, but he will be down to 8.3 big blinds, sub 1 million chips. That's not what you want in a mystery bounty. Yes, we are looking over our opponent's stack, but we know there's only one play. And that play is an all-in. Well, for Malcolm, you can think that, hey, maybe Ace-King is bluffing here. It could be a hand like Ace-10 maybe. One hard hand could be putting on maximum pressure. Maybe I have a call right now. Is he actually going to pay him off? Oh my God, he makes the call! And just like that, Malcolm Franchi is eliminated. Absolute disgust in his eyes. He called because he expected those one hard hands, those random ace-kings to put in that bluff. He even blocked those with the king of hearts though. Oi, 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 oi. I did not expect this call. I sort of believe that he would maybe just jam it in on the turn with so few chips behind. But he goes for it all and it does not work out for him. And of course, Cody is on cloud 9. When you open a 3-5 suited and you get there like this, of course you are a very, very happy camper. And look at this man. Didn't even have time to put all his chips into his stack. And already he's entering the pot. This time by calling the 5s. With the way he is running, we would not be shocked at a 5 right there on the flop, let me tell you. Now, it's interesting the real came along as well with the Queen 8 suited. Definitely getting out of line a little bit. And we are heading to the flop, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, Tomáš, that pulled off an insane bluff with an underpair, with a very crappy flush draw, now flops the nuts. And the real definitely has a hand that could play back and defend. Ooh, did you guys hear that? He's asking him, please stack of 20s. After the hand. And that was the coolest call I have ever seen. The real chucks in the 3 chips. And this is something that could definitely help Tomáš. And actually Cody, look at this. Cody asked for the stacks of 20s. He actually came along with the 5s. No, he did not. Wait, it's Cody that called. No, it doesn't make sense, guys. The overlay is wrong. Ah, I see. Yes. It's the real that actually did call. Cody folded. There we go. But Tomáš actually did check. It should be the river, I believe. Yep, here we go. So we had a check on the turn and on the river. Tomáš is betting into the real. I just don't think that's much value he will get here. of makes sense that he would have that. Oh, look at this. Oh my God, he's reaching for the chips. The real, he blocks the hand that Tomáš actually does have. And this is a big race. What a play at the wrong time, I believe. $950K total. We can't really blame him. That turn check was very, very tricky by Tomáš, but now he simply has to call. There is a time bank. I don't think re-raising makes too much sense. The real is basically saying, hey, I have a straight, or I have a good jack, or a full house. So I'm expecting to just see a call here. But a very, very interesting race there. I'm not sure how I feel about it, actually. I don't think it's that bad. I think a lot of players just never bluff in this spot. Not quite sure what Tomáš is thinking about. Is he actually thinking about folding here? I think after the check there on the turn, there's just no letting this go. Yep, there we go. There's the call. And a very ballsy bluff by the real. We can't really blame him. He ran into the flop nut straight. But it's Tomáš who drags the pot his way. Mr. Pericolato, I like the play by Malcolm in one of the previous hands. Good to hear it. And this man, suddenly the Czech man, who started as the biggest stack on our feature table, is right back up on the horse with a lot of chips. Welcome to the German guys in the chat. Hellboy, Lucky Bluff, Imke Babhaus, there we go. So guys, if you are from Germany, check out our German stream. All these players are chatting in there. My master and commander, Stefan, is right there on commentary. So shout out to all those chatters, and let me know, guys, if you are here in on our English channels. Let me know if you are here. Who are you supporting? Who do you want to take this one down? The real this time doesn't open. Ah, look at this. Krzysztof Mielon with the ace free of clubs, definitely an open. He's not a man who shies away from these raises. And Masper in the cutover, the ace-8 suited, 11 bigs, just chips it. And now the thing that actually changes this hand, look at this. It is still a mystery bounty. The big one is gone. But Krzysztof decides to call. Ace-3 suited against ace-8. A little bit on the looser side, of course. But let's see if it will pay off for Mielon. Masper now in a great position to double up through his fellow countryman from Poland. Can his ace-8 hold? Or will we see the clubs or a 3 right there on the flop? Here comes the flop. It's the 3 right off the bat. Oh my goodness. Krzysztof Mielon, he somehow felt it, called it off with the ace-3. And Masper is at risk unless the 8 comes. 2 outs as you can see, and that is all she wrote. The Polish guys do not soft play against each other. And just like that, Mielon has no mercy. He sends a fellow friend from Poland back home packing. Look at that satisfied face of a man of pure skill after winning with the ace-3 against ace-8. Well, that's poker, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you have the better hand. Oh, sometimes you don't, and you get punished by a bad beat. And Mielon with the king-jack offsuit. Yet again, this man has a hand. And Sebastian, I mean, we are probably going to see another Poland on Poland violence. He has to go for it simply. There we go. There's that all in. Bless you, whoever just sneezed super loudly. But now I don't think that Krzysztof can actually call here. We have seen him call. He does call. Oh my goodness. He's not done yet. He is a man on a mission. Krzysztof somehow decided, hey, I'm going to try to bust every single player from my country at this table. And the question is, will Sebastian be another casualty of Mielon? So far, so good for him. We have the backdoor draw, a king and a jack that can send Kotovic packing. Oh, look at this. It is a set, but it adds additional outs for Mielon. He hits the jack, but that's not one of those outs. And Kotovic doubles up, and I'm wondering, Krzysztof Mielon, what's going on through your head? Why are you trying to bust all these Polish players? What is happening here? BJBSC, yeah, I think, listen, it is poker. You see that he does not win them all. Now suddenly he loses with king jack against nines. I do think that was a kind of a loose call. Let me tell you, that call was loose. Not kind of, it was a loose call here in these positions. But it looks like this man just decided, hey, if a Polish guy goes all in, I'm gonna try to knock him out. It worked out one time, not against this man. Sebastian Kotovic, one of the hottest Polish players over the last year and a half or so, especially when it comes to these 300 to 500 level buy-ins. He really is the man to beat. And let's take a look. After all this carnage, we are down to 6 players at our feature table. Tomáš Rose, 100 big blinds, 8 million chips after those crazy pots that he was involved in. Cody getting out of line with that 3-5 suited brought him all the way up to 6 million. And Mr. Deposit, after Kotovic just doubled up through Krzysztof, is all the way down with that short stack, 1 million. And as you can see, all the Polish players, we still have half of them, because we're 6-handed right now. All of them free at the bottom. Yep, absolutely. PJBSC says the thing is that the biggest bounty is gone, so the value of to gamble for bounty has less value than before. Absolutely, guys. We brought you the news. I'm still not sure who actually won that one, but the 75,000 euro bounty is gone. So now the bust outs, they don't have as much value as they did before. So I think the all-ins that Yellow went for, they did make sense before. Now, I'm not sure. We do have a delay. We did get the update some time ago, but I'm not sure if he knows 100%. But if he does know that the 75K is gone, so are the top 2 second bounties, I think that it was a little bit too loose, but it might have been the reason why I did it. Mr. Deposit. Adding to his stack size right here in Rozvadov.
It sounds smaller as well, but you know, 6-4 suited, 1 million. Not so good. Big blind maybe. It's king.
When they are drawing the bounties, yeah, they can draw the bounties when they want. Chernov Chat 52, but the thing is, I'm not sure if already, because we have the delay, the bot already told us that the 75K should be gone. But I think the big ones should be drawn out by now. Yeah, but it's very interesting, guys. The Pirates Poker Treasure, the Blackbeard, of course, it's a mystery bounty, so if you bust out the player, you get extra equity. It depends on how many bounties are still remaining in there. I do believe that the big ones are all more or less gone right now. And look at this Kotovic. What is going on here? He actually decides to call in the cutoff. Now this is suspicious as hell. Is he going for the check jam here? And against the race, I'm really curious what the plan was here for Kotovic. Yeah, there we go. Oh my goodness, the man that checked race before, now he checked jam suddenly. He covers? No, he does not cover. 24 bigs, Cody covers him by quite a lot. But Sebastian, he likes to play big. He likes to set traps. And I told you something was off. This man never limped before, suddenly he limps. And obviously, he is very, very happy that Cody has to think about it. Because if Cody had 10th plus, he would for sure be just calling right now. Well, as we said, the big bounty seems to be gone, so Cody doesn't have as much incentive as a few minutes ago, even half an hour ago, to go ahead and try to flip and possibly be crushed. Sebastian basically saying, hey, I have something like ace-king, maybe I limped aces? Oh my god, it is a call! And Sebastian, yet again, is at risk now with the pocket pair against 2 overs. Can he take down second one in a row and dodge that ace, dodge that queen, or those backdoor flush draws? Can he double up yet again? This will be absolutely massive for him. It is a queen right in the window. Cody with the 2 pair, and Sebastian just like this. You see 1-8, sorry, 1-8 was actually folded. 1 out for Sebastian Kotovic. 1 card and 1 card only because we got rid of 1. Oh my god! What is going on? How is this possible? He had 1 out and Sebastian Kotovic doubles up through an absolutely impossible river, yelling "Vamos" into the night, even though he's from Poland. Kotovic. How is this possible? He thinks it was a 2-outer, but we know this was a pure 1-outer on the river. What an insane hand here. And he doesn't even know. When he will watch the stream, I have to tell him, guys, I will go. You know what? Hopefully during the dinner break, I will be able to go to the players. I will ask them what they think, and I will tell him that this was a one-outer. He doesn't even know that. What a hand, let me tell you. Wow, absolute insanity here on the river. It had to be the river, of course. When else would that hit than on the river? Absolute madness. Brick Mason, I think what you said sums it about up. LMAO. PJBSC says a lot of players with big stack often over-evaluate the bounty and go looser than they have to. Yeah, that's the thing. It's true. It definitely happens. But oh my goodness, guys, one outer on the river. How often do you see this? Not very often, let me tell you. Well, we have to calm down after that crazy one-outer, ladies and gentlemen. It's not frequently that you see it happen this way. What an insane hand, let me tell you. And I told you guys, Sebastian Kotovic, he's considered one of the best players when it comes to these levels of buy-ins. Obviously, the players would be very, very happy if they actually got rid of him, but it's just not meant to be. And Melon is laughing at Kotovic right now. As we are here on the river, relatively small pot. Let's see if Marcus wants to go for it. Our newcomer here at the table. He's got a lot of chips, by the way. We didn't see him before. Yep, here we go. So right away introduced himself, coming to the table by a big bet. Tomáš Rose does not even consider it. After there was not much action before. Sevens are a strong hand right now. And Marcus GSN introduces himself to the stream by showing us a nice big bluff. Yeah, of course, the Polish guys right away, when they swap multiple all-ins between each other, suddenly there's a lot of banter between them. Yeah, it's very interesting, guys. This is the thing. This is the reason why Mystery Bounty, the pros on one hand, they don't like it because there's a lot of gamble, of course. There's a higher variance when you pull the Mystery Bounties. But the second, I think that, especially when it comes to poker, adding these variants and adding the unpredictable amounts and basically new amounts, I think it makes the game really fresh. You can't just memorize charts. Suddenly, the dynamic changes with every bounty. You add another variable. And you have to always keep an eye on how much every single bust out is worth based on what's left in the prize pool, how many of the bounties are there still left. And you have to calculate, of course. So it adds an extra dimension to your play and to thinking about poker. And but the problem is, besides Mystery Bounty, that has been a massive success, it's not been too easy to get players to try new things. Hold'em has been around for a long time now, right? It used to be a fresh new game back in the 80s in Europe. But now it's been around for a long time. Everybody understands it. Most people understand the rules, even if they know nothing about poker. But I would definitely love to see, just like with the Mystery Bounty, adding new formats. There's formats when you add an extra third card. You have 4-card poker, the PLO. You have all sorts of different variants that you can have. So the Mystery Bounty is a small step, but an important one nonetheless. For people getting a little bit more adventurous with what poker they watch. And speaking of which, getting adventurous, we have 2 players with exactly the same hand. Ace-Queen against Ace-Queen. And the Ace-Queen's going all in. I know that might be a little bit confusing. But listen, we've seen a lot of stuff happen. And we know that Mielon has not been folding. It is a call. Guys, quick, let me know. Do you think Ace-Queen will win? Or do you think Ace-Queen will take it down? Let me know, let me know. Very difficult question, chat. We have very tough quizzes. High-level strategy here during the stream. Do you think the Ace-Queen will take it down? Or do you think the Ace-Queen has a chance? I think the Ace-Queen offsuit will take it. That's why I am the big-time expert. There we go. Queen in the window. Looking good for the Ace-Queen. And all of you guys in the chat who said that Ace-Queen will be winning, you were indeed right. How did you know? And this man, Mielon, is all smiles. Both of those players get a portion of the antes, of course, and the blinds. Every little helps, as they say. And what a roller coaster we've had so far. And this is just day 3, guys. Only day 3. We have 40 players remaining out of 2,785. This was an absolutely massive tournament right after World Series of Poker Europe in Prague. I mean, how amazing is this? That we can bring so many players to our beautiful Czech town of Rozvadov. Right after a massive event, international event, that the whole world was watching. Was just less than a couple hundred kilometers away from here in Prague. Damian Kochevsky says Ace-Queen always fold. So Damian would be folding the Ace-Queen. I don't think there was ever any fold in either of those players, let me tell you. I don't think either of them considered it at all. Now we have 5-4 off. Mr. Deposit. And Tomáš Rose. This man, I still can't believe that Tomáš's bluff. I mean, what a bluff that was. Floated an underpair. Jams the turn. And he has not been getting out of line at all. He's been playing very, very tight. The one time he does something, he just goes completely crazy. But hold that thought. We have Cody against Kotovic. Blind against blind, and both of them actually do have a hand. It's very tough to make a pair. In Hold'em. So of course he won't be folding, but this is an absolute disaster of a card for Kotovic as Cody, after betting with a gut shot, turns a straight. Blind against blind, while Sebastian gets a 2-pair. An absolute monster when you are blind against blind, and we do have a bet right here. 475 is the bet. That's a pretty hefty size. And for Sebastian, he's not thinking about folding ever. He's thinking, hey, do I raise or do I just call here? Raising charges those draws, of course. He is out of position. It is just that call. And unless some proper scare card comes or a full house hits on the river, Sebastian is in a world of pain. This card is actually even worse for him because Cody can now try to represent the king. He shouldn't have too many of them, but it is obviously a scare card to hands like 9x or a 5, so he could potentially bluff big and try to get him off it. So now, Cody, it's time to bet big, and Sebastian, there will be no other option but to pay him off. So let's see, how much will be the damage? What is the sizing here? Are we going to see a big overbet? Or is Cody going to go with something more conservative? 1,500,000, did I hear that correctly? $1,400,000 insta call. This hand plays itself, unfortunately, for Sebastian Kotovic. He can't complain too much after hitting that one outer, literally one outer on the river. But nonetheless, this one will definitely hurt, and Kotovic is down 26 picks, while Cody all the way up to over 6 million. We have some insane setups today. What is going on? What is in the air? Usually you expect these all-ins when you're playing for the top 3, 4, 5 places. But today, guys, here deep in day 3, of course, we are getting crazy, crazy hands. Danny AC Dub is crying. Of course, that was a setup of all setups. Absolutely nothing Sebastian could have done. I would actually argue that even a bigger bet could have been an option. If his opponent went for that overbet, even if he went all in, I don't think Sebastian could be folding. So it was very unfortunate for him, but it could have been worse. Believe it or not, could have been worse.
One out, the gentleman. It's coming back, you know.
One outer. Looks like the guys, do they know? Obviously, we are in a half-hour delay. You can't have any devices right here. But if you are playing for this much money, obviously it's prudent to go ahead and check during every break what your opponents had. And there's the all-in, Mr. Deposit in the hijack. King 9 offsuit, getting a little bit out of line, but he has had enough. He's been grinded down again and again. And obviously what you're hoping for is, hey, I want people to fold. It looks like he won't get any opposition. So Mr. Deposit getting out of line a little bit, but this time it works out with the King 9 offsuit. Looks like they do have some info from the stream, yeah. Mr. Deposit this time lets it go. Tomasz still. Look at this beautiful chip stack, 9 million. But Cody is all the way up there now.
Let's take money.
And one more time, blind against blind. What's it going to be this time? Is the real against Mielon? Against the 2.5 big blinds, you can actually go ahead and call. That is a really small raise. The way the robots play, they either limp quite a bit or raise a bit bigger, especially when you're this deep still. So let's see if Krzysztof can use that position. And this is very interesting because, again, guys, remember, we are blind against blind. As you saw in the last hand, it's very tough to make hands, very tough to hit draws. And the real hits the ace. But Mielon, he's got that gutter to bury these guys nuts, and we are very unlikely to see just a fold here. There we go, there is that float on the flop. When you call, and yeah, you have some hope of hitting, but mostly it is to take down the pot away from your opponent. And oh, he's actually raising, look at this. Very interesting. Mielon is raising, trying to get his opponent off his random air, random 9x, but of course the real has the ace. Krzysztof improves his hand slightly, but it's not the card he was really looking for. But the thing is, with the showdown value, I think it does allow him to simply check back. Now the thing is, if he does bet right now, I think it should be with the intent of betting the river as well. But no, that's not what happens, and after you check the turn, really, the real could go for a small value bet here, but what really, that's the thing, when Krzysztof raises the flop, it looks like he has either something really strong or he has nothing. So this bet, it's very tough to get called by much. One nice thing that actually did happen is because Krzysztof raised the flop. Oh, he actually did call. Wow, look at this. We're getting really out of line in this small pot. I was wrong on both counts. Absolutely crazy. So we had a raise on the flop, and Mielon actually called expecting just a king-high float on the flop or some backdoors to be floating. Very, very interesting hand here. It might be a small one, but it showed us how much play these guys have in them. Very nice value bet, and I did not expect Free to actually call it off there. To call off that small bet, but it did in the end. And Sebastian Kotovic. Let that silly jack go on the hijack. Looks like he does not want to go to battle yet again. And Mielon in the small blind. This time it's him in the small. Only limping. And Marcus, what we've seen from Marcus really was just one bluff when he did some showdown value. So let's see if he continues that trend. Then Jack 4 on the flop. It's very tough to make pairs when you're blind against blind. The ranges are super, super wide. That's why most of the time it comes down to who wants it more, and it looks like Krzysztof is the one who wants these few chips in the middle. There we go. Marcus lets it go. These spots might look small, but they are very, very important in the long run. Every single chip will help you. It helps you put more pressure on your opponents, cover them. It is still a mystery bounty. So you do want to get those bastas. Unfortunately for these players, the big bounty, the 75k, is already gone. But nevertheless, there is bounties to play for. And Mr. Deposit, he might simply go for it right here with the ace-3 suited. Ace-5 suited, you just go ahead and jam it. But no, very surprisingly, he just goes for that min raise. Leaving himself with 12 bigs. And the real did get adventurers. The thing is, when someone open raises like this and they have only 12 bigs behind, it's very, very difficult to call those speculative hands. You want to have some high cards, you want to have some broadways, and the low suited connectors, they just don't play very well. And Christoph actually decides to just let it go. As well in the big, here we go. Well, guys, and you're looking at the felt if you're wondering what that is. It's the King's Million. The big one, the big Kahuna. The 5 million euro guaranteed. Actually, the way this developed was the World Series of Poker Europe used to be until last year here in Rozvadov for the longest time. But once WSOP was bought by GG Poker, they suddenly got more money, more resources. They wanted bigger buy-ins, so we moved it to Prague. It's been an absolute success. But the thing is, the World Series of Poker Europe, it always has been successful here in Rozvadov. And the players loved it. We always had big players coming in. It was a big deal, so there was a bit of a hole left. After the World Series of Poker Europe went to Prague. Of course, it's still Kings Resorts, still Kings Casino, still the same people. But we needed to show some love to Rozvadov as well. That's why the big Kings Million will be coming back roughly around the dates where the World Series of Poker Europe happened for years and years and years. And the European Poker Championship will be here. And really, just like the World Series in Prague, this is the one that you just cannot miss. I will be here no matter what. I just have to see it for myself. You really, it's basically like World Series of Poker Europe light. It will be very similar. And I can't wait to see it. So many people, again, every tournament we have 10 ticket packages. So if you make it to the top 10, 36 left now, the top 10 will get 4 different tickets for that festival. For the Kings Million European Poker Championship. And all those players you've been seeing all year long. You've been seeing these players at the final tables during these streams in the top 10s. Every single one of them, every single one that made final table in all those events that had top 10, get those tickets. They will be here. So you will get this continuity. All your heroes, all those highlights that you have on the Kings Resort Instagram that you can watch, all those players you will be able to see. One of those guys is Tomáš Rose that is in a really good position to aim for that top 10. 89 big blinds, 8.9 million. Now Christoph Stadelman joined us. We have not seen him. It's a new player, 8.3 million. Just a reminder, we of course have multiple tables running. So he joins our featured table. We have Cody with 6 mil, the real 5 mil. Markus Giesen, also another newcomer to the featured table, 5 million. And then Kotovic, Mielon, and Mr. Deposit all the way down there. Mr. Deposit, he's looking for the double up, really. Has been looking for it for a while. And I would expect Kotovic and Mielon to just keep swapping back and forth, try to attack their fellow countrymen. Uh-oh, look at this. This could be a really big pot. Cody with the ace-king offsuit and the real wakes up with the nines. Just calling right here, not going for that aggressive option. Mr. Deposit on the button, queen jack offsuit. Not really a hand you want to play here. Not against two opponents. There we go, we let it go. Kotovic, he's the man who might play in the big blind. But the race is to 3.5 big blinds. Notice the sizing. 350K when we have 50K, 100K, 100K blinds. That's a really big race. Pay attention to that because Cody, I don't think he's been raising this big before. It looks like he has exactly what he has. Ace king, ace queen. And now on a board like this one, honestly, he should be just checking. Under the gun +1, they have a lot of pocket pairs here. They shouldn't have too much random garbage. Hands like queen 10 suited make a lot of sense. So yep, very nice check by Cody. And the real goes ahead and bets. 4.5 big, but that's the thing. Once you check the ace king, a lot of players don't want to let it go. But honestly, under the gun against under the gun +1, positions are very, very important. I think just releasing a hand like this one is a good idea, even if your opponent doesn't have it. A board like this that you don't really hit after raising big before the flop, you just have to let it go. It's not much you can do. Ace king, disgusted fold.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Yeah, it's painful. He's disgusted, but it's the correct play, I think, on the flop. And as a reminder, you have there, they can always check what actually happened later during the stream. House of Cards Poker, Ace King 9 says, welcome to the chat, by the way, House of Cards Poker. Fantastic to have you here, guys. Today is a prelude. Today is day 3. Reminder that tomorrow we will play until we have that winner of over 120K up top, plus the bounties. Likelihood is that if you win this, you already have some bounties secured. So if you want those exciting all-ins and people winning 100K plus, that is tomorrow. But if you are here for that strategy to see how people actually play poker when they don't just have 9, 10, 11 big blinds, today is the right day for you, my friend. We have seen some crazy, crazy plays. Bluffs with an under pair. Big pots, one-outers. And I must say, for me, I have been playing cash games for good 14 years. Tournaments only for last 2 or 3. I must say, this phase is really exciting.
I know. Serbian is the same. Spokojni, no? Spokojni. Spokojni, spokojni.
Yeah, spokojni, spokojni. Guys, we had this is basically a Duolingo session at this point. Spokojni, spokojni means chill, calm down, you know, relax, relax. We're learning.
That's okay, sir. The best love is the one that laugh last.
Okay, so we were making fun of our Serbian player apparently, but what he said, it was absolutely beautiful. I'm not sure if you heard it, guys. The best laugh is the last laugh, so that makes a lot, especially in poker, obviously. The man who laughs last, that will be the happiest one. Mr. Deposit, he wants to play. He really wants to stick it in. He just knows that the Queen 9 is not strong enough. Kotovic, on the other hand, we have seen this man go crazy. Crazy daisy. Yeah, there we go. He did limp before. This time it is the race. Gianfranco, he opened the last 3 hands with 3.5x. Was he? I didn't even notice. So he is opening bigger. That's very interesting. I don't think there's too many reasons for it, honestly, though. Cody goes ahead and calls with 3 you suited, and the real says, hey, let's gamble. And he calls with king 6 off, multi-way. I mean, this all plays into Kotovic's hands, who now is behind, of all the people, Cody with the 3 you suited. Oh my goodness. Fishka likes the Duolingo lesson. Yeah, hey, listen, if you, obviously, where else would you learn Serbian and Polish than on a King's Resort stream, right? When we have Euro rounders in town, of course. Everybody knows that. And Sebastian, he really adjusts those 2 overcards, but he knows that when Cody calls, he's in a really tough spot. Actually, Cody, I think he does have a fold here with the bottom pair. He does have the reel behind him. That's the problem with calling a hand like this in the small blind. Out of the players that want to get out of line, they actually opt to free bet a hand like this. There we go. He has to fold, I told you. That's the issue with calling a hand like this one, and you can't really blame him. He has the reel behind him. So these 2 players that decided to gamble, both of them helped this man, Sebastian Kotovic. The one outer himself, he was supposed to be gone, this guy. The only thing between him and a bust out about an hour ago was 1 card and 1 card only, and he managed to hit it. He just goes for it. He puts the pressure on House of Cards, yeah. He just wants to, he knows that when there's 2 opponents, the small blind probably doesn't have a strong pair. The big blind gave up so much. By the way, that's the thing. Be very careful. I know these Polish players, they look like they are having a good time. But especially Kotovic, he has this lock-in, he's got the lock-in face. Look at him. He likes to laugh. He's a really fun player. But let me tell you, this guy is a killer. He will stare you down when he needs to do it. And he will use the, whatever information you give out, he will use it against you. And honestly, I must say, this is my favorite type of player. My favorite type of player is the kind like Kotovic. He's very serious, obviously. He's one of the hottest players when it comes to small buy-ins. Like this one. Actually, he has an insane feat. The Festival Series that's coming to Kings in June. There was a main event in a different city, right? And because of the changing of schedules, it was back-to-back in the same city, right? But 1 year, Kotovic goes ahead, wins the main event, 500K guaranteed, wins 65K. The next year, very same event, very same city, Kotovic comes in, wins it again. He wins it again. Absolutely insane. Basically a 1,000-runner event, and he takes it back-to-back in the same venue at the same festival. That's what Kotovic is. And last year, I believe he won 100K here as well at King's Resort for a 2nd place. So he doesn't have the big title yet. He only won, believe it or not, Kotovic that you're looking at right now, that's thinking about for some reason opening with 7-6 off. I believe he has 1 title here from Kings, and that is the Pirates, but a side event last year that he's actually won. So obviously very accomplished, and this time he lets it go. And yeah, that's what you see from live players like these that focus on these smaller buy-ins. When someone calls in the small blind and calls in the big blind, he just knows when to put the pressure on. He put a big bet in, and that bottom pair had no other option but to just let it go. I think this is the secret behind Phil Hellmuth. If you guys don't know Phil Hellmuth, the most bracelets, obviously, and he dodges high stakes like the plague. That never plays those big buy-ins, big tritons. Just never see him play those, not really. Once in a blue moon. But he's been doing really well in mixed games and in these small field tournaments. And the reason is, yeah, sometimes you don't have to be technically perfect. You don't have to understand poker on what the nerds call GTO level. You don't have to study those solvers and computers for 12 hours. But when you play these live small to mid-stakes tournaments, reading your opponents and knowing when to put on pressure, how to adjust to the population, that's oftentimes more important than actually knowing the super strong fundamentals in poker. And why I like Sebastian is because, look at him, he's very serious, but he jokes around. If you joke around with him at the table, he will do it with you. He's fun away from the table. I think this is exactly what we need. If you want to be a serious professional, if you want to take poker seriously, you want to lock in when you are in a big field tournament like this one, 36 out of 2,785. It's absolutely fine. Nobody will fault you for doing that between hands. But I think it's really good for the game if someone tells a joke, you know, someone talks to you, there's someone funny like his fellow countryman. We had the Duolingo banter that you take part of it, you know, you take part in it. You show people that you also can have a good time. And I think that's a really nice thing, that when these serious players that really lock in and they stare you down, they are actually willing to have a good laugh at the table as well. And look at this. Mielon getting a little bit out of line. When 9-7 is just a borderline hand, 9-8 off, you probably want to open 9-7 off. It's on the loose side where you think that your opponents won't punish you enough. But Marcus Giesen, he knows that with ace queen offsuit, you don't want to call, you don't want the big blind to come along and be squeezed between them. Basically, you want to free bet. And now, Mielon is a similar type of player. He's very locked in. He likes to have fun as well, but I think Mielon is more inclined to just go crazy from time to time. I've seen him do some crazy hands, and we've seen him free bet with free deuce suited and weaker hands. So from time to time, he likes to mix it up. By the way, welcome back, Mr. Re-Race Chili Dog, our fantastic moderator. Big up to him. Seriously, guys, I've been commenting for a long time, doing my own streams as well, and to have someone like Re-Race Chili Dog assisting you, I mean, it's just a dream. It's just a dream, let me tell you. And if you are on Twitch, he showed you what is in the package, the free K that we're playing for. Top 10 get it. And by the way, oh, take a look at this. We were singing praises to Kotovic. And he wakes up with the ace-king suited, and Cody has a hand that basically is a never fold, never a fold. Question is, will Cody just call or will he free bet here? There we go, we get the call. I dominated the hand. If a king falls, of course, it's very bad news for Cody. Can we find somebody to come along? Marcus basically just posturing. Oh, Mr. Deposit wakes up with a hand, and this is an all-in hand if I've ever seen one. This is just a perfect squeezing situation for a short stack. Oh my goodness. You don't want to take too long. There we go. I the stacks, but really, if you take down simply the raises, that's fine. There we go. All in. Not too fast, not too slow, just like you would do with aces, ace-king, with queens. You want to make them believe you have those strong hands, because getting a fold in the short stack shoes is an absolute victory. Now we know that's definitely not coming. The question now is, Sebastian, do you just want to go all in here? Or are you just going to call? I think with the ace-king, most of the time you just want to jam it. The reason is, when you have the ace and king, you basically are removing the possibility of Cody having the aces and kings. Cody also only called before the flop, so you don't want him to peel those pocket pairs. You just want to go all in. There we go. That's it. No playing around, and we are heading towards another carnage of Poland against Poland. I'm not sure what's gotten into these boys. It seems like they are determined to bust each other. But Poland has been at its own throat the whole night, and this will be no different. I don't think Cody can find the call here. I do think this is just posturing. And we will be heading into a flip situation. Those big bounties are gone, that's the thing. Actually using a timing, this is very, very interesting. Is he thinking about the mystery bounties? The big ones are gone, but it still does have some value, of course. Oh no, the mystery bounty, hang on. Is the big one still in? Yeah, Re-Race Chili Dog, update us, please. I could swear there was 0 out of 1. So if the big one is still in, that changes everything. Yeah, it does seem like it. So Re-Race Chili Dog updated the bounties. I thought it was gone, but it is not. So there is still the 75K in the pool. And I think this is why Cody is thinking about it. Another time bank. That changes everything, ladies and gents. It did look like the big bounty was gone. But if it's still in, that's why Cody has this decision in front of him. Busting out 2 players. And there's 36 left. And one of those 36 is the 75,000, of course. We'll play into it. We have that fold. Is Mr. Deposit against Sebastian Kotovic.
That's okay.
We will wait for that confirmation of the big bounty. If it's still in, of course, it's a big deal. Another flip. Again, Kotovic is in. Mr. Deposit. There we go. There is the call. We waited for ages for this one. There's a lot of chips in the middle. And the Polish guys are joking around with each other, but this will not be funny. One of these players will lose a lot of chips. If Mr. Deposit loses, he is going home. And yes, guys, according to Re-Race Chili Dog's research, the bounty is still in, so the 75K is still in. This adds extra weight to this all-in. Mr. Deposit, look at him.
Snowmans, we call this snowmans in Poland. Yes?
No
Snowmans. Snowmans.
Snowmen are doing well so far. Sebastian does have that backdoor flush draw along with his ace and a king. Mr. Deposit literally dancing. Oh my goodness, it is that backdoor spade draw. Ah, it misses. Mr. Deposit doubles through Sebastian Kotovic, who just seems to be in almost every single pot.
I have much worse than you. Now 30. Now 30. I have much worse, but I'm thinking mystery bounty to play around, cheaply, different timeline.
Verified.
And we have a verified. So was it Cody? Cody with the king 10 suited. He was thinking, hey, I have a mystery bounty, 2 players. By the way, guys, with every bust out, yeah, I could swear I believe that the 75. I heard it being gone, but nope, it's still in.
Not a good one.
It was a gambling machine.
Gambling. We all doing gamblings.
No, I don't.
No, you don't do gambling? I play with you day 1A, I know you.
You can deal, no problem.
You see the players accusing each other of who actually gambles more than the other. And we have the statement, hey, I play day 1A with you. I know that you do gamble.
No, monkey, snowmans.
And yes, Snowban did take it down.
I have a demon sometimes telling me to call, but
Sebastian taking his time, maybe reflecting on the last hand that he lost.
I respect the gentleman. I respect. Somebody else I might call. I respect. We played last time together. Here.
Is he really thinking? Krzysztof? Okay. That was actually just acting. I was wondering why are we thinking with a garbage hand like this one. And blind against blind, yet again, guys. It might look like he has nothing, but you have only one opponent to think about. You have that big blind ante. So a lot of the time, you take your chance and you try to see that flop. He will do just that. And that's the thing. Actually, on the stream, we should hear somebody, usually, most of the time. When someone hits a massive bounty, you will hear it, even on the stream. They should be going crazy in the background. There we go, tough to make hands. Tomáš is way ahead, but look at this, Mr. Deposit. He did one card flush draw. I'm completely expecting him to go ahead and try fight for this spot. No, it's just a check. Very interesting. Now Tomáš has the option to either try to protect his hand or get some value from ace highs, possibly one club hands, and yeah, there we go. He's going for it. Well, Mr. Deposit, in his shoes, I think just betting yourself is a much better option. What if your opponent bets some random queen high and you just pay him off, right? But now, when he's in a spot like this one, do you really want to call with your 10 high? Looks like he does, yes. And the thing is, even if you hit, you have a really weak flush, what are you going to do? Are you going to lead yourself? As a check, and Tomáš, he actually could consider betting against those ace highs. That would be a really cool bet. Yes, he's going for it. I love it. He actually goes really big. So of course he can't get called, but I like it. Basically he's saying, hey, I have nothing or I have some super strong value, but he basically is trying to get ace high to call him. That's the whole play there. I must say the felts are absolutely beautiful. No offense, but we had these black felts, and when you are in the massive King's Hall, and when you make content, when you record the hands, the black felt, it wouldn't really reflect light. But these blue ones, I absolutely adore them. The color is beautiful. It reflects light much better. And overall, it's probably the blue felts. It's my favorite color scheme, I must say. And Cody with the kings. Miellon, I don't think you should be getting ideas here, sir. Not with a hand like this one. There we go. But you know that Miellon, he's not posturing. We have seen him go ahead and try to free bet some of the garbage hands in the past. With some of the tighter players, it is just posturing. But not from Jelon. And for Kotovic in the big blind, this is going to be a call. But Cody, look at Cody. He raised to 3.5 big blinds. Now he's raising to 3.1 big blinds. He tends to have those premium hands. I think this is what is giving Sebastian pause here. And yeah, he just folds. And the reason why he lets it go, because the whole table saw that he had a strong hand before. There we go. Don't show the kings, my man. Oi, 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 oi. Don't do it, Cody. Don't show Kotovic your hand. That's a mistake. You don't want him to have that information.
We'll see on the flop. We'll see on the flop. He gives him playing.
And we are still waiting. Yes, so the confirmation, it should be here that the big bounty is still in. Mr. Deposit likes to take his time, but I don't think he ever open raised as crazy hand as this. And I'm very curious. I think there's a experiment going on in one of the high roller series, and they are trying to implement something akin the chess clock. So you wouldn't have these time bank chips. There wouldn't be one box for everybody. Uh-oh, hang on, hold that thought. Sebastian Kotovic, 13 bigs, just jams, 3 bets the ace-6 offsuit. Tomáš Rose, remember we still have that big bounty, and Cody, yet again, this big bounty hunter, Cody, 35 players left. One of those will be 75,000 euro. He's thinking about it. Oh my goodness. He really wants those bounties. Oh my god, he actually does call. Cody calling with a 6-3 suited. And Tomáš. Oh my god, I can't believe it. What a player Tomáš Rose is. He just does not look like a player capable of something like this, but he comes over the top with all an ace-4 against ace-6. The whole table is laughing. They can't believe how light these players have played. What a play by Tomáš Rose. Again, the mystery bounty is still in play. Everybody wants the 75k, and somehow Sebastian, when one player called, finds himself in a possible triple-up position. This is crazy. Even a split would be absolutely amazing for him. Can he dodge that 4? Can he hope at least for that split, Sebastian? So far, so good. We're heading towards a split. Unless a miracle 4 hits. That's not one of the cards. Can he dodge the 4? Yes, he can. And here we go, chopping it up. Both of them plus 6.9 bigs. That's a great result. Both for Kotovic, especially for Kotovic, let's face it. But what a shove by Tomáš Rose. I mean, wow. Talk about controlled aggression. This man is a very tack player, tight aggressive. And right now, he is a big chip leader, 9.7 million chips. Where Kotovic, even though he's a short stack, he does have 20 big blinds. That that stack, that chips that he got from Cody, that was a big deal, guys. Absolutely big deal. He's not at risk. He doesn't have to shove or fold right now. So Mr. Deposit, Yelon, and Kotovic are the bottom three, where the other nationalities are ahead of them. But crazy developments. We find out that the big bounty is still in after all. Cody tries to go fight for it, and Tomáš Rose with an absolute clutch all-in. He goes for it. I think a big mistake. Cody made a big mistake there. If you can, guys, figure out what it was. I think he gave away too much. You just don't want to talk too much. You don't want to give away your hand strength in that situation. And I think our Czech hero, he read Cody like a book. It was obvious he was trying to go for the bounties, only with that call with a weak hand. And what a clutch jam that was with the offsuit ace. I am shocked, I tell you, shocked by this man, Tomáš Rose. Tomáš really is a wolf in a sheep's clothing. If you just look at his frequencies, if you look at the showdowns he's shown, how he plays, you would never guess that he's capable of these massive plays. And oh my goodness, look at this. How is it possible that second time at the featured table we have ace-queen against ace-queen? This time, Cody just goes with that call. He really wants to keep the smaller stacks in. You can tell that Cody, I think he's telegraphing it a little bit way too much. That Cody wants those mystery bounties. He just wants to play pots with those shorties. And now he allows Mielon to come along and outflop both of them just by being passive. That's the beauty of the mystery bounty. Every single time you change a small thing, withhold them, players oftentimes overreact. They adapt in different ways, in suboptimal ways, because hey, who knows what the optimal way actually is? But it's Tomáš who's actually betting. He goes for that c-bet. And Cody now, he's thinking, hey, I have ace-queen. This is the strongest ace I have here. I should have free bet before the flop. I don't want to fold just yet. Here we go. So we see that call. And yellow now, it's kind of annoying, right? The pre-flop raiser open raises. He bets the flop, and a big stack calls. Is he doing what I think he's doing? He's just going all in. What a player. Oh my goodness. Suddenly, as we are going down to 34 players, aggression ramps up because the big bounty is still in. Yellow just goes for it. Right here. And Cody, Cody, what are you doing, my friend? You are just leveling yourself. Yes, it's true. 6-7 is there. 10-jack is there. And his spade is there. Queen 10 even has overs and a lot of equity that Mielon can possibly go all in with, right? But really, ace-queen, that would be quite loose. But he's told everybody he wants those bounties. He makes the call! Oh my goodness! This is a true bounty hunter, and he will get the bad news how behind he actually is. The reason why he made this call is he assumed, hey, Mielon can be getting out of line with those straight draws, with those flush draws. Let's see if Cody will get lucky and get not just the bounty, but bust out his opponent. 18% for him. Ace, queen, and a jack on the river. Can it come? No, it cannot. And Mielon, whoo! Jesus, that was really dramatic for him. He doubles through Cody's ace high. Talk about a mystery bounty, giving us a mystery in how people will actually play. Wow. Milan was at risk, but that was a clutch play, I must say. That was a really, really clutch play. Basically, he's trying to either make them fold or get it in against draws. I don't think he expected something as weak as ace-queen to go ahead and call him. He did have a sweat, but now he's all outs. There we go. But all sorts of crazy hands. You just don't get these hands. When we were playing without these bounties, you just did not get all this madness.
I know hurry. Yeah. I even didn't see you. I bought the chicks, you know? Yeah, I didn't play.
By the way, at some point, guys, we might get a dinner break, and I think a lot of the players should roll during it. So let's see what happens. And Cody, I think Cody, he's just going crazy. Cody's decided, hey, I'm busting out somebody. No matter what it takes, I'm gonna bust a player or just go home myself.
That's happened not often when the Polish boss is from the Swiss. That's not often.
Just mafia.
And Cody, when you have a hand like this one, you probably want to bet, but yeah, he keeps playing in a very unconventional way. But remember, guys, Kotovic, everybody knows at the table that this man is very much capable of just check raising strong hands. He's done it a couple times already. Unfortunately for him, Cody gets there with the 6 on the river. Well, it's going to be checked, and Cody gives Sebastian the bad news. He did hit that river. And here we go. So right now, the big storyline, of course, is who will get that big bounty. We are focusing on that. And obviously, the #1 story for this man, Cody. I do think some of those plays were too loose. But at some point, Cody decided, hey, I am simply going for it. I want a chance at that big mystery bounty. I am the bounty hunter today. I do think he's taking it a little bit too overboard, let me tell you. Meanwhile, Tomáš, the secret aggressor, nobody suspects this guy, but Tomáš, actually, he's the one. Who can pull the biggest bluffs. And this is the thing. When you play poker, this is old school street poker. When you play really tight and you expect your opponents to see you as a tight player, when you actually go ahead and are in a pot and you have a big bluffing opportunity that makes sense, you should just go for it. And Tomáš, this is exactly how he's playing. He's manipulating the way how the table sees him, and he really picks his spots to put in big bets. And now I have to say, I have no idea what Cody is doing. Why are we calling on the cutoff with 5G suited? You don't cover Tomáš, right? If we were covering Tomáš, I get it. We're fighting for the bounty. Tomasz takes it down. But I think, you know what? Cody has decided to change his strategy. I think he's going a little bit too overboard. There's one thing just going loosey-goosey with the suited garbage when you think you can knock out 2 players, right? Or at least 1 player. But to go against a player that looks like he is tight, but secretly we know is the man who makes the biggest plays, I think that's not something that you want to do necessarily with a hand like that. And we are checking with the 75K. Again, guys, mystery bounty. I will physically go there and see as the floors on the dinner break, see if it's still remaining. We are trying to find it out for you. Obviously, it's very, very important, especially for Cody. He's been trying to bust people left, right, and center right before the dinner break. You want to have those tokens to try to take it down. And Cody, he just continues. I don't know what's happening with this man, but he decided at one point, hey, I'm going to go for it no matter what. I'm playing almost every single hand right now. And he does it big. Remember, guys, 3.1 big blinds. That is a very unorthodox size in 2026. And the players that play against him, they have seen him do this with really strong hands. Now the question is on Mr. Deposit. Yeah, he's had enough. He's had enough of Cody. He cannot have it every time. He cannot raise big every single time with aces. And he's had enough of Cody. And just jammed it. I guarantee you he would not do this against anyone else. The reason why he's jamming is because it's Cody. It looks like the table is catching up to his aggressive ways. Everybody seems to know that Cody is here to play. You can't possibly think about calling my man. Come on. Re-raise Chili Dog old school 3.1. We didn't even do this old school. It was 4 big blinds, 3.5 big blinds, or 3 big blinds. Nothing in between, okay? This is, I think this is not old school, new school. This is Cody school that we're watching right now. Maybe he does it because of the chip denominations. 75Ks are gone. We have the message here. What a chicken. Mr. Pericolato is saying that Cody is chicken for not calling it off. Yeah, guys, there are rumors. Again, we had unconfirmed rumors that the 75K was gone before. Now we're trying to find out. Listen, I'm close to just running away from the booth and checking. It's right behind me, you know. I actually might do just that, but hold that thought. Oh my goodness, Kotovic with King Queen off is against Cody with the 8s. And listen, the way Cody has been playing, it's going to be extremely difficult for Kotovic to let go of the King Queen. There we go. Free bet to 800K. And if Sebastian has been paying attention, which he has, I guarantee you, going all in is a very real option. Absolutely real option because of what we have seen from Cody in the last half hour. He's been there every single hand almost. I think I heard clapping in the background, by the way. And Sebastian, there we go. He's never calling here. He's thinking about, hey, because Cody has been getting so out of line, I will actually go ahead and try to punish that. Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad decision, but no, he lets it go. Good for Sebastian. He is waiting for a better spot. But so far, in the last few minutes, it absolutely has been the Cody show. Mr. Old School, Mr. Cody, 3.1 bigs. He does not only do it with strong hands. Please, Sebastian, go all in, Mr. Speculator says. Cody's cool, yeah, there you go. Absolutely, guys. The closest thing to it, actually, back in the day when we used to play online on the, you know, in the golden era of sites like Full Tilt Poker, we would go ahead and just do open raises like 200,000, 49,000, 999, just to make the chip stack bigger online, you know. Now look at this. Christoph, he has not been very active. He's got a lot of chips, so he decided to open raise with ace-3 off. Obviously a very loose hand, but now Sebastian in a danger zone as 8-7 of diamonds. Obviously it's a great hand, but it can get you into a lot of trouble. And a great flop for Christoph. Sebastian does have those overs, however. He does have the backdoor diamond draw. The thing is, I think his stack is not big enough to try to do one thing that he would like to do, which is to raise when you have decent backdoors like this. So he has no option but to let it go. But I know if they were deep, if we were back a couple hours ago when this was 50 big blinds deep, he might actually put in that raise. Oh my God. Guys, I can't believe this. We have some information. I'm not sure, it's not confirmed yet. I can't even tell you, but this is absolutely insane if that's true about someone who took the bounty. But of course, we have to wait for the delay. I have to confirm in person. But if this is true, this is an absolute bombshell that I can't even believe myself. Wow. Oh my God, yes, we have the player. I'm not gonna tell you. You know what, guys? You know what? Nobody spoiled in the chat. Nobody spoiled. Hey, Mott, if you hear someone spoiled in the chat, but I will tell you guys at the end of this hand, at the end of it, who actually won this. I'll try to bring you an interview with this player. Hopefully Kings will share that. We'll see what happens. But absolutely insane. Winner of the bounty. €75,000 was claimed. Can you guys guess who it is? Okay, so I'm obviously excited. Obviously it's somebody at this table. Can you try to guess who it is? Of course. We will be in about half an hour. I have to tell you after the break. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I will have to tell you after the break. But give me the tips. Who do you think actually took this? I'll try to bring you an interview on socials with this player. But I can tell you, apparently somebody at this table took down the big bounty. Martin Cabral did play this tournament, but he busted early in day 2 yesterday. So yeah, Martin did play, he did make day 2, did make the money, but he busted very early. But yeah, guys. You will have to wait after the break. I think I don't want to spoil it. I believe we have a dinner break right now. But after it, I will tell you who actually won the bounty. Absolutely unbelievable. It is one of the players at this table. Obviously one that had a bust out. That busted somebody. But yeah, watch the socials. Because this is incredible. I really, really can't believe it. That this player won it. €75,000. At this point, it's not claimed, okay? We hired a delay. So right now, these players, They think the 75 is still in there. So maybe it will be lucky 761. Maybe if he stacks him. I'm telling you, one of the players at this table is the one who took the bounty. Actually, I can tell you once this hand finishes. I can give you the spoils. Obviously, it was from one of the bust outs. Let's see. Lucky covers Mr. Deposit. 9-3. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Who do you think it was? LemonPoker. LemonPoker is the social. I'll try to track this player down during dinner. And look at this. Maybe it will be one of these players. You never know. I'm gonna go prepare my light actually for this. You know what, guys? Just because it's you, I will record this on the big camera. Because this obviously is big news. And Mr. Deposit going for it. Look at this. Obviously, Lucky is not going anywhere. He is eyeing those bounties. And there's a call here. And I will reveal, don't go anywhere. Before we go and break, I will reveal the player that actually won the big bounty to everybody. It is a player from this table. Will it be one of these guys? Let me know your guesses, guys. Who do you think took it? Christoph, someone says. Enrico Palazzo, someone says. Cody, someone says. Okay, so we have the guesses. Keep them coming, guys, before this hand finishes. We will tell you who took 75,000 euro, and it was a player from this table that you've been watching. Mr. Deposit goes for 550k. So we have all sorts of guesses. Polish guy, the big poker player. Cody, we have a guess. Lucky man. Mr. Deposit, Cupwork is guessing. Again, one of these guys, 75,000 once this hand finishes. And do we have a call here? Lucky is thinking about it. If he goes all in, maybe one of these players is the one who took it. No, it is a fold. Okay, are you ready, guys? Is it a fold? Yes, it is. And the player who takes 75,000 euro is none other than Krzysztof Tadeusz Mielnik. So Mielon takes it, the Polish fan favorite. It is the big Polish guy that you have seen there. He takes 75,000 euro, and I go run to interview him right now. Maybe Kings will actually share this story. Stay tuned, guys. Kings Resort Instagram, make sure you go there because we will try to track down Mielon. Number 4 is the man who took 75,000 euro on day 3. Absolutely unbelievable. I will have to confirm it 100% in person. It is the dinner break right now, but when you come back, you should know what the man actually said about winning this much money. Absolutely incredible, and we had it on from the man on the feature table. Unbelievable. I'll see you after the dinner break, about 37 minutes.
22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now, instead he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there, but it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. We have a another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, it's strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw. Cabral with the ace of spades.
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever?
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh. Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral, when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pot. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it. The river card irrelevant. Cabral drawing dead.
8-9 heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket nines, lost.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why are you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. Says if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, oh, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
One free behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do, or what they should do, or what they're thinking. Because you know, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason. Because we can't predict what they're going to do, even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen!
Wow.
Queen in the window, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds. Yeah, there's been, you know, a handful of significant pots, and Jesus has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh!
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Jesus. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Jesus is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a call.
of the aces that are worse.
Jesus has made the call. It's
This could
ace-8
be it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Jesus' way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you had a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's 5s hold, it's over. And he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop. And Jesus now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant Martin Cabral has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his third World Series of Poker bracelet. Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there, there are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No. If you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, it's probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiled.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot, so you know we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly, I think that you know Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. Well, how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's an interesting card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Really nice laydown, by the way.
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Really nice laydown there.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am. Right?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9, section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there, there are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see? Ace king. Ace king. Offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, no, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say it's probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiled.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot, so you know we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board-changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. Well, how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
It's an interesting card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Really nice laydown, by the way.
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Really nice laydown there.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
40.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
So just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
I think Sizrat put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader?
I don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader, why not? Nobody else wants it, I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
A bit difficult for Kamowski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you don't even know if your diamond comes off, if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call.
Well, I was going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some...
We've got an all in.
Wow.
Equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy. Pretty weird time. It's belated already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
Pretty meager run out so
Any
far
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can understand that sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean, yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamowski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Could, certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. Pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum re-raise.
1.2 million.
Yeah, there
okay,
it
there
is.
you
So as
go.
to isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, you know, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free-rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this
But he only
big...
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense, but if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge sweat. This would have been a fun flop if.
Yeah, I mean, you would have a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
Just a very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you were doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Husu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean, the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
Free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Unbelievable. Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
The next game you're possible.
Please don't do anything stupid, okay? Please.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
he certainly could.
They're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand down. You're all liars.
Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are liars.
Queen Jack 3-5. Rainbow, almost.
Martin can't believe it. He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of scary card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Can I see your set, please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You saw bet.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You saw bet, man.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum.
You play very good.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back after absolute bombshell of the news in the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. The Mystery Bounty is the vital piece of information. I will be posting that very shortly, but we did have the big bounty drawn, and of course, spoiler alert, it was one of the players at the feature table, and it is number 4, Krzysztof Mielnik, who took it down. And you can actually hear me interviewing in the background. So I'm interviewing Krzysztof in the background. You could actually hear that. So he went ahead, drew the 75K. I asked him, hey, are you just going to go all in every hand now? And what Krzysztof told me was very refreshing. He said, no, I am going to play, and I'm taking that 120,000 euro as well. So that is a promise from our hero. So Krzysztof takes it down. And as you can see, we're coming back to the table. But of course, Krzysztof, he already won more than the second place. I mean, he's the happiest player at the table. We will see how he changes. Tomáš Rose, of course, with some sick plays, is in the first place. Krzysztof completely confused me. Stadelman over there with 69 big blinds. Kotovic Sebastian, the fan favorite, down there with 9. Obviously, he will try his best to get back into the game. But I'm trying to get that posted, ladies and gentlemen. Once I sort the upload, you will actually see the interview with Krzysztof. And Sebastian Kotovic, 9 big blinds, of course. 9.3 to be exact. He is up against it. Absolute roller coaster for this man. And he lets it go. Lucky 761. Our newcomer to the table. We have not seen him before with those 6s. Reminder, guys, everything has changed with Mielon. Krzysztof Mielnik taking down that huge bounty. So now there's no more hunting for it. It is gone, and it's in the hands of this man. Krzysztof Mielnik, let's see if he will loosen up, actually. Obviously, you can be at ease that you just had, I believe, this might be his biggest score. He was about 38th in the main event, or 88th in the main event in the World Series. We will check that in a minute. But obviously, once you pull 75,000 in a tournament like this one, you are on a cloud 9. Now the goal for him will be not to go crazy, okay? Play his game just because you already will be the second biggest winner in this tournament. Guaranteed at least. Does not mean that you should go mental, you should go crazy. You still have to play solid poker. The past does not matter. What matters is what happens now. 75K already in his King's account. So now he's playing for that first prize of over 120,000. And we have that float with the ace high. Some backdoors to a gut shot. That's not very strong, is it? Lucky actually bets the turn. This is very, very interesting. Obviously he has pretty much nothing fourth pair. Is he trying to turn into a bluff? I think you have a lot of bluffing hands here, potentially. All those overcards, all those king queens. Any ace king basically can turn into a bluff, so I'm curious as to why he's doing that. Probably he's afraid of the man with no fear who already won 75K. Of course, massive congratulations to my friend, Elon. Actually know him personally. And it's ironic that one of your biggest scores, and not the first one, we will check that soon, comes from a mystery bounty pool. But hey, that's how poker works. He had to bust out those players. He had to go and try to make his own luck. And yellow again in the small blind. This time doesn't go for it. He looked a little bit confused, like he thought he won again. Marcus letting it go. So lucky back to back. And what you hear in the background, somebody won a jackpot on one of the machines. Of course, there's no way that's more than what Mielon won. And I am posting the winner's interview. Well, him winning the 75,000, it should be posted shortly. Mr. Deposit, Queen 6 suited. Let's it go, actually. And Tomáš, the dark horse. I'm telling you guys, Tomáš is the dark horse of the tournament. He looks very timid, very straightforward. His frequencies of how often he plays hands is not crazy at all. But let me tell you, this man, when he knows he needs to do it, he's really capable of some insane aggression. Like shoving ace-x offsuit before the flop, raising all in with an underpair with a weak flush draw. This man has it all. So let's see how that develops. And look at this, Cody! Cody, what are you doing, my man? Before the break, before that big bounty pool. Cody was going crazy because of those big bounties. Now he has ace-king suited. He only actually flat against Tomáš. Piano, piano. Of course, if you have been in our Duolingo session, that means chill, chill. And this is very interesting. Absolute disaster for Tomáš, by the way. Cody, very unpredictable. Suddenly, his slow play pays off for him. I just don't see, unless some really scary run out comes along, that Tomáš will be able to get away from this. Oh my God, never mind. Look at this. Absolute disaster for Cody. Tomáš hits top 2 pair, but Cody has a lot of outs. Too many outs, maybe. Look at that, all those spade draws. Any ace, any 10, any king. And he goes for it. Now Cody, of course, he has both options. With a hand like this one, it's very difficult to make a mistake. Calling is absolutely fine. Just going all in, absolutely fine as well. You have no reason to think that you're behind that often. And basically what he's playing with, oh my goodness, yes, there is one of those outs. But, having said that, I think this is one of those cards where Tomáš is likely to save some money. Maybe he will put in a block bet and a fold, or a check fold against the big bet. Check call against the small. There we go. I'm assuming there's the small block bet that we were expecting. 350. That's a very small block bet, and I think against anybody else but Cody, against the race, it would be an easy fold. But this man, Cody, has been absolutely out of line. He's absolutely capable of bluffing. There we go, there's that race. He actually goes for the small one, leaves 4.4 big blinds or 530,000 chips behind. This is a little bit suspicious. Why is he leaving something behind? Now there's two schools of thought. Maybe Tomáš will be thinking, hey, he's just bluffing and trying to keep himself in the running. There we go. Or there's the second thing, he's trying to milk me. But remember guys, it might look like, hey, there's a possible straight on the board. Cody just called before the flop. He only called 2 streets, right? And suddenly, how does he have an ace here? He's a man to free bet. He did call the turn. And remember, Cody was playing almost every single hand. Before the break, he was going after those bounties crazy. Sometimes even there was no bounties and he was still going after it. So against anybody else, it would be so easy, but really, in Tomáš's shoes, against this specific opponent, after what we have seen all night long, I would not fold him to fold. To call or fold, I think both options are fine. But against Cody, really, can he really have it, this madman that has been playing those low-suited connectors? He actually finds that fold very nice. He's stuck with the fundamentals, did not stick in the streets of the street poker of overplaying the recent dynamics. And Cody with another tricky play. This time it works out for him. This time it's slow playing a really strong hand.
Lucky river.
Lucky river, that's right. And Kotovic, the man. Man with the plan, and the plan is, of course, to get it in. Try to get it in. Try to double up. And Marcus Giesen on the button, letting it go. House of Cards Poker says, wow, these runouts are like in online poker. Interesting. Brick Mason is asking, this is live. We had a replay. We are back live right now. When we have a dinner break, for example, or a break, we play you some absolute classics played here in Rozvadov. And yeah, it's true. Yeah, runouts are like in online poker. I must say, I have to agree with you. The thing about online poker, obviously, you have so many hands that you play there. Some people are 24 tabling. Now you have those fast-forward games, so you see so many hands in a row. So yeah, you see a lot of crazy stuff. But obviously, today during the stream, and somehow every single time, let me tell you, every single time I comment here at King's Resort, I've been doing it for quite a while. Every single time it seems like there's something crazy going on. And today, of course, this is all random, guys. I want to say absolutely random. It's just variants. But when it comes to crazy runouts and insane rivers, we had a one outer on the river, for God's sakes. From Turtle River, one outer actually hit. This man, Sebastian Kotovic, hit that. So obviously, we are in the top probably 0.2 percentile of hitting some crazy runouts, especially with those rivers that time and time again keep hitting. But that's just poker, it's just statistics, you know. Some people say it's fate, but it's just how it works. And as humans, we love to see patterns, seek out patterns anywhere we can. Even if there's no pattern there, we will try to find it. It's been proven by behavioral psychologists that if I give you a random numbers, a bunch of random numbers, the likelihood that average population, they will be 100% sure that there is a pattern between them, and they will try to find it. House of Cards Poker is saying that I'm a regular in King since 2009. Big respect. Wow, regular since 2009. That's fantastic, by the way. And sometimes I joke with the dealers that they work in Kings only 2 days and the rest online with these crazy runouts. That's hilarious. So they are responsible for the online RNG 5 days a week, and they bring some of it here to Kings. That's pretty funny. But hold on, we have a hand here. Look at this, both of these guys, king high. But Lucky, he has the better one, and he's got the pre-flop razor advantage. That's a very interesting check, by the way. I wonder if you scratch your fist like this sometimes, that the dealer will assume that you just checked. Well, Tomáš, I think in Tomáš's shoes, you have a really good bluffing opportunity now. He doesn't go for it, but I think a lot of hands connect with that. You have that gutter. I think that Tomáš definitely could have bluffed there. But the thing is, this is the thing about Tomáš. Look at this man. He plays tight. He plays tight and straightforward 90% of the time. And then when it makes sense, he goes for those big bluffs, and now he actually picks the river to go for it. And this is 500,000. And insta-fold by Lucky. Nice, he waited for it, didn't go for the turn. But when his opponent quickly checked, he went for it. And I must say, I love him. I said it twice already. I'm going to say it again. This man is the dark horse of the tournament. His opponents, they will not see him coming. Calm, collected, doesn't look like he's getting out of line, but he's getting crazy. The biggest bluffs we've seen from him. Some big falls as well. I mean, the king queen against Cody, who's absolutely aggressive. That was some fantastic work.
Okay, tell me. I'll tell you, no problem. You can't have absolute nuts on it. When you have king, I get at least that thin value on the river. And I kinda block it.
We have the chat, and look at this guy, Mielon. Mr. Deposit with the ace king. Oh my goodness, all in. He does not mess around. He does have Kotovic in the big blind. I mean, it is a lot of big blinds, 33 bigs. But you know, if you go ahead and consult, if you're a nerd and you look at the solvers, you will see that this is a fine play to mix in. And the reason is you are doing good against basically everything, and having the ace and the king in your hand obviously means that it's just less likely than that your opponents have it. By the way, not sure why, but Sisavic is asking if Spraggy is still in. We did have Cabrahel in this, guys. Cabrahel made day 2, but no, Spraggy wasn't here. I know Spraggy has a kid, and with Marle, they have their hands full with that. That's why, fortunately, we don't see him here, but yeah, very funny, Mr. Sisavic. Also a wrong franchise, if I might say. Mr. Deposit here. Ace, king, offsuit, 39 big blinds. That's some serious ammunition. And if you are just joining us, guys, this man is the short stack, Sebastian Kotovic. He has been on an absolute roller coaster, ups and downs all day long. Now in the small blind with 6.8 bigs. He did have a spot, but he lets it go. And obviously, when this man with the shades, with a smirk on his face, he has stolen the big Blackbeard's bounty. The 75,000 is in his pocket already. We shouldn't see as crazy plays as before from the other players. And you really should watch him. Xishto just told me, hey, yes, I just won 75K, but I am going for it all. I'm going to keep playing, and I'm going to win the top prize as well. Let's see if somebody wants to stand in this way. Cody with the Jack Deuce offsuit. Won't be the one. Lucky 761 with 10-5. You really should be getting out of the way here. Let's face it. There we go. Milan takes one down. And by the way, yes, okay, so from poker, this is the second most he's won, even though it's a 75K mystery bounty. Day's not over. He's still very, very deep in this event. I know the handle mob doesn't track the bounties, but we will count it, guys. We will count it for sure. And his biggest score is being 88 in the 2023 World Series of Poker in Vegas. He was 88 out of the massive field that was playing there for $92,600. So we are yet to see if he will climb up, if he will try to best his score. From that big day. Of course, we can't compare. We compare pulling a mystery bounty and going very deep in the World Series. I mean, it's not really comparable, is it? But the money, it still counts, let me tell you. And Cody with the jack line, off spades. Now raises to 2.9 big blinds, 350K. He does like to mix it up. He went anywhere from 3.1 to 3.5. And Yelon laughs at the big sizing and lets it go again.
King's loose, now it's good. King 7, come on. Ah, okay. King loose, flatted. Let's see how that goes.
Nine 4 off is a fold. Mr. Deposit, you know, slowly but surely he really has built his stack all the way up there, 5 million. And then ace queen offsuit. A very strong hand. We have seen 2 times today ace queen against ace queen, both offsuit variants. And Sebastian, 6.8 big blinds. He really is waiting for it. 7-6 suited, I don't think is the one that he wants to go for, but the time is shortening for him. That dreaded big blind and the big blind ante will be coming around soon. Marcus, let's see in the big blind. He definitely should be defending. At 40 big blinds, it's very reasonable to mix in some free bets as well. Try to put pressure on our opponent, but we go with that standard call here. And their stacks are almost exactly even. Let's see if we can get some fireworks. And well, this is very interesting. Marcus Giesen, any 8 would give him a straight. But also with a queen. Mr. Deposit the 2 overs and a gutter. And a backdoor mediocre hard draw. I think you'll definitely see a bet here. Checking in is not the worst thing in the world, of course. The board still connects with your opponent's range quite a bit. As in, you can hit it in the big blind. But with a hand like this one, I mean, come on. You have so many nice outs. The ace, the queen, and even that nice gutter. You can bet on any hard on the turn as well. There we go. There's that bet. Around half pot. Well, in Marcus's shoes. Is that their ace? Nope, just a peel. Both of these players are trying to get lucky. It is the 9. Mr. Deposit still has technically nothing. Marcus does have a pair. But this is an up and down trade draw. Let's see what he does with it. The problem here is when you bet the turn, your opponent can call with a lot of hands. Random 2 pairs. hand like the hand that he has right now. And then you have to follow up on the river as well. And I suspect Mr. Deposit knows that. So the question is, does he want to be aggressive now with the knowledge that, hey, maybe that might not be enough. Maybe I have to put in even more aggression later on. Or will he just check, take his potential equity, and see that river? There we go. The bet is there. Marcus, what are you going to do here? I mean, turning it into a bluff would be absolutely amazing. But he just lets it go. Look at this. Mr. Deposit just takes it down, just like that. With a very, very nice bet with the ace-queen. Marcus did not want that trouble. And that's the thing. I said that you can bet the turn. You kind of have to bet the river. It goes both ways. Your opponent can expect that, and maybe if you bet a board like this one, hey, I'm afraid I'm going to be facing even more bets later. And with that, Tomáš Rose, we dropped a little bit of chips, but still at 8 million plus. Christoph Stadelman, 7.7 million. Mr. Deposit, 5.8. And Kotovic all the way down there, trying to hang on for his dear life in the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty, day 3. And remember, guys, the Mystery Bounty, it has been quite a bit diminished. The impact is not huge anymore because the man in the 6th place at this feature table with 4.2 million chips, Krzysztof Mielnik, he's the man who pulled 75K. And Dominikus, welcome to the chat. So, yeah, all the big bounties basically taken. But first place, 120,600. All the way until the 10th place. 10th place, 7.5K. But remember, we have a big pay jump in terms of what value you actually get. Because we have that KMEC package. 3,000 euro worth of tickets for the Kings Million European Championship that everybody's looking forward to. That has replaced the World Series of Poker Europe here in Rozvadov with the move of the big one, the World Series of Poker Europe, to Prague. And we have one of our standard blind against blind pot. I look at this, Marcus actually, we have seen people defending this. I think you can actually go ahead and limp here. As we see though, Christoph had a really strong hand. He would probably get his opponent off of his hand. So it was the right play right now, but in general, blind against blind, because of the odds being so good, you want to go ahead and enter these pots. How much are you playing? The question was?
Count, only you know how much.
Not really, this is tense.
Is there any place to see live lists of players who busted? Of course there is. Of course there is. There is only one catch. Only one catch is that you have to have made a King's account already. So as long as you have been here physically and shown us our ID, you absolutely can. And let me tell you how you do it. You go to the Play Store or your App Store and you get Kings Live. Kings Resort app. So the Kings Resort app, you go to Kings Live and you see the players that got their reward. So that's the best way. That's the way I'm actually using. By the way, if you guys go into the most amazing app that we have here, where you can see the prizes people won, make sure that you don't spoil it here in the chat. You will be 30 minutes ahead of us. So now we have 29 players remaining. and there are 28 ahead of us. So make sure you don't tell us who actually were the players that did bust, but yeah, you can get the up. And check it out, guys. Check it out. It's absolutely amazing. I use it myself when I'm in King's Prague. You don't even have to go to the reception. You just click a button. You use it in here in Rozvadov. Again, you go ahead, you check in just using the app. Bam, pay what you need to pay for. You can register for tournaments before they start as well. And it's absolutely fantastic. And take a look at this. Mielon, the rich man, already guaranteed at least 75,000 plus whatever the cash is right now, is chipping up to 4.75 million. Yeah, so I'm right now I'm looking inside the app. If you don't have it, go ahead, download it. King's website, they will have this specific information. Maybe we can put it in the chat as well, but I think it's absolutely wonderful. Especially if you sometimes don't feel like talking to people, you just want to click a button, bam, be inside and play some poker, you don't want to go to the reception, you can absolutely use it. You have all those phone numbers as well, whatever you need, you can get inside the app. And look at this, oi, 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 Kotovic. We are under the gun. We know that we will be in the big blind and the big blind ante the very next hand, but what can you do with 7-3 offsuit? Nothing, that's what. And we have the Euro Rounders blog, actually. That's fantastic. Euro Rounders have that blog. Go check it out. So obviously this is a big event for us. I will try to get you more info about the Euro Rounders. Maybe we'll get some guests tomorrow. Obviously today is day 3. It was all about the big bounties, all about the people getting into those final stages. We will see if we can get you some guests here in the booth as well tomorrow. Maybe some of the folks that actually are giving you the blocks and running Euro Rounders. And look at this, Mielon with the ace king. Tomáš Rose, I keep telling you, the dark horse of the tournament in my eyes, is behind. But Krzysztof with the ace of spades, that's a beautiful hand. Look at this, he actually has mercy. He just checks behind. Where, you know what, when you just bet, it just plays itself, because you can bet on any spade, you just barrel. We have that added gather, the ace or king outs. Yeah, we're just trying to get to showdown. And that's the thing for Krzysztof, the river is much easier to represent right now. There's not much Tomáš he can do. Besides one play, and the one play would be a big check raise right here. Where he basically says, hey, I've been trapping you the whole time. And now my trap has sprung. Let's see if he'll do that. I don't think calling is the best option. But remember, Tomáš, he's a thinking player. We have seen him get out of line at times. Not this time. He really picks his spots. Does play it safe. Except when he's sure that getting crazy is the right play. And Milan drags another pot. And when I asked him what he's going to do with the 75,000, he was like, well, I'm going to keep playing. My bankroll just got a little bigger. I just play, and I will try to win this one as well. He didn't say try. He said, I am taking this one down as well. The 120K plus is mine, basically. That was the promise from this man who took down the biggest bounty, to the despair of everybody else. Christoph on the cutoff. Look at this. Flexing is 62 big, 7.4 mil and open raising. But the thing is, he does have some big stacks behind him. The thing is, Tomáš, even though he's capable of going nuts, is not in a position with a hand like this to go for it. Oh my goodness. Oi, 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 oi. Kotovic, he waited all this time. All that discipline, all this waiting. And finally, he goes to the big blind ante, and he wakes up with an absolute monster. And I don't think Christoph can fold here. This is not enough to let go of an ace. There we go. There's that call. And can Sebastian Kotovic finally double up? He's been waiting for this for so long after so many ups and downs. After hitting that one outer, can he hold? Can he be rewarded for his patience and dodge that free? Dodge that hard flush. Well, there is that backdoor, but so far so good. There's also a potential for a chop right here. Oi, 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 oi. Still good, still ahead. And it is a deuce.
From the heavens. Deuce from the heaven.
Tasuje ta podstawa, nie trzeba wiedzieć, co przyjdzie.
Udaje, nie? Udaje.
You heard it yourself. I'm not even needed. Juice from heaven for Sebastian and his massive patience. That's exactly what you want. That's the absolute dream. You wait for it so long. You keep being disciplined. And then in the big blind ante, oh, that's the ace-jack suited and you win. I mean, that is the dream. And obviously this man is no stranger to being in this situation. He's got a lot of experience, Sebastian Kotovic. A lot of coming from behind. And let's see if his story will continue. Of course, still, he is on that short stack. He's still up against it. Don't get me wrong, but at least he has some breathing room right now. Is that right? Did Christoph actually call with free use suited against Lucky 71 that has 24 big blinds? That's very out of line, I must say, but hey. We are here to be entertained. I'm all for it. Show us what you got, Christoph. Cody, it might seem like it was a clear fold, but you never know with Cody. Cody likes to mix it up. Now let's see what happens if Christoph can actually make use of that suited little garbage connector. Or if it will backfire. Oh my God, boy! Has it paid off for him? Calls a hand like this in the hijack and flops the world. I think we're gonna see a quick call here. There we go. Very clever play. This allows Lucky 7-6-1, even when he has a hand like sixes. If a strong overcard like a king comes, even think about turning it into a bluff and putting max pressure on his opponent. Oh my God, what the hell just happened? The turn is a 6. Christoph thought he was slow playing. Now he is being played by the deck. And it is a full house against trips on the turn in our mystery bounty. What is Lucky going to do? He's betting, and Christoph, he has no reason he's not good here. To think he's not good here, I mean, come on. The driest board ever, we flop the trips. That is a race, I believe. Yes, here we go. And Lucky 7-6-1 with the lucky sixes. He will check his hand, and yes, I indeed have a full house. And my opponent, who is in position on me, just raised against me. And he's all in. He's not messing around. I don't think Christoph can get away, and this is a cooler of all coolers. Pre-flop aside, this is what happens when you play with fire. Sometimes it burns you, and this is exactly what happened to the free juice suited that had no business being really in this spot. Now, can he pull a miracle? One out, a juice on the river. We've seen it once today. Can it happen again? No, it cannot. It is a full house over full house, but Lucky 7-6-1 with those lucky sixes drags this pot his way. And Christoph, yes, it was a terrible beat post-flop, but hey, you are messing with what maybe you should not be messing with when you call a hand like this one before the flop. House of Cards talking about online runout. River Juice, guys, I have never seen that there would be a pure one-outer twice during one stream. I don't think that ever happened. I don't think, statistically, it should not happen, right? I mean, not when we have the feature table and we only stream one table. It's a near impossibility that we will have one out, all right? Twice. It already happened once. It does not happen again. Obviously, an insane cooler there. Once you discount the pre-flop, of course. Looks like we are swapping one player. Out of the feature table, if I got that right. And Marcus under the gun. Obviously, he will enter the pot with the snowman. This time, Christoph lets it go. And Mr. Deposit in the hijack. I think all options are pretty good. Folding's fine. It's always sometimes calling, but free betting might be the favor of some of the most aggressive players. Oh, look at this, Tomáš wakes up with the ace-king. I think that Marcus is just enough in his stack that this will not go all in. So we did size it a little bit down. It's not the full 3x. It should allow Marcus to come along, as we are down to 28 out of 2,785 entries. Playing for that big treasure up top. And let's see if Marcus goes for that call that probably can expect. Or he will just let it go, not wanting to lock horns with the big stack. Tomáš. Yeah, here we go. There's the call. And it's a good board for Marcus. But Tomáš still has that initiative, and obviously when you do free bet and you just get called around those 30 bigs, you should be having those aces and kings possibility, queens as well, right? Marcus should probably go ahead and re-raise with them. So when you do have that ace king, the standard thing to do on the flop is exactly this. And we're going to go ahead and bet 250k here. Very small bet, by the way. Very, very tiny. I think you should and could make an argument for going a bit bigger. Now let's see what he keeps doing. Once Marcus actually calls you, yeah, he can have those ace queens and ace jacks. I think it's absolutely reasonable against your flop sizing, but he can have also a lot of pocket pairs. Maybe you might think about putting some pressure against those. Oh my god, he's reaching for the chips. Tomáš, remember guys, he looks very timid, but he knows how to put on aggression, and I would expect that this will not be the last bet. In a lot of rivers, I would absolutely expect him to keep betting here. Unless he's just basically straight up targeting, hey, I think you have ace queen or ace jack. And I think you call me and then just check behind on the river. I'm very curious to see what happens if, for example, like we said, a queen comes or jack comes. There we go, there's the queen, and look at that, all those backdoors. The backdoor draws got there. If he was betting with ace queen, he can have it, but no, the plan was all along just to go ahead, try to milk some value from those strong ace highs. As the queen fell, he did not go for it. He would have to go really, really big here. He does not have the club in his hand. It's understandable why he let it go, but hey, he lost a very small amount after all. No online run out this time, as House of Cards Poker says. By the way, we're looking at the payouts War Terminator. It is a mystery bounty, but I think all of those big bounties, they're basically gone. The biggest one went to Jelon, the other Polish player at this table. And now Sebastian Kotovic, 13 big blinds. We are back to his patient poker. I know he went for it last time with ace-jack suited, but besides that, he knows how to wait. He knows how to be patient. I'll be very surprised if he actually goes for it. This man, on the other hand, has been absolutely crazy all day long. Calling with strong hands, being aggressive with some proper garbage. So obviously when we have almost a premium hand like ace-10 offsuit on the button, Cody is not going anywhere. Marcus will just let it go. There you go. And the man with the big bounty, it's funny that he still keeps drinking water. He is locked in. You can tell that when you see a recreational player, for example, that just plays for fun, and they win a big mystery bounty, a lot of the times you see them just relax and let it go, pop a couple beers, go a little bit loosey-goosey after winning so much money. But not him, not Jelon. He is locked in. He's eyeing that biggest score of his life. The biggest one so far came from the World Series of Poker for an 88th place. He's very close to that, by the way. And there we go. This is a Cody hand if I've ever seen one. Yes, of course. Who else but Cody? And this time he goes for 2.1x. He was raising to 3.5 big blinds, 2.1 big blinds. Now he goes for 2.1. We might start calling it CTO, Cody Theory Optimal. That's his play. Let me know, chat. Do you like this? Cody Theory Optimal CTO. And Christoph, another man who likes to mix it up, wakes up with a really strong hand in the big blind this time. But it is Mielon who actually covers everybody. With the uses, but that's a big whiff for him. Even though he's ahead, it will be almost impossible to get to showdown against these two players. There we go. Cody, the man that is aggressive, suddenly he sizes down and has a weaker hand. Goes for that bet. And he takes it down.
Piano. You suddenly start playing and we have situations unfold. Do you not prepare? You raise the salt, I raise your form.
Piano. Chill, guys. Chill and relax. That's what piano means, we have learned in our Duolingo session that we pretty much had here. We have had that here. Tomáš lets it go with that offsuit garbage, and it will be very interesting to see what Sebastian does here. It's very awkward to just go ahead and min raise. We do have 13 big blinds though. Do we really want to ship it in this position? We do have some action players behind us. Maybe this is not the time to play the hand, and Sebastian agrees. Well, Mielon, 4.6 million. And the big bounty in his pocket already. He does not get adventurous. And this is an absolute monster blind against blind. And actually Mr. Deposit, against 2.5 big blinds, he can defend the 5-3 offsuit. Christoph sizing is on the smaller size, and I think that other players have been defending. Not Mr. Deposit, he does not want to mess with him. I think the table, after the table saw that Christoph played a hand like 3 suited, they decided, hey, we don't have to do too much. Let's just play solid. Let's see what happens. And let's see, we have the update. So Christoph all the way down with 31 bigs, but that's a lot of chips, 3.7 million. The only short stack at this table is Sebastian Kotovic. And as you can see, Tomáš Rose, he went all the way down to 6 mil. He was way up there, near 9 million. Now with 6 million, and this is such a close table, close feature table. Everybody can threaten everybody else besides Sebastian. You don't want to lose even 31 big blinds against the 6th player if you are Tomáš in first. So we have a very much neck and neck table with a lot of play remaining here, a lot of poker to be played. With only this man, Sebastian Kotovic, being the one looking for patience. Looking for that all-important second double up in a row. But everybody else has plenty of chips to play around, to get out of line with. Hello. Cody got the big 75,000 euro bounty. Votorminator. No, he did not. It was this man with ace-queen offsuit, Krzysztof Mielnik. He got the big bounty. And he admitted it was all luck, and he told us, "Hey, I'm not done. I'm gonna keep playing, and the 120K up top is mine." Let's see what happens. Christoph is free betting with the jacks here. For Krzysztof, I think both options are absolutely reasonable. You can go with that 4-bet. The thing is, it's awkward because 26 bigs is only behind in Krzysztof's stack. Or you can go for that call. Some people might even fold. It's very difficult to let it go against the button, however. There we go. There's that 4-bet. And is that a call? It looks like it, yes. Yes, it was a small 4-bet, and Krzysztof could have just jammed and took down the... He would take down the pot, most likely. But now we have Krzysztof Mielnik, the big 75,000 bounty winner against Krzysztof. And Krzysztof against Krzysztof. These guys are confusing, but we are heading to the flop. And so far, so good for Krzysztof against Krzysztof. And Mielon goes with that c-bet, of course. When you 4-bet, you can have all those strong hands. Aces, kings, queens. Now in Krzysztof's shoes, you do have the option, just trying to protect your equity and to play against that ace-king. And just ship it in. There we go, there's that all-in. And that's the problem with the big bet sizings. When your opponent decides to just go all in, you're thinking, hey, am I beating something? The thing is, he does have the ace of hearts. I think some of the reasonable holdings that Krzysztof can have, Krzysztof is actually blocking with his ace of hearts, like the nut flush draws. So we're taking the time bank, trying to figure out, hey, I have great odds. What am I actually beating here, besides exactly a flush draw? As you can see, it does have 32% equity still. He's a paired board. It would not leave him with too many chips behind, though. There we go, he lets it go. Very nice, all in by Krzysztof against Krzysztof.
Not too shabby.
Gutek GG says, Mielnik out, go home. Listen, whatever happens to him, I don't think he will be too angry today. He decided to go for that fold, but even if he didn't, hey, already 75K alone from the bounty itself in the bag. Let me actually check the payouts. If you want to guys check the payouts, the live ones, you can go to the Kings Resort app, click on Rozvadov and live, and you will see that 21st.
You get crazy after you won 75K.
21st to 27th, we'll get
It's still crazy.
2675.
Thanks, nothing.
Actually, there's a pay jump. The 28th place gets 1.890. And there's a pay jump to 2675 for the 27th. And Milan, he is undeterred by losing that big pot where he went for the 4-bet. Goes for that raise. Rose. We have not been seeing hands like this from him when he would just be calling. There we go. And is that Mielnik against Kotovic? Yes, it is. Here we go again. The two very well-known Polish players from the same community Yet again, will lock horns right now with Sebastian Kotovic. I don't think anyone is doubting what he will do. This will be an all-in. We will see what Mielon does. I think he will be folding there with the Queen Jack offsuit, but these guys, they have been at it all night long. Valer 2485. Hello, my friends. Hello, and welcome to the chat. Kotovic is leaving himself with 140,000 chips. And Mielon is amused, but let's it go. And he shows the 9.
Jak na przemowę to myślałem, że dane plus, wiesz? Nie, to dane plus. 3 metry. A!
And Krzysztof not getting adventurous with the Queen 7. Tomasz on the button, also keeping it reserved. And for Kotovic, I think this might be go time. Blind against blind with these small pocket pairs. Those are really, really strong hands. And yes, here we go. And oh my goodness, it's none other than Cody with the ace king. And we will have ourselves a race here. Sebastian Kotovic yet again at risk, this time against Cody with the ace king. The tail as all this time, a flip against the short stack. Slight advantage in Kotovic's corner. Can he survive again? It was one outer once. It was a flip the next time. Can he dodge the ace or king? Yes, he can, but there is a lot of outs. Any ace, any king, any queen will give it to Cody and get rid of Sebastian Kotovic. Can he get that blank on the river? Yes, he can. I'm not sure what he's doing, but his flipping skills are out of this world. And Sebastian Kotovic suddenly finds himself, after he was down to merely 4.6 big blinds roughly, with 31 big blinds and 3.76 million chips here in the top 28. And it will be very tough to get rid of him. There is a pay jump, 1,890 euro. You bag for 28th place. And for 27th, 2,675. And he's racking those chips. As we said, he's been all in more than anyone Kotovic has, but he's definitely one of the players with the most experience at the table. Now Mr. Deposit with that King 7 off. Just like Tomasz, but they both let it go, which now puts Kotovic with some eyebrow play into a position where he could get aggressive now with his newfound middle stack. But no, he lets it go, which means that Cody can enter the pot. And of course, Cody Fury Optimal, we are changing the race size again, this time to 2.3 bigs. And Mielon waves the white flag with the 9 deuce offsuit. And of course, that's a big win every time, blind against blind, you take it down. Basically means a free extra orbit for you.
No problem. I'll wait for the next.
Hey, wait for the next one. We still have the question, is Spraggy still in? Sisavic. And Bert says yes, he is. Well, I might have to deny that, guys. I don't know. I don't see the other tables. You can go ahead and check in the Kings Resorts app. You see who busted and who didn't. Available now in the Play Store and App Store. And Mielon, yet again, letting it go in the small blind. Marcus, however, he is not going anywhere. With that nice and pristine King Queen offsuit in the big. That is a very strong hand. And we go with the conservative play. We have seen some free bets in this situation before at the table. But of course, just calling is the quote-unquote standard thing to do. And now, Christoph, of course, has a big advantage. Even though he is behind in equity, he does have the pre-flop lead. He does have the backdoor spade draw. He can easily barrel on. An 8 is a great betting card as well. And a jack or a 9, of course, so it will be almost impossible for Marcus to play back here. He does not want to just let it go, but my man, there's not much hope for you once you only call before the flop. You let your opponent take the reins. By the way, Bill Carson. I don't think that's a typical name from your country, but hello from Turkey. Nice to have you here. And if you are just joining us, this is the big mystery bounty, of course, 1.5 million euro guaranteed. But we already are out of all the big bounties. None of those, the 75,000, went to the man that has your back towards you right now in the bottom left corner. Mr. Mielon from Poland. Now in Sebastian's shoes, I mean, again, it's one of those hands you can let go of, but if you do think that your opponent is raising a little bit too loosely, then you can attack his raise. But in this early position, just releasing the hand is absolutely fine. And Mielon on the button, I do believe this is just posturing, but you never know with this man. Sometimes he likes to put in some light free bets. King deuce offsuit, however, that would be very, very adventurous. But look at this. Marcus, on the other hand, does have 9s. Nice, strong, middling pocket pair. The question is, do we want to be aggressive and free bet here? Or are we just calling against Tomáš? That is just the call. Calling chips right there. Marcus is way ahead, of course. But Tomáš does have that pre-flop betting lead. That means it will be easier to play for him. And unlike Marcus, he can have all those strong hands like aces, kings, and queens. And we are very likely to see a check. And the thing is, in Tomáš's hands, oh my goodness, what's going on here? We don't see a check. We see Marcus loading up some chips. That's 1/3 pot size bet, basically playing his hand face up, saying, hey, I have something like 7s, I have something like 9s, and Tomáš, wow, he just lets it go. I would love to see some playback against Marcus. We do have those backdoor diamonds. Those gutters and double gutters can hit on the turn. I would definitely love to see him at least see the turn. If not, just raise the flop straight up. But remember, I call Tomáš the dark horse. He really does pick his spots.
You need diamonds.
Ah, okay. So, our message from Turkey, my real name is Ali. Bill Carson's name comes from the movie The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. Oh yeah, it wasn't Bill Carson the grave, the name of the guy with the big money. You can remind me. Well, it's pretty fitting for the pirate stream right here. And all the time 100 bounty. Yeah, I can tell you that the big bounties are already taken. All the big ones are gone. The man with the 9-3 is the culprit who pulled the 75,000. So the hunt for the big bounties is all but over. And now we are seeking the coveted final table spot. That over 120,000 and that sweet, sweet package for Kings Million European Poker Championship that goes to the top 10. That's what we're looking forward to. And of course, there are still pay jumps, guys. If you want to check it, you can check it for yourself. In the Kings Resort up. You will see those payouts getting steeper and steeper. Right now, 1,890 euros guaranteed. Just from today, they already got paid 600, I believe, for the main cash. And that's the system here in Kings. If you are worried, hey, oh my God, what if I play one day and then I didn't book my hotel for the next day? I will not have money for the buffet, the 10 euro buffet, you know. We counted on this, and basically when you make it into the money and you play the next day, we already pay you into your Kings account the main cash. So all these players already have been paid 600. And the amounts that I tell you straight from the app, they are basically the bonus money they get on top of that. So 1,890 on top of the 600 locked up. And you're looking at additional 2.675 as well. So if you are using the app, this is how you should read it. Of course, in our payouts, we will have that including those 600. And Marcus with the ace-queen. It has been ace-queen galore today. We have even had ace-queen against ace-queen offsuit twice, believe it or not, happen during the stream at the featured table. Well, fist up it. The way it works, you go ahead and you buy basically the entry into the whole place is 10 euros, and as part of the entry, basically like a resort fee. What do we call it? The Vegas they call it that. You get the buffet, yeah, and that's 10 euros. But you have to be careful with that. And if you want to go again, yeah, it's another extra 10 euros as well. There's also you have vending machines, you have a shop nearby. But I have to say, guys, you have to be very, very careful with the buffet here, all right? Very, very careful. I gained way too much weight. It started with the buffet here. It's way too good. Be careful after your late night session. Don't just indulge. It's not plus EV, as they say. Make sure that you actually plan your buffet visits. I have paid dearly, let me tell you, in terms of way overeating, because the chefs they are absolutely amazing here at King's Resort. And here we go. We have the top pair against top pair. Tomáš has been very good at getting away from situations like this one. The once big leader at the table with nearly 9 million chips now is down to 4.5. That seems like he's destined to lose a little bit more right here. But I would guess that he's the player who can actually find the fold on the river here. No, you don't have to be a player. No, you don't have to play. You just get the entrance, basically. The entry to the resort, you get those 10 euros, bam, you're in. And lucky for Tomáš, look at this. Tomáš, yes, he's a little bit annoyed, but Marcus definitely could have gone for a thin value bet. But be warned, ladies and gentlemen, if you partake in the super cheap King's Buffet, treat with caution. Even if you come here for fun, you come here for a bit of holiday, right, to the King's Resort. We have these low buy-ins and you play. Still, it's best to actually go there during the dinner break and not after your session at 3 a.m. when you bust on the bubble, as happened to me before here in Rozvadov. You eat away your feelings from making the mistake on the bubble, calling it too loose, and then you overeat in the buffet. Not the best thing that you can do. And look at this. Marcus goes ahead and raises with the king check suited. Christoph doesn't even think about it. We have seen Christoph. He is a different breed of player. He likes to call before the flop. He likes to see the flops with these hands. It has really backfired for him in the past, though, with the 3-use suited against the turn full house. And it's very interesting. Mr. Deposit actually let it go there. Thing on the button you could consider coming along, and Kotovic. I have seen him call in a similar spot against 2x raise, but he bumped it up just a little bit in Marcus's shoes, 2.2x. Let's see what this man, who hasn't said much really. We had a lot of banter from the Polish Rex and from Serbia here, but this man has been mostly quiet, just keeping to himself, trying to let his plays do the talking. And right now he has that nut flush draw. Christoph can't do anything about it. There we go. And calm, collected, and quiet Marcus tries to put his way. Quietly standing, sitting there at 8.2 million. I just love watching Mielo, the player next to him with the glasses. You can see that, yes, he's very focused, but you see the mood has lifted. You see that little smirk in his face after taking down to 75,000. When does the day end, Mr. Lemon? Actually, Danny, I have no idea. Listen, I'm crazy about it, as you probably guys noticed. I go ahead, I comment, and when they stop playing, I get a little bit sad and depressed, and I come back the next day, okay? So, I'm not sure. We will just be here. I'm assuming it will be around 2 a.m. today, so we should have around 4 more hours of play ahead of us. 4 hours of fun. We'll see how far we actually get. Obviously, in many ways, the day 3 like this one, especially today, it was very special with that big mystery bounty still being in the pool when we started the day 3, and it was very, very deep into the stream. It was very, very special. But I must say, for me, these days when you hardcore guys are here, you know, the fans that are not proper fans of every poker, they will come here tomorrow. They want to see those big all-ins on the final table when everybody's trying to flip for that 120K. But for me, these are the exciting stages. When you have the 9-5 in Cody's shoes in the big blind, and Kotovic goes for it. Blind against blind, when it's very, very tough to make hands. And we have Piotr from Poland. Boy, have you come at the right time. And this is a terrible card for Kotovic, but I think that it actually might save him some money. The thing is, when he's in the small blind, he would very likely just check the flop with the weaker 5s. Stronger 5s, yeah, they might bet. But Cody will be the man who will always just call the 5. So he is a lot more likely to have them. And once he bets, I don't think that Sebastian will go crazy here. Of course, there are a lot of draws. There are a lot of draws. There's possible spades, so many gutters. Such draw potential on this board. Sebastian might actually go ahead and peel one. Yeah, he actually goes for it. The problem with this is, though, if you are in Cody's shoes, you should almost never just be betting the turn. If you do have that draw, you should be firing on a lot of rivers, just trying to represent the 5, trying to go really, really big. And unfortunately for Sebastian, he hits the king on the river, and now it is all in the hands of Cody. This unpredictable man, this loose man that Sebastian is definitely aware of, can take his pick of how much value he will get. And those were 7 white chips, 700,000. Yep, Sebastian cannot get away from this. And Cody could have actually gotten more. And Sebastian, it's just meant to be today. I don't know what's going on, but this man seems to be destined to be the short stack.
This is a regular thing now, right? BBB, I take your money, we flip, you take my money.
Re-race Chili Dog, I'm off to bed. See you tomorrow. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your service, guys. Please, everybody, throw some love. Re-race Chili Dog's way. And you see that Kotovic is at 12 bigs. Mielon, actually, look at this. Krzysztof Mielnik, he's down there exactly at 12 bigs with him. Tomáš Rose, the once big hero of this table, all the way down to 3.7 million. Still 23 bigs. And it's the 2 newcomers, Markus Giesen and Christoph Stadelmann, who are leading the table with 6 and 8.2 million, 51 big blinds to be exact. It's a lot of chips to play with. But what everybody will be curious about are these 2 Polish short stacks. One of them is the hot player in these low to mid-level buy-ins, Sebastian Kotovic. The other one is the man himself, who already took down well over 75,000 from this one by pulling the biggest bounty. Karol Wojta says, Kotowski is weak player. Let's see what he does with the kings here. Mr. Deposit has the queen jack suited. For Sebastian, I think that he's been jamming. He's been going all in with all these hands. Wow, look at this. Nope, it is the all in. He goes all in yet again. When you go ahead and shuffle those big hands, you want to stay consistent. Do the same thing with a hand like this one. And let's see Mr. Deposit. Looks like he is just folding. No, he's not. That was a fake out. Oh my goodness. Was it big of an angle? Was he trying to get a reaction out of Sebastian? His cards were beyond the line, but he still had them in his hand. There we go. He is sizing Kotovic down. He wants to get any sort of reads that would allow him to make a decision with the queen jack suited. It is kind of borderline. He will still have a bunch of chips behind. There we go. He lets it go, and unfortunately for Sebastian, this is the one time he would love to be called with the kings. Unfortunately for him, no double up this time. As you can hear in the background, somebody got lucky.
You care about my timeline? Of course.
Still yet to see. The double up will come. For me, the biggest story, it is Neon, the man who pulled the biggest bounty. You definitely want him to keep going, right? We would love to see him at the final table, see how that big pull influences or doesn't influence his game. And look at this, Cody, the most unpredictable man when it comes to pre-flop at least. Has for his range an absolute monster. And it's always curious to see how big will he raise. Now is the 3.4 big blinds. We went down all the way down to 2.1. Now it's 3.2 big blinds by Cody. And he takes it down. Some of you in the chat are saying this is old school poker. I'm not sure. I think this is CTO Cody Fury optimal of mixing up the pre-flop sizing. Actually, at one point, and this is an insane story, at one point when online poker was still being battled, there were battles at high stakes. This player, Stefan, came up from heads up. He grinded his way up from the small stakes all the way to 10, 20, 25, 50. And then he was the player to beat. I think he made a couple millions from poker. And one thing that he was known for was that he almost never did the standard thing. He was limping before the flop in high stakes games. He was raising big, he was min raising, mixing it up basically, trying to throw the robots off their game.
How much?
Look at this, Cody calls on the cutoff. So Stefan was actually crushing, but at one point there's an insane story of Bitcoin being stolen from him. First he says, hey, it was my ex-girlfriend. Then no, it was my friend, and I have no idea how it ended up, but it's not a happy ending, I must say, for Stefan. But the point is, there has been at one point a player that is sort of similar to how Cody plays, who keeps mixing it up, who throws in big sizes, small sizes, and basically tries to throw you off your game as much as possible. And Christoph is ahead here with by far the worst hand. But Cody, of course, with the nut flush draw, he's no slouch either, 39% as you can see. And now we have that check mark, never mind. Let's see what Cody does. With the absolute nuts. Well, not absolute. Technically, there's the Jack 9 of hearts that somebody can have, but you know what I mean, guys. It's not very often that you are facing a straight flush. Tomasz decides to call with the 8. And now the question is, how much, Cody? The interesting thing is, after he checks the flop, it's sort of difficult for him to represent the flush itself. And when he bets the turn, a lot of the potential bluffs that he can have there are the hands like ace of hearts with an offsuit kicker. So I don't think that Tomasz is an automatic fold here. He could definitely consider, especially against Cody, who has been getting out of line a lot today, to try to see, maybe show us that call. Oh my God, he does make it. Wow. Cody got paid. I told you guys it's very tough to represent the flush once you check the flop. That tricky check caught him paid by Tomasz, who suddenly is all the way down there with the two Polish players we've been talking about a lot, down to 12 big blinds. And Cody, his crazy image gets paid off. Tomasz pretty much just put him on a one hard hand, and once he bet this big, once he makes it so suspicious, it's extremely tough not to pay off the loose player. And we see that Tomasz, for the longest time,
once again,
has been very solid, very tight. He did pick his spots. Now he picked his spot, but unfortunately for him, that was not a good one. Vamos, Marcus, says Plamen Petrov. Kurti is asking, WTF just happened? I'm telling you, if you are just joining us, Cody has been playing some crazy loose poker. And once he checks on the flop and bets the turn, it's very tough to give him credit for having an actual flush. Why wouldn't he bet with a flush draw on the flop? Yeah, the nut flush draw, I suppose with the ace high, it makes sense. But the rest, if you are in Tomasz's shoes, you're thinking, hey, what? This is weird. How does he have a flush? Why wouldn't he try to bluff the flush draw on the flop? So Tomasz was thinking, hey, he probably just has one heart. He's trying to take it down. He's blocking those potential flushes. So it's just sometimes you have the feeling it comes against the right player, and you are wrong. And look at this. The man with the 75,000 euro in his pocket already for the biggest bounty is trying to ladder up already. You also have 600 in your pocket already, and then you get paid the extra amount on top. And oh my goodness, this is very bad news for Krzysztof. The 8s go for it. The snowman here with that 3-bet. Will Mr. Deposit come along as well with his A7 suited? I think if the big bounty that this man took was still in play, it might be slightly different, but yeah, here we go. Krzysztof Mielnik way behind, way behind. We saw the ace being folded as well against the snowman. Can he get there? Can he hit the ace against all odds and remain on the during the tournament, or is he heading home? Well, slightly sad if he loses, but he will still be very happy. And here we go, the last chance to stay in the game. Ten of diamonds, he's calling for the backdoor diamonds. And that's going to be it. Krzysztof Mielnik is eliminated, but he has scored the second biggest payday of his ranked career. Taking down, and let me add the money. He is taking down over 78,000 euro, guys. That's what he actually gets for his trouble. This is more than you usually win in a 500k guaranteed. So we lost me alone, but this man, I think he bolstered his bankroll in a big way. In a big, big way. 78,000 euros. That is a lot of money, and that is what these players can only dream of during this stage of the tournament. As the second place, 74.1 plus that package. So we have lost the big bounty winner, but the game continues. The show must go on. We have plenty of storylines at this table, like Sebastian Kotovic, the man who seems to be almost the permanent near short stack. He is thinking about it. I'm not sure what Sebastian is thinking about now. There's 25 players left. There really is not a pay jump. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Sebastian decided, hey, I have been very passive. The blinds are coming in the next hand. I'm gonna get way out of line. And who else but this man, Cody, who considers playing back. But I would love to hear what Sebastian is thinking about now. I guess when he open raises like this, he gets out of line. He still has a bunch of big blinds behind. But it works out for him. Look at this. Kotovic. We have always seen him, when he did choose aggression, it was very, very controlled. He expanded the hands that you would normally open and added some more. This was way out of line, but somehow it feels like maybe he looked at his opponents, maybe they looked at their cards a little bit prematurely. You never know. But he saw something that I could not see by any means. He does take it down here. Marcus on the hijack. Against Tomáš. Tomáš, oi, what a story this has been. Tomáš entered our feature table as the biggest stack. He has been playing solid, but now he's all the way down through a really, really cold deck. One really loose call there that we can't really fault him for. He finds himself in a really tough spot. And Sebastian looks like he will defend the Queen 6 of diamonds. Obviously a reasonable call there. Let's see, he can get lucky and outflop the King Queen offsuit of Marcus. No, it doesn't look like it. He does have the backdoor diamond draw though. And he can hit that 6. Some gutters can come on the turn. We have seen Sebastian putting in some check raises before. $940 in the pot. We can't see the chips there. 250K. Very small sizing. And I do think that this is an absolutely reasonable hand to play back with. The big issue for Sebastian is that his chip stack is not big enough to go ahead and raise and then try to put in 2 more extra streets of aggression. That's the problem. But he is undeterred, and there's the race. Leaving 11 big blinds behind. Basically, hey, if diamond draw comes on the turn, I'm just shoving it in. If I had a queen or 6, I'm not letting it go either. So Sebastian, with that aggression, I told you this is a good candidate, but not too many players would actually try to pull this off with such a short stack. And Marcus knows that, hey, what the hell is going on here? 9s should not be in Sebastian's range. Those should be re-raising before the flop. If you have a set with such a short stack, are you really raising here when you have it locked up pretty much? But you still have only that king-queen high. It's very, very difficult to play back. Oh my god, he's actually loading those chips. Here we go. He wants to see what happens, and both of these players, they have the same plan. I want to get my backdoor draws, and if I get them, hey, I'm going with this. And it is the 5 of hearts, and I think this is an absolutely disgusting card for Sebastian. That's the one card he really can't represent. There's not much he can do here on this card. And yet again, right before the short break, he might find himself with 11 bigs. Of course, if he still goes for it, he would take it down, but that's the problem. What story are you really telling? What are you representing if you would bet here? And the time bank is coming out. He does have the option here. We just bet, but we see that he will simply win in showdown if he just checks back. But the thing is, why would he think that, right? And he does check back now. Wow, this actually opens the door for Sebastian to potentially go ahead and just jam it on the river. I think going all in is most likely his only option. He could do that with a 9 potentially, right? The only story he's saying, hey, I have that 9. Here we go, big bet. He's leaving some chips behind, but that's not much. Oh my goodness. Sebastian risking most of his stack here. Only leaving 90,000 chips behind. Can Marcus see through this? I mean, that's the thing. What is Sebastian playing this way? It does look like a 9, right? He raised the 9, he checked the turn because he doesn't have the 5s very frequently. And now he simply goes for value. He has to let it go. Beautiful, beautiful play by Sebastian. Even leaving that insurance behind. So he can come back from the dinner break. Not the dinner break, but the short break we're having, about 20 minutes. Wow, what a play. And I will see you guys after we look at the chip stack. Cody, 49 bigs. Tomáš is down there with 10. Oi, 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 oi. We have lost Mielon. And we will take a break. We will probably reshuffle the tables. Add some players, but I will see you in about 20 minutes here at King's Resort. Don't go anywhere.
In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now. But still, the chip leader And by quite a margin, the next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million. And then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We're getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It's a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain. Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamonds.
9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. When you're in Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun. There to play poker.
Now you want diamond.
Kamoski 1 card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club, but it does not come. Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. He's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's a 3-bet. See, he's attacking Hisu. And Hisu, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Hisu's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hisu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Hisu finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it, I just lose?
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king-queen or some sort of ace-queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand. Let's say Martin occasionally does this with 8-10.
He has raised.
You said 3.5? Sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see, so wait, stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, 9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Hisu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah, I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah?
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Sue's got to be sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see, because when Cabral calls the raise.
Does Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Jesus is that strong, but. I mean, Cabral would love to have King 3 with the King of Spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot is 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabral is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Jesus is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Jesus turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
And you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Jesus turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
It was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Jesus is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus, he kicks it back. He knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting, Jesus in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match. Blinds are 6120. They're going to pop up to 8160 pretty soon. And at that point, you start doing the math and you realize we just don't have that many chips in play. Each player started with 1 million chips. We had 30 entries. Even with my limited mathematical skills, I can tell you there's 30 million chips in play.
That was pretty good, Zach.
Yeah, quick too, right?
Yeah.
Nothing gets by me. Fox with ace 5.
All in.
And she is all in. Now just the question, do the blinds wake up with something?
Oh,
no.
no. Oh, wow.
Yep. So this is about a, what, let's see, 13.5 big blind shove?
Yeah. Somewhere in that vicinity.
14 big blind shove?
You generally tend to shove a lot of the offsuit aces that you're playing, and if you're doing some min raising, it's with some of the suited aces. When you reach a final table, things flip a little bit in that regard, but not always. Ace-5 off is just a great candidate for a bluff, jam. You get a few better aces to call, or to fold, I mean. And Ace-5 is just a particularly good low ace.
Cabral re-raising. Mustafa. Oh, and there's another ace.
Yeah, seeing that ace is just brutal for Chrissy. I don't think that she saw it, but, you know, as a viewer, as a fan.
So pretty unlucky for Chrissy. She had ace-queen versus ace-4, hit her ace. The 4 on the turn keeps her having a big stack, and now just a few hands afterwards, her tournament life on the line. We know one of the aces are dead.
But 9 of diamonds, okay? Okay? Okay, 9 of diamonds.
She can win with running queens, by the way.
Running queens? Okay. That's an option. A queen on the turn would be fun, right?
Yeah, why not?
Double, well, add some outs. We'll put it that way, not double. There's only one dead ace. This is tough.
Yeah, ace of hearts would not help her now.
Oh, I have flush draw. I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
Cabral does pick up the flush. Fox in one card away, and that is going to do it for 4 clubs on the river. And the 4-time bracelet winner will have to wait another day to win bracelet number 5.
You have a good idea of how he's playing at this point. You don't know that he just folded the ace-queen, for instance, but...
We already agree on heads up. So
But the blinds are 125, 250. Although, yeah, 125, 250. The green chips are 25K, the whites are 100K, and those pink chips are 500K. Cabral's got 9s. Ooh.
Whoa, the limp.
Oh my!
And this is likely going in, Tuckman.
I mean, Mustafa's only got 20 bigs. We could be heads up, or we could be 3-way in a real battle.
What is going to happen here? Raise call. Very likely. I have to imagine that, yeah, Martin limped here to limp jam.
There's a jam.
We have a flip.
We do. 9s versus ace-10. Mustafov, the Bulgarian, once again at risk. He goes to his rail. And this is a pivotal hand. About 1/3 of the chips in play. So we're either heads up or we have a 3-way battle.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a new chip leader by a small margin.
Good luck, Ferry.
If Mustafov wins the spot.
Yeah. Poker's crazy.
It really is.
And 166. What's this one going to look like? There's an
That's
ace.
That is an ace.
Ace, deuce, 3 clubs out there, neither player with a club in their hand.
Okay, you know what's a fair turn card here?
What?
4
9
clubs.
of clubs is very interesting.
9 of clubs is very interesting. I would not be throwing that out in the universe.
Cabral, 9-ball corner pocket. Oh my! Oh my! Wow!
What did I just watch?
Good luck to you.
And by the way, there is nobody who wanted to beat Cabral more than Mustafa.
Yeah.
He wanted that chip lead. He wanted to eliminate him, and instead, a 2-outer on the river. He is out in 3rd place, takes home $222,000, and we are heads up. Eight players remain. We're still talking about the 9 of diamonds from earlier on.
And you will be in good mood? Probably
Victor
not
Blom,
gonna happen, but
severely short stack's going to go with it. He finds an ace. Just 5.5 big blinds. Has maybe a little bit of fold equity, right?
Definitely. At a final table,
yeah,
especially, 5 big blinds is more than enough to receive some folds. This will not be folding.
Yeah. We saw Foxen fold ace queen before. She's not folding it again.
One thing I will say about Chrissy, she picks up a lot of hands.
Yeah?
I'm not saying she doesn't play fantastic when she has those hands. Certainly not saying that that isn't true.
Foxen all in, and Blom knows he's in trouble. Ooh, Cabral actually has a hand.
Yeah, but Chrissy putting in 14 big blinds, I just don't think that he can even consider calling. It's closer than I'm letting on, but...
I mean, it's 1.3 million to win 2.2.
I think...
And a chance to knock out 2 players.
There are so few hands that he is dominating, and there are a number of hands that she would shove that are dominating him.
Yeah, no, he's never ahead, but he's getting a really good price, and he can afford it.
Well, she might shove something like King 10 suited over Blom's jam. But yeah, there's very few of those, and there's a lot of hands that dominate him. And it's not a particularly good price because he has to win that main pot. He doesn't have as much equity in the main pot. And then the side pot, he's probably behind against the hands that she's shoving here. Well, not probably. He's behind the hands that are shoving here. He is getting a little bit of a parlay with the ante in the middle.
He's in the big blind, so he's already put 100,000 in. Again, there's 2.2 million in the pot. It's about 1.3 for him to call. 1.29 to be exact. And he's on a 5 million chip stack. We have 8 players remaining. And Victor Blom, by the way, is all in at risk. Isildur, possibly moments away from being out of this. Exit stage left.
How much I owe? 3?
He's going into the time extensions. I think he's sincerely thinking about this one, though, as opposed to the other ones where he was clearly Hollywooding.
Yeah, I don't think he would waste his time banks at this juncture.
Not that many of them.
They're so important. I'm a little surprised that he's considering it this heavily. Oh, these chips are going in.
Yeah, he calls.
Wow. Wow.
Royal flush.
That's semi-bad news for Chrissy.
Well, I mean, she goes from being 77% to winning the hand to now she's 40%.
Yeah, well, she's a little better for that big side pot, right?
Yes.
But
yes.
He's live. She doesn't love to see that. She'd love to just ISO Blom with 200K dead in there and just be way ahead. Yeah, she looks sick. I don't blame her. This is pretty gross for Chrissy.
Well, it might be really good. I mean, we got a 3.4 million chip pot. So the main pot is going to be about 1.75, we'll say. 1.8, then a side pot of about 1.6. There's an ace.
That's a good flop for
That
Chrissy.
is a very, very good flop for Christie. Now she's thrilled he called.
Absolutely.
Only 2 aces left in the deck, and there's one of them, and Cabral drawing nearly dead. Oh, and there's a 4!
Wow. Well, now she's very happy that Martin called. She's actually going to make money in the hand.
Yes. Now she needs a queen to win it all, or a 9 to win it all. Otherwise, Blom is still in there at 1.8. She's in there at 1.6, and Cabral is down to 3.7. What a hand. It's the 7 of clubs. Victor Blom finds a 4 on the turn.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to the King's Resort for the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty. 1.5 million euro guaranteed. And we already, unfortunately for the players still in the pool, we have lost those big bounties. 75K went to Poland, to Krzysztof Mielnik. Unfortunately, he busted, and we have a brand new table. Still with Sebastian Kotovic. He's the one man that we've been with all day long, but Stan the Man is here with over 10 million chips. Finally, we see somebody with that chip stack. Lucky 761. We've seen him being very lucky, hitting those two outers with 8.6 million. Casco Cody, the real blue duck, all of those guys still have those healthy above 30 big blind chip stacks. Sebastian Kotovic, 27 bigs, and our last hero from Greece has 25. I mean, what's going on here? Where are the short stacks? Where are the desperate players that just want to get it in? Seems like we don't have them. Everybody has something to play for. And the PPT Mystery Bounty, 80K, 160K, 160K are the blinds. We have 24 players remaining. If you guys want to see the bust outs, half an hour ahead of us. Euro Rounders actually have a blog, and we have the King's Resort app you can check out, where you see the players that busted out. We list them as prizes, but you can be ahead of us. And yet again, the theme continues. We started off with ace-queens against ace-queens twice today already. Now it's the king-queen against king-queen, and a king-3 offsuit was folded to boot. So let's see what happens. We have a new batch of players, but I see these guys all over King's Resort. A lot of familiar faces right here. There we go. Blue Duck letting it go. And the king-queen against king-queen battle. What will happen here? And of course, the player we were mentioning, it is Cody. Mishka Popper. Let's get it correct. He's thinking about what to do against Cody. I don't think he's played with him ever since. I don't know what happened with Cody. He was playing tight and solid, and eventually he just went wild. He went for it with all sorts of hands. And it has been working out for him. All of the guys that have been playing tighter, that have been playing solid, those guys didn't really get too far. But this man is right there. Right there up with everybody else with decent stack sizes, after being completely crazy in some pots, let's face it. And especially one thing that we've noticed, if you have not been here, if you are just joining us, this player has been changing his raise sizes before the flop almost every hand. We went all the way from 2.1 bigs to 3.4 bigs. I don't think anybody's reading into it by now. And this time, this man that has been absolutely unpredictable wakes up with the queens. And of course, we see that race. Let's see if he can get some customers for his beautiful ladies. Stan the Man. Something tells me, guys, I'm not an expert on the Romanian language and Romanian names. Something tells me that Stan the Man might not be his name given at birth in Romania. Something tells me. I'm not sure what. I have a hunch. And now the real, he is back. The man we have seen in our second portion of the feature table. Back in the action.
And go fight with Jungleman.
Cody's, I'm not sure who he's calling a jungle man, but there we go. And if you are just joining us, 120,600 euro plus the package. Kings Million European Championship, ladies and gents. That's 4 separate tickets. And I must say, this is such a great concept because last year we were playing for the World Series of Poker Europe, the big one here, right? And basically, when we had those tickets added to the prize pools, and what happened was people played, they played one tournament, and then they busted, and that was really it, you know? They did have the hotel, maybe they played other events, but this time, all these players that you see qualify for that, get those top 10s in all our events, basically. You will see them at the Kings Million European Poker Championship. So all these players, if you enjoyed their play, if you come here during the Kings Million, the big one, you will see them here in Rozvadov. You can shake their hand, you can tell them, hey, I love the way you played. And I think it's absolutely wonderful. And I personally think that this 3K package of 4 different tickets, you will see them in multiple events, I think it suits us a lot better. And I really, really like how it worked out. We have the Kings Million European Poker Championship here, and Prague has the World Series of Poker. And already, the plan of Prague is complete. Record broken, all the world had their eyes on Prague. It's been absolutely unbelievable. And now, our plan B, our second part of our plan of poker domination in Europe, is the Kings Million European Poker Championship, and I can't wait for it to be here. My sunny volley, vamos! Welcome to the chat. Amazing to see you here. We are live straight from Kings Resort. I am right here. If you check out the Instagram of Kings Resort, we already harassed the players. You can even check out the winning bounty. 75,000 was pulled in a mystery bounty by a player that has been on our stream all day long. But hold that thought, Blue Duck. Now, again, I'm not an expert on Swiss names. This might not be his real name. This might be a nickname. Goes ahead and opens with the queens. A lucky 761. With the king jack offsuit, I mean, you do have the option. The thing is, it's not easy to play. Even when you hit that king or a jack against a cut-off open, sometimes you're not too happy. It's tough to bluff when it's an offsuit hand, but in terms of raw equity, that hand just does decently well. And oh my goodness, how stylish is this man? Look at this. A blazer with a pin, an immaculate beard, the gel in the hair, I mean, look at this. What a stylish man that is. I can tell you the topic of how poker players dress. It's a pretty common one. Actually, one time there was this poker tour that basically they put poker next to a conference, a business conference, right? And they had their own photographers and everything, and the poker tour decided, hey, we will not have poker photographers, we will have our corporate ones. So they started taking pictures of everybody, and after about one day, the message came from the headquarters of the conference, you know, all these business people. They came back and they said, why are you taking pictures of all these scruffy looking near homeless guys? And that's just what it is, you know, it's part of the game. To have the hoodie, have the sunglasses, and I've even seen, we had the big high roller here in Prague, and all these poker millionaires, the crushers, even they were wearing socks and flippers. I kid you not. Flippers or slippers, basically all this casual wear in a high roller, and it's just the way poker rolls. And Mishka Popper from Israel in the small blind, ace-jack offsuit, very nice raise. Wow, he goes for everything. 21 big blinds, this is quite a bit. Reminder guys, we don't have any of those massive bounties in the pool anymore. are still some bounties. There is some value in taking down a player, but yeah, ace-jack, borderline hands. I suppose it's plus EV after all. And look at this Cody, looking at fives here. And the real, he'll let it go. Anytime now. Anytime the real. Cutoff against the small blind. I do think the 25 bigs is slightly too big. Yep, he shows the ace. And Mishka Popper knows that he would like that call. So we have one, okay, we have one perfectly styled man with the hair, with the suit, the blazer, everything, and it's refreshing. I remember when I was watching first, when I was first starting up, I'm been in poker for a very long time, guys, very, very long time, okay? Back when the Full Tilt Poker was still functional, they sponsored this show called High Stakes Poker, and in the first season, there was this doctor, right? There was this doctor, and he was saying, oh yeah, I'm coming to play with these big shots. This is like $200,000 on the line. I'm gonna have these big bricks of money. And this man showed us, okay, so when I go, I take the best suit. I have all these beautiful rings that I take. You know, I get the hair done, and he basically looked like a well-dressed mafioso just to go play poker. Sometimes I miss those days. And then you go to Prague, there's the biggest buy-in here. We have in Prague basically 20.8K. And all these high rollers, they roll up with slippers and socks, just like all the Czech middle-aged men wear when they go on holiday. I think it's hilarious. The real, I don't think he should be continuing. Stand the man. Has that King Jack offsuit Cody? I definitely think he has the option. And Stan the man is heading into a multi-way pot. And there we go, Cody, our man, who tells people to chill constantly, but he has no chill. Actually, outflips everybody. And Stan the man, the regular. I have seen this man quite a bit around here in King's Resort. Goes for that c-bet with those overcards, with that backdoor straight draw. Well, Cody's raising. Wow, this is very interesting. One thing that you have to realize that he does have that insurance in the backdoor flush draw, and they are very, very deep. Both of them with over 7 million chips. But very interestingly, Stan the man decides to be the man and defend against Cody. Yeah, so when you raise a hand like this, very often you're actually ahead already. But then when you hit the backdoor draws or you hit the trips or two pairs, you can get paid big. Now the option is on Cody. Yeah, he keeps betting. This man is absolutely unpredictable. You never know what this guy will do. Stan the man. What is going on here? 19%, sure. Increased in equity a little bit, but against Cody, are you sure you want to play against this guy? I think the call multi-way was a little bit on the looser side already. And you see that Cody has that check mark. Obviously, we can see that check calling would be by far the best option. And the thing is, Stan the man, he doesn't have too many eights that he can represent here, does he? There we go, there's that check. And now the question is, Stan the man, I think he has to go for it. And now the big question will be, A, how big does he bet? And B, Cody, are you gonna find that call? 2.2 million, 40% of the pot roughly. But you know what, when you are Cody, if you put all this together, how many eights does Stan the man actually have here? 10-8, yeah, sure. 10-8, all of those are in his range. But Cody has the 10 himself. There we go, there's that time bank. Can he sniff out this very, very bold bluff with the float, with just the king check high and that backdoor? Can he actually sniff that out? It's very tough to see how many 8x hands Stan the man does have. But on the other hand, what is he actually bluffing here with? What air does he have? Chat, let us know. Would you actually find that call in Cody's shoes? Would you go ahead and call this? Would you get suspicious? Or do you think just folding, living another day is just fine? We've seen Cody being all over the place. This man traps, this man changes his raise sizings. We have not seen him in a pot with Stan the man. House of Cards, Cody snapping. I was actually expecting him to call here pretty quickly, the way that he's been playing. But remember, guys, there we go, there's that call. House of Cards, poker is correct. Well done. Cody finds the call here against the King Jack. Unbelievable. And after a slightly unorthodox check raise, I mean, yes, with the backdoor, it does make a lot of sense. He makes that check call, and Stan the man will be left scratching his head about what the hell just happened. How did he get me this way?
And piano, piano, where you go?
Piano, piano. As Cody's saying, calm, calm. And right away, guys, this absolutely crazy player who's been all the way down after just playing random suited garbage, somehow with his tricky plays, got himself up to what might be the chip lead of the tournament, definitely off our feature table. And it looks like we are moving Sebastian Kotovic away from here. And Stan the man goes down to 36 big blinds. Yeah, Cody has 25% at the table.
Not even. Everybody got something with you. 9-10 clubs. Yeah? 7. Everybody got something. 9-10 clubs yesterday. I think so, yeah.
What a hand. 144, I have to note this down. Of course, guys, if you have your favorite hands, let me know. Piano means slowly. Oh, I see, I see. House of Cards is a big Cody fan. I must say, it looked like, I don't know what the hell happened, guys. I have no idea what happened. Look at Cody. Of course it's Cody. Cody against the real Cody goes ahead and free bets. And the real, really, you should be letting it go here with the 9-8 suited. You might make an argument for hands like 6-7 of clubs being better at defense, as you hit a lot more disguised flops. Basically, when you hit the flop, your opponent won't. Yeah, so the 9-8, it's just not a great hand to defend out of position, especially against an aggressive player like Cody. Wow. So hand 145, guys. I am here in King's Resort. I might actually, I will see, but we might put some highlights together. The real with the Kings. Look at this. The real keeps hitting and running at our feature tables. Now let's see the action. By the way, beverage check. I love to do beverage check. What is everybody drinking? Are they in it for the long run, or are they here to have fun? And you can see over there the glass sparkling water next to this most stylish man at the table. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less. And one thing, actually, this is funny. A lot of the Americans, when they came to Prague for the World Series, right? There was a lot of players from the U.S. and Canada. A lot of them were surprised that we actually have the sparkling water in glass, and we have it in the venue, and we give it to the players. They're just not used to that. Usually at poker events, they have this plastic. For example, if you go to the Wynn, that's basically the most luxurious of the resorts in Vegas. They give you some sort of plasticky, metally bottle of water, extremely expensive, but it's definitely not glass. Definitely not glass. So yeah, kind of a funny thing that all these Americans came here and they were surprised that they are getting this sparkling water in this fancy glass bottle. The real, look at this in the big blind, he defends, and this is a very interesting board for him. You have that gutter, you have that over. The thing is, you have to be really careful with boards like these, because you have so many gut shots when you call in the big blind. It's very, very easy to bluff too much. Wait, is this what I think it is? Did he actually just lead with the jack nine? The real, with the lead. From the big blind, he completely caught me off guard. I mean, he does have that gutter. What is going on? Lucky is visibly confused. Those are those red chips. Looks like we will be putting on some pressure. A raise to 1.6 million. That is the problem. When you get out of line, what do you do? When the other player is confused and he decides, hey, I'm going to put this man to the test. Because what the real is saying, hey, I probably have a 7. I'm trying to take it easy. He actually floats with it. What is this hand? So we have absolutely nothing. Leading the flop against the under the gun raiser. The under the gun raiser decides to go ahead and raise the flop, and the gut shot / nothing actually calls, and now he turns an open ender, and Lucky is there with the gutter and the 2 overs. This hand escalated rather quickly. The pot was not supposed to be at 4.24 million. And this could actually go all in, believe it or not, guys. But Lucky decides to take it easy, play it safe, just check it, and now the ball is in the Real's corner. When he leads like this, he's very much saying, hey, I can have a lot of 10x, right? Weak 10x makes a lot of sense. He goes ahead and bets, he calls that raise. But the problem is, Lucky is basically saying the same story. He definitely could have raised with a strong 10. The queen scared him off as an overcard, so he checked back. Now, both of these players have absolutely nothing. It will become a game of chicken. Who wants it more? There we go. The Real is going for that bet. His hand is very, very confusing, I think, for both players. He pulls it back. He already was decided to bet, but he decides to leave those chips at the table. That's a big mistake. I think that Lucky now knows that the Real has nothing. Yeah, he will simply check back. Oi, 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 oi. That was a big, big tell by the Real. He basically told Lucky that he has nothing. Oi, oi, oi. You have to be careful, guys. When you reach for your chips like this, and then you pull back, it's obvious that you were trying to think about the bluff. I mean, why would you do this with a 10? Why would you pull your hand back with a 10 like this? Now, I'm not an expert, don't get me wrong. I have interviewed some experts on live tells. I've been trying to get into that. But this one, that was so obvious. I mean, be very, very, very careful. When you do this, when you change your mind, don't show that to your opponent so easily. And I think that really, the check back was very, very simple. Unknown, by the way, is saying 6-7. Nice to have you here. And Stan the man, who got burned by Cody, and his sick call is right here. Only calling, by the way, with the 10s. I mean, that is the safe play. Mishka Popper does have 24 bigs. I guess it's a little bit too much to be very happy about free betting and just calling it off. The problem with that is it just allows Lucky to come along. And now the Real, I think the Real has a real squeezing opportunity. No pun intended. There's a lot of that money in the pot, potentially. But no, look at this. He just plays it safe. We are getting closer now. We started the day with about 70 players. Now we are down to 21. If you guys don't know, if you ask the players like Dara, Carney, who study poker, the ICM pressure, the value of your chips increases the closer you get to the final table, and is the second highest around that 13, 12-ish players right after the actual bubble where you either get nothing or you get something. But let's get back into the hand. Mishka Popper with that top pair. The Real with that gut shot. Stan the man right now with a reasonable lock on the board with that middle set. But it's on Mishka. Yeah, here we go. I mean, you have a hand like this one. There are so many draws. Queen Jack, 8-9, all those clubs, all those possible gatherers like the Ace Jack we mentioned already. You definitely want to go ahead and just weed out those crappy hands that are. And Stan the man is in a kind of a similar situation. There are so many draws. There's two more players behind you. Of course, it makes sense to slow play because you have a lot of weak hands, but really, you just have to go with, hey, I have a strong hand, there's 4 people, and there's too many draws for me to let somebody bet so cheaply into the pot. And Lucky, I didn't even notice this, Lucky with that set. Lucky with the set is facing a bet and a raise in a pot that started 4-way. And now he's in such a difficult situation. There are so many potential draws for Lucky to see that Stand the Man can have those tens. And here we go, there is that free bet, and I think that the fate of whatever chips Lucky has that the other players cover, especially Stand the Man, is sealed. Now the question is, Mishka Poker, can he figure this out? He bet, he's facing a raise, he's facing a re-raise. 4 players started in the pot. There are 3 players right now. There's every draw in the world, yes, he figures it out, and now Stand the Man triumphantly turns over the tens, and it is a brutal set against set situation. There is 1 out and 1 out only for Lucky, and that is the quads. We already had the 1 outer once today, hit on the river. Can that happen again? Or will Stand the Man double up? Set over set. Suddenly he has a backdoor club draw. It looked like it was all but over, but so many outs right here. And it is a full house. Over a full house, Lucky does not get there and Stand the Man.
Oh my God!
Raises God and gets it down. Set over set in a 4-way pot.
When the queen came, I know it's coming. Why I'm not crazy? It's just lowering.
No.
Sometimes I need to be crazy. No.
And let's look at this. Somebody was telling us that, hey, today's session feels kind of like online poker. What is this? Is this online poker? Set over set and top pair. Yeah, House of Cards poker. You were saying this, right? It looks like online poker, and I must say, I have to agree with you. I mean, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? This is day 3. We still have 1 entire day ahead of us, guys. And already there have been the most setups and crazy rivers on 1 feature table. I mean, come on, this is still the same table. We are 1 tabling over here, and we're getting as many strange runouts as we do if we must table online for the whole day or even a couple days. Danny says poker is war. Yeah, Carol, I think the King Queen. Let's not forget, guys. Let's not discount that the fold of the King Queen was really, really good, okay? It's very tempting. There were so many draws. There was every draw in the world. It might not look like it, but if you go back and you look at the board and you look at the possible combinations of those drawing hands, especially when there's 4 players, they have great odds before the flop. They can be calling so many draws, so many gut shots, that it wouldn't be too crazy to level yourself into thinking, hey, my King Queen, actually, what if it's actually good? And I think if we still had those big bounties in, if we had the 75,000 euro and the half dose, the double dose, bunch of 10Ks we had in, if those big bounties were still in, I think the King Queen would really, really struggle to let it go. But luckily for him, the carnage only occurred between the 2 sets. Well, maybe full houses later. Absolutely crazy hand. Yeah, and if the clip clubs it, listen, we already had one outer. We had about 4 times a free outer hit on the river today. I mean, it can't happen, okay? At some point you get into the area of statistical impossibility. But we were just about 18% away from an absolute miracle. Oh, King Queen would make the nuts. I didn't even see it. So House of Cards poker, would King Queen make the nuts? I completely forgot about that hand. Oh my God, that's even more insane. I think this one leads. We did have that 1 outer, but maybe this hand actually is in the lead. And this is the thing, guys. Long day. We still have about 3 hours ahead of us. Tomorrow, of course, we have the big finale. But I think I might take the time to bring you a couple hands in short form and give you some highlights. Now that you mention it, House of Cards poker, that you mentioned that yeah, the king queen would have actually won. And the ace jack as well. I have to cut this hand. That was absolutely insane. And they both folded. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay, this one wins. You guys win. That's the hand we will show to everybody. By the way, let's not forget, we still have a pot here. And yet again, I'm not sure what's going on here, but we have two players with nothing. It is blind against blind though. Now again, I keep saying it time and time again. Blind against blind. It's all about who wants it more. And lucky, actually, when you have a 4 like this, you could consider going for a value bet against king highs and queen highs. Possible deuces. Checking and calling, of course, is a reasonable option too. And Miška Popper, you know what? It always feels almost disgusting to just give up. You have 6 high, you know you're not winning. Just wave the white flag. It's just something that usually you hate doing as a poker player. So let's see Miška. Yep, he cannot resist the temptation, and I'm assuming that Lucky will go ahead and snap. It's a small bet. This is meant to fold out queen highs, jack highs. I don't think even king high should. Whoa! What? The 4 folded Miška Poker. He got it through. Oh my goodness. Lucky 761. Let's go of the 4 against the tiny bet. Well, Miška, I didn't think that you were targeting a hand like this. Maybe you actually were. And you know what, guys? I not entertained. We have absolutely everything. Brutal beats, brutal setups, some really out-of-line players. I'm looking at you, Cody. Cody has been all over the place all day. Now we had big bluffs. That's the thing. A lot of the times when you get to these stages, you don't see those big bluffs. We even had some big all-ins, very light ones. And even in the small pots, people go after it.
Probably aces.
I must say, Euro-rounders and the Pirates, they have delivered here in Rozvadov so far. And it's only day 3, I can't believe it. We have an entire day tomorrow where we will play for that big money up top. I think it's very special today because we already awarded somebody with 75,000 euro. I mean, how often does that happen? That's the beauty of the mystery bounties. You just never know when you will double your bankroll, double, triple your bankroll, get those big bounties. And today it was the Polish hero Mielon who goes home with 75k plus all the payouts he got from the tournament.
You get 150 euro. Okay. You boys,
And Cody, I have no idea how he did it, but Cody sits with 14.6 million after playing so many hands, after going completely crazy. I have to say that if we see Cody at the final table, it will be a hell of a ride. And honestly, right now, he's a big favorite to actually make it. But you never know with a player like this one. You never know what Cody does. And big kudos to the chat. Karol Vojta, House of Cards, Danny. This is the thing. Guys, I've played millions of hands, lifetime, right? I've been an online player for the longest time. So when a hand is folded, I completely forget about it. I forget, hey, somebody folded king queen, it would have gotten there. I just don't register. Like if I fold a hand or if a hand is gone, it's basically dead to me. I don't play mixed games where you have to keep track of every combo, right? So big kudos to the chat for all of you guys who noticed that actually 2 different hands would bust both of those sets that we saw there. And Cody, 147 big blinds with 21 players left. How insane is that? Would I say that Cody has been playing technically well? Does he make solver approved plays? Would an online professional look at his game and say, hey, this Cody guy, he plays really well? Hell no. Is his game absolutely entertaining? Has he actually shown us some absolutely sick plays? Is he using his image to his advantage? Absolutely yes. This is the player that you want when you watch King's Resort streams.
Yes, of course, but at the same time, we really want to see a really big number of hands. Justify mystery bound.
Yes, and he's right. Listen, guys, listen. I know it's maybe unfair. We had a lot of 150 euro bounties. But Cody, he's obviously right. When you have a mystery bounty, we have 120k up top. We want to have a big one that you can go ahead and play the tournament for. So the 75,000 euros that Krzysztof from Poland won, of course we want those big numbers. And actually, I've seen a lot of mystery bounties that go even flatter. That would make it 100,000. They wouldn't have those big second places there. That makes it intriguing, right? There are obviously standard knockout tournaments where you get a fixed pool from your opponent. You have the progressive ones as well. Did I hear all in? Yes, we have all in by Blue Duck. And Cody with ace-5 of some. Even he can't continue possibly. Surely. Again, Cody with that big raise. This is the thing. Cody has been really putting people under pressure with his big raises. He yet again goes for it, and Blue Duck, he's had enough. He says, hey, you raised so big, I'm just gonna go ahead and widen my ranges, jam in your face with the ace-10 off. If you have it, you have it. Well, you never know what Cody does. I think we coined the term today. It's not GTO, it's CTO. Cody Theory Optimal. House of Cards, well, I'm not sure actually. I can't tell you. I can ask if you want. By the way, if you guys want to know, the German stream, there's an absolute veteran we met in Vegas.
We may play, but as Gentleman said, for 1.5k,
he's an absolute professional, and he always sends me these numbers. Stefan, I have to give him credit here, because a lot of the research, it comes from him. He always gives me the payout amounts, and he would know this, so I can find out.
How strong on a scale of 1 to 10?
Just skill.
Just
nothing.
7 deuce. I don't believe you, sir.
Ishka Popper with the 8s.
Don't believe you.
And you know, obviously, guys, this is so incredible. We literally, last week, a week ago, we had the entire world here in Prague at King's. Playing for massive amounts of money. I think 13.8 million was it? The prize pool got into in the main event. And we already play for 1.5 mil. I mean, that's just crazy. And look at this Casco. Very interesting. He goes for a basically min free bet. And the stylish man Blue Duck lets it go. Well, I think when it's so small, we just have no other option but to call here, right? The thing is, when someone free bets so small, your incentive to just stick it in his face and go all in just diminishes. That's less dead money in the pot, and you simply have the odds to call. There we go. Free betting like this gets rid of the other players, and it basically forces you to play for it right here. So there we go. Let's play some poker. Ace-10 suited in position, out flops. Mishka, Popper, Snowman. They ran into a cold deck right here on the flop. And Prokasko, if he plays it by the book, he will go for that small bet. Anywhere between 200,000 and 500,000. It's pretty good. It's 450 in the end. 550. Slightly on the bigger side. The thing is, when you have the ace-10 and you bet up on a board like this one, your initial bet, because you can still bet the turn and the river and comfortably get it in, your initial bet can simply target your opponent's weak hands and put them in a tough position. So you can size it down a little bit here. Because what is the player out of position going to do? Now he has a very, very easy fold. If you make it smaller, probably still folds with the 8s, but it becomes a closer spot.
Really strong. Strong. If not, you have 20 minutes until I know what you have.
And that is absolutely correct.
But careful. You play 8 hours, 30 minutes today. Careful to go all in. Yep. I believe
There was one left. Okay, if I have it correctly, again, guys, you can't take my word for it. I'm definitely taking my information from Stefan. Stefan is my master. I am like the overweight Luke Skywalker of poker commentary, and Stefan from the German stream, he's my Master Yoda. But he says that the overlay was roughly about 163K, something like that. Roughly in that ballpark. So 163K. Just over 10%, I think. After taxes and fees, of course. So basically, yeah, I think that's a great result, honestly. Great value for the players on one end, but on the other, you know, making a 1.5 million right after World Series of Poker Prague. I mean, wow. It's just amazing. We got 2,785 entries a week after everybody spent their money playing the World Series of Poker here in the Czech Republic. I mean, that's just insane if you ask me. Insane. We get so many entries right here. How long is each blind level? You can actually check. We have the question in the Twitch chat. Luke Shoro is asking. And by the way, take a look at this. Cody, our madman, still with 75 bigs all the way up there. We are at 100K, 200K, 200K. Mishka Popper down there with 18 bigs. But look at this. Mishka and Blue Duck, they are just 7 big blinds away from each other. And Casco and Stan the Man are the mid-stacks with Stan the Man having 1.4 million chips. Really, this is anybody's game. So if you want to check it out, guys, our app, King's Resort, you can even see into the future, half an hour into the future, and you will see who busted, how much they won. Basically, the whole tournament clock is, if you have been here in Rozvadov before and you have an account already, you can check the literal tournament clock. And by the way, Euro Rounders, they are running a blog as well. So Euro Rounders, they have a blog that you can check out with all the updates. Obviously, everything's moving towards tomorrow. I think, listen guys, tomorrow will be big, right? We will be here, I will be here. We will play for big money. Somebody will walk away with 120K plus the 3K package for the biggest event of the year here in Rozvadov, right? But let me tell you, you have been fantastic. The action has been fantastic. And I think secretly, even though obviously everybody wants to see those big hands and somebody winning crap ton of money, I think today the action has been so incredible that I cannot imagine what would have to happen tomorrow to even remotely match that. And we still have about 2.5 hours to go. And that includes that the player that was on our stream the whole time takes home 75,000 euro for the biggest bounty. I mean, it's been absolutely incredible. And I can tell you the levels are 75 minutes. So they started, but if you want to see how they change, you can go to King's Resort app and actually see the live clock. Only thing you need to have an account is to go ahead and have been at King's Resort or King's Casino at least once. And by the way, take a look at this. Today is the day of the same hands. We had Ace-Queen against Ace-Queen twice, King-Queen against King-Queen offsuit one time. Now it's turn to have Ace-King against Ace-King. And these guys are very deep. Look at this, Casco actually just straight jams. 41 big blinds, and Cody, of all people, Cody holds the Ace-King. And actually, this is just a gigantic all-in, ladies and gents. The thing is, Ace-King really, the reason why Ace-King is played a lot before the flop is A, it's basically a drawing hand. You're trying to outdraw those pairs. Nobody will call Ace-Queen to this sizing, right? And the second thing is, you have a hand that removes those powerful hands like aces and kings. So when you go ahead and you go all in with Ace-King, ideally you want to have some fold equity. And the way Casco just didn't think, he just jammed it in so aggressively. They are even next to each other. Look, you can see both of them. But Cody can't be too happy. It's not a snap call by any means with the offsuit variant. This is insane! Yes, he actually called in the end, did he? No, he folds! He folded face up with Ace-King against Ace-King that his opponent chose him. Oh my goodness. What did we just witness? What a power move with that all-in. Deja vu, but this time the Ace-King actually takes it down. I think he was really scared by the absolute strength. By the way, blinds you can see on the screen. Dimitso 12, you can see it. It's 100K, 200K, 200K. Can you believe this? Obviously, another Ace-King offsuit. We had two in the last hand. We wake up right now and another Ace-King offsuit for Blue Duck this time. Who raises to 450,000. Now, let's see if there's another Ace-King somewhere in the deck. Well, lucky in the cutoff, he's got 19 big blinds. He can actually consider just going for it here. Looks like, yep. Those are the big chips. We are free betting. And this is basically all in. And blue Jack. Now with the aces. Look at this. Card protector is the aces. Goes all in. And ace king in one hand. Made ace king fold. Now, can it beat Lucky 761? Thank you to one of the players, El Clasico. We have a flip extremely deep into the tournament. Can the blue Jack knock out the Lucky 761? Tension is in the air. This is a massive flip. And it's a 6 right in the window. And that is it, less than 1%. Oh, but the miracle runner is between Lucky and double up. It is a 4, look at this. Oh my God, you can't be serious. Are you serious? Can we have a split here with the 5 on the river? Don't tell me that's possible. No, we have yet another full house. And Lucky doubles through this stylish man from Switzerland, the blue Jack. Never easy, always a sweat. People always say that and it doesn't really mean anything. But today, that is 100% true. No matter how much you are behind, there's always hope on the river.
It's going to be chill. It's time again. 3 big blinds. You have one time bank. And one time bank.
Crazy runouts all around. Okay, the calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's be clear about that.
Luke Shirov, you are welcome, sir. And there's that all in. Blue Jack with the ace 6. Can the blue Jack save him? Mishka Popper with the queen 10 suited. I mean, you can consider going for it here, but the problem is he does have only 15 big blinds. Do you really want to risk a call? Somebody behind you, like this man, Cody is still in the mix. He goes all in, and then what are you going to do?
Let's go, double me up.
He lets it go. And uh-oh, Cody. Cody doesn't even think about it. He looks at the Jack 9, instantly calls. I mean, CTO guys, Cody Fury optimal. What was there to think about? Of course, it's suited. It's a Jack high. He's going to go for it. And now Stand the Man. He might actually come along with the freeze. Yes, here we go. Stand the Man makes this freeway. Looks like both of these players want to get rid of the blue Jack. Well,
45,
it's a good chance to more than triple up for blue Jack. Silver linings. And we will wait for that massive side pot, especially if you take it from the point of view of that little blue rubber ducky. Can he hit that ace? Can he hit that 6? To more than triple up. Does not look good for him. Cody, who instantly called, has a flush draw, but Stand the Man obviously has a set. An instant check from both players. Stand the Man is the one betting. Cody now has a gutter as well. This could be absolutely massive. If the right card hits the river, Cody, it doesn't look like he has a draw. He does not act like a man on a draw. Instantly acts. Didn't even hesitate when he added extra outs here. Let's see the river. Can Cody get there? What do you think, guys? What do you think? Of course Cody can get there, and this is such a brutal spot. Cody just called. Did he just call the hand? Looks like it. Sebastian Kotovic, the man we've been watching all day. Came to take a look. Blue Duck is eliminated, yes. It looks like Cody only called the bet. And the stylish man, the Blue Duck, leaves into the night.
I like everybody. No, it's not you. That's your Jungle Man.
Jungle Man. I'm honestly, with this hand, I'm quite surprised that Cody didn't consider raising. I do think a raise could have been in order there. Xavi says over the flop. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure what's in the water. Obviously, if we talk like professionals, this is absolutely random. We just happen to be in the tiny percentile of what's possible. But seriously, every single hand, we get these crazy runouts, crazy setups. And I'm just still quite puzzled as to why Cody didn't consider that, hey, I can maybe raise with the flush there. But you never know what Cody will do. This man is very unpredictable. You never know what Cody will do. By the way, guys, if you are Czech, there's a really special project by King's Resort, and it's called the King's Show. Basically, they are trying to gamify poker. They get all sorts of celebrities. So, if you are from the Czech Republic, make sure you check it out. There's an account on Instagram dedicated to King's Show. And if you are not from here, hey, you can use the subtitles to see how it actually works. And I think every time, just like with the mystery bounties, you know, back in the day there was no mystery bounty. Somebody had to invent this format. But once they did, it really caught on. Just like with that, I really welcome people trying to make poker more entertaining, not just make it straight up hold'em with no twists at all. I think it makes it really interesting and fends off boredom.
It's only one thing.
Now, lucky 7-6-1, Queen Jack off. Wow! Cody's big sizings again. Yes.
Nice race. Nice race. No money. No blinds. Nice.
And see, that's the problem. Cody keeps changing the race sizes, right? He mixes it up. You can never know what he actually has. And because he does it so big and unconventionally, you never know what happens. And it's very tough to adjust to. I already told the story of a player online. His name was Stefan. Not to be mistaken by the Stefan that does the German stream. But basically he was playing against Jungle Man, he was playing all these top players, and the way he threw them off completely, Linus, he was using different race sizes in different positions. He was mixing it up, he was mixing in limps, and for a period of time he was one of the online players to beat. And we are seeing a repeat of that here with Cody, who has an absolute tower of chips. Look at this. Stand the man, takes one down, and shows the ace.
Just for you.
Just for you, he says.
He show ace for you? No, because true brother. He thinks to shove, no? So but no time back, so you, let's call floor to give you the thing from the scraps. Yes. Yeah. Because I was playing 8 hours over there, so I didn't have to think about the distance. Let's go.
By the way, 19 players. I'm trying to see in the King's app who we actually lost. And Blue Duck, of course, is out. But oi, oi, oi. I have very, very bad news for all the Polish fans. Sebastian Kotovic, who has been a staple during today's stream, he has busted in 20th place, taking home about 4.3K. So slowly but surely, we are losing all our Polish heroes. We started with 5 at the feature table. I'm not sure how many are still even remaining in the tournament. But of course, 3.7K on top of the 600 we already paid Sebastian Kotovic. Not a bad payday. We entered with 480 euros. We can't complain too much, I would assume. Now look at this Cody. Of course it's Cody. Now with 2 pair, checking the 2 pair on an extremely connected board, which will allow Lucky to go ahead and be the one that bets. Now Cody, are you going to raise here or are you going to just call? You just never know. This is the Cody show. And I am all for it. And oh my goodness, this man with the massive tower of chips can actually lose. And Lucky gets there with the straight. The 7 is at the bottom end, but I still think that he should find a value bet, at least a small one. Yep, here we go. We are reaching for the chips, and Cody with the insta call. 1.6 million was the bet, and that side lets him know that, hey, when you play an unpredictable style, sometimes it does backfire. Well, I don't think he has to mind too much. He still has a bunch of chips.
Super flop is good.
The real in the hijack with the Jack 7 suited, we have seen him before at a feature table. We know that he does like to mix it up from time to time, and there we go. 2.4 big blinds. With a hand that is very much out of line. When you have 22 bigs, Jack 7 suited is definitely on the looser side. Well, Mishka Popper, 13 bigs. Is this go time? You are doing reasonably well against most hands. He just lets it go. Look at this. Now Cody. The man with all the chips is looking at them. Usually that's an indication that he wants to bet, but no, he changes his mind in the end. Lets it go, which means Casco releases as well. And the real, we got out of line, makes it work with his Jack 7 of spades. And here we continue. So yeah, as I repeated already, as I said already, we have lost Kotovic, unfortunately, the fan favorite. Hopefully you Polish fans will stick with us. As we are inching closer and closer to that final day. The Pirates Poker Treasure, brought to you by Euro Rounders. By the way, they do have a blog. I believe it is in English. You can check all the updates. I will try to catch somebody from Euro Rounders to tell us all about what they are about. How do they get so many players here? 2,785 entries. Only a few days right after the World Series of Poker ended in the same country. I mean, that is absolutely insane. I want to know, how are they doing this alongside King's Resort? And look at this, 2 players, both with the flush draws. Cody with the best hand right now, but it is Stan the Man who is drawing to the nuts. Well, with Cody, I would like to say that he will bet, but you never know with this man. Well, now if you are Stan the Man, I think the obvious play is to bet now. And then when you are on the river, to bet again and bet big. Because obviously your opponent can't have the nut flush. There we go, he just checks and Cody takes it down. Respect for Cody. And Stan the Man is not too happy, shaking his head. He's maybe thinking that he missed out on going for it right there. And of course, this man has been the man of the tournament so far.
After the run from the gentleman, psychology a little bit hampered.
Cody is the one to watch, and you can tell that he does have the respect of the players as well. It's not easy to play against a player as unpredictable as Cody is, let me tell you. You will second guess yourself about trying to bluff the river as well. Take a look at this, Stan the Man. Folding, which means lucky. Gets lucky with the tens and takes it down. And let's see. So we did lose Kotovic. Right now we have 4.3k locked up. 600 was already paid to players, of course. And this 1.5 million Euro prize pool. And the real in the small blind, that is an absolute monster when you are blind against blind, even with 25 bigs. It actually can be profitable, just go ahead and jam it, limp and go all in. It's just so hard to make hands blind against blind. And the ace is for lucky. Of course he gets lucky, and this is absolutely brutal. I just told you guys that the ace-10 offsuit is a really strong hand, blind against blind. And it will be extremely tough to just let it go for the real. Now he's trying to see if lucky can give away some tails. It is not easy to stay calm and not show that you have aces. Yes, he actually folds. Hey, wow, face up fold with ace-10. And lucky, look at that respect. How does this man do it? Wow. Folded to a simple free bet with ace-10 offsuit. Wow, wow, wow. And lucky, you know, he's not angry. He just says, hey, respect. And he avoided a disaster. Broke-out trap. Maybe, I'm not sure. I think that the free bet, you can definitely make it smaller. I think that he should have taken his time, Dimitsu, and he should have gone smaller there with the aces. You don't have too many reasons to go pretty big, right? So go slightly over 2x, try to induce some plays from your opponent. But yeah, I think that's the reason why. Why the ace-10 just let it go? It was the big sizing and the fast action. It seemed a little bit too obvious that Lucky will have something he likes. He will not just fold to a 4-bet. And look at this. Stand the man with the queen-10 off. The real. This time he calls with the king-10 offsuit. This is a little bit unorthodox on the button. Not a terrible play by any means. Maybe it's just not making money though. But as you can see, he is ahead of Stan the man, who is up against it. He does have the initiative, but he's behind the real and he does not have position. And now he has almost no hope as the real outflops him. And this is bad news for Stan the man. When you have the queen and the 10, just means it's less likely that your opponent can have the king-10, can have the queen-king, or that he can have the club draw. We have the club in our hand. So it's almost a mandatory bet right here. And of course, the real is not going anywhere. The question is, the default play should be to just call, let our opponent bluff. We can see that that's the best play against the 2 cards that Stan the man actually does have. Yep, here we go. And for Stan the man, the obvious continuation cards are a check or a club. But the club, the caveat is that this actually connects pretty well with whatever the real should have. So I would not say that this is a mandatory bet. Yeah, he just waves the white flag here. Well, and for the real, if you think about it, just underrepresenting your hand, checking it back, going to the river does make sense, but basically want to charge the 1 club hands here. You want to charge those pairs with 1 club as well that will be calling you. But no, he goes for the safe option. Absolutely reasonable. Where it's unfortunate, when you do this, it allows your opponent to outdraw you. If you don't hit that club, however, your opponent can bluff and you easily pick his bluffs off. And interestingly enough, Stan the man does not go for that thin value bet on the river. Quite interesting. I definitely think he could have squeezed a small bet out of the real. It's just not very likely that the real would have a flush there, right? Because if you have a 1-card flush draw, you would simply bet the turn. Why wouldn't you simply do that? And the update is here. Cody Theory Optimal. 84 big blinds, 16 million chips. Lucky is still up there with 11.4. Casco 9 million. Stan the man 8 mil. And the real and Mishka Popper are the 2 short stacks at the table with Mishka all the way down to 11 bigs. He's looking for that double up. And our blinds are still 100K, 200K, 200K. If you are looking for the payouts, Faint B, we also had a bunch of mystery bounties, 75K. We had 2 bounties that were half that. We had a few 10Ks, but pretty much everything is gone. All the big bounties have been taken. We have actually the interview with the player. We didn't record the bounty itself, but we have the interview with the player who won 75,000. That's right, 75,000 euro on a day 3 of a tournament. He simply pressed one button and he took home 75,000 euro. That is already on the King's Resort Instagram. You can see what Mr. Mielon from Poland, how he reacted. And it was the second biggest score in his life. The first one, he actually was 88th in the World Series of Poker main event. So second biggest payday in his life, just by pressing one button here at King's Resort. Blackbeard blessed him with those 75K. Now look at this, we have a lot of action. So we have a raise from Casco. Lucky goes ahead and only calls with the suited ace. I would like to see a free bet there actually, which allows obviously Cody, who loves to play a lot of hands, to come along. And Casco has an absolute lock on this board right now with those top trips. But for some reason it's Cody who's thinking about it. No, of course, even for Cody this is a little bit too crazy. And we have that trap. Let's take a look. Obviously, both of these players know that Cody is in the pot. Cody likes to bet when he has the opportunity, and that is a bet. We have those pink chips. Those are the big ones, 500K, so it's 1.3 million. Bet right here. A really, really big bet. And Casco, he is now saying, hell yeah. No, don't raise, don't do it. Why would you race against Cody? No, Casco, no. You had him right where you wanted him. Oi, 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 oi. This is way too much strength to be shown. I know he's afraid because the club's backdoor got there. And suddenly has a full-fledged flush draw, but still. I don't think even Cody is crazy enough try to play back against this play. Oh my goodness, Cody. So far, this stream has been a one-man show. And this has been the main actor, but he does let it go. Not even Cody is crazy enough to try to come over the top with ace high right here. And Casco shows that king. Flashes it to the table. Great fault from Zoran, by the way, House of Cards Poker is saying to one of the earlier hands. It's such a mixed bag. Guys, I have been at World Series of Poker, right? WSOP, and let me tell you, even in those tournaments, you have seen some crazy plays. But once it went to the high roller, yeah, everybody knows what they're doing. But these lower buy-ins, even in Prague, you just see these really fun characters that don't play the same all the time. They are not those game theory optimal robots that study 24/7, that only play online. And obviously, hey, they don't play optimally. They don't play perfect poker. But it is absolutely part of the beauty of it.
What, I just took my cards for a second? How is possible?
He has a crab head. He's complaining that, hey, how come I only have 5 seconds instead of 15? And then he folds anyway. Oi, 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 oi. Cody takes one down. I don't know why Casco. Listen, with a hand like this, you could consider defending, especially against Cody.
thinking. Always the same. If you call it his bluff with no time bank, good luck.
And Misha Cooper, there we go, 10 big blinds. It's go time, baby. Nothing to wait for. Question is, will he just put all the chips in, or will he try to get cute and leave one behind? There we go, all in, no games from Mishka. Let's see if he will get some customer. I mean, ooh, look at this, stand the man with the King Jack offsuit. It might be just enough to make him fold, but it's definitely very, very close. With those antes in there and that small blind money. You can see he does have 41%. Oi, 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 oi. I would love to tell you if this is a call or a fold. I assume it's more on the fold side, but no, here we go. It's close, but we're going for it. King Jack offsuit against Ace-8. Mishka Popper is up against it. He has to dodge the king or the jack or those possible straights or those one card flush draws, or he is out. So far so good, 74% for Mishka. He even flops that pair. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of outs. That's a lot of outs that just lit up for Stan the Man. Can he convert one of them into taking out Mishka? No, he cannot. And Mishka Popper doubles up. Never easy, always a sweat, 100% of the time during today's stream here, during day 3, guys. I was almost worried that it would be straightforward, but not today, not today. I actually didn't notice, but listen, we don't want to promote anyone, but maybe it's just a funny t-shirt. But Cody does have Share the Pot t-shirt on. And I must say, it does kind of represent how he actually plays. He likes to share the pot. Very frequently, he likes to play loosely. He likes to get out of line. Take a look at this. Mishka Popper, this is very interesting. He's actually studying the big blind stack, I believe. And Cody with a 6-5 suited, that's basically a premium hand for the man with the big tower of chips. Unfortunately for him, he runs into an actual premium hand. So now the question is, how much will Casco free bet, and will it be too much? Or enough to get Cody out of the pot? Okay, we will get rid of the stragglers. I don't think the reel will continue here. He does like to get out of line a little bit, but... Wait, hang on! Hold that thought! I blinked and I suddenly didn't realize that Casco just called with the queens. What is going on right here, ladies and gentlemen? We have only a call with the queens, which means the reel actually comes along. Blink and you miss it. I cannot say I like this play. Maybe he was afraid of Cody. He did not want to play a deep pot. But this might backfire big time. Look at Cody, super disguised draw and the backdoor. We have the double gutter and the backdoor spade draw. For Casco, this could spell disaster if Cody hits one of his outs. But suddenly it's the real actually thinking about doing something. And look at this Cody. This is basically the perfect hand for a player like this. Disguised, absolutely strong, and very likely to get paid off if he hits. Oh my goodness. I have a bad feeling for Casco here. Tanteclep, I can see the level of some players is very poor, shoving their cards every time. It is a mystery bounty. We still have some bounties to play for. If that gives you some thought as well, food for thought. There we go. So Cody goes ahead and bets. Casco just calls here. The real, he should be just letting it go. Any minute now. I think this is just Hollywood. I think he's practicing for his acting career if poker doesn't work out. And he will fold any minute now. Any minute now. There we go. Nice performance. The Oscar goes to the real. Now the real players continue to play. And Cody, the super loose player, with a super disguised draw. Not on the turn. And you never know what Cody does. I mean, obviously, when you have a disguised draw like this, you can just continue betting, try to represent the jack. You could also check raise. You never know with this man. There we go. Those are those pink chips. Is it about 1.6? No, 2.1. 4 pink ones, so 2.1 for Casco. All in! Oh my god, yes! Absolutely massive raise. Casco does not mess around, and this is so unorthodox. Remember, he just called pre-flop. This was multi-way. This is a crazy play, if you ask me. I mean, come on. That's a big, big raise. What worse hands will actually call you? It's basically saying, hey, I want to end the hand right here, and the hand will end. There's no way Cody can call this. In no universe should he be calling this. You'll actually be left almost short stack if he calls this. Oh my goodness, Cody. Don't do it. Don't do it, Cody. I see you want to go for it. Looks like he has a feeling that he might hit, but he knows he is not priced in. There we go. There's that fold. And Casco just wants to end the hand. I don't think this is the best play, but it's the one that somehow ends it. But then it begs the question. Oh, why wouldn't you just re-raise before the flop if you want to pull a play like this and just jam it on the turn multi-way? You're risking so much. And Tanteclep. Okay, Tanteclep, take a look at the number of entries. Over 2,700 entries. That is a lot of players. A lot of players. The buy-in was quote-unquote only 480 euro. Only a week ago, we've been playing with 20,000 buy-ins here. Barely 2 hours away from this very table, okay? So, obviously, especially right after the World Series of Poker Europe, where that had all the pros, of course there will be players that like to have a good time, that like to have fun, that like to play those smaller buy-ins, that come here week after week to Rozvadov. And obviously, when these players are not playing those high rollers at the World Series of Poker Europe, of course they will not be playing optimally, they will not be playing like robots, and you will see a lot of sometimes very strange all-ins like we have seen with those queens right there. But that's part of the fun. King's Resort is a place you come to, you live in luxury, but you play for small buy-ins, for big money. We get a guy taking home 75K just by busting somebody out and pressing a button. And it basically brings variety. These are real people. You can actually come to Kings and you will see these players play here week in, week out. And guess what? They are human. For a lot of these guys, poker is not their profession. It's a hobby, it's their pastime. They come here for a holiday to King's Resort. They might not be playing perfectly, but they sure as hell are fun to watch, just like Cody. Look at this. Obviously, 5 free suited with this 10 million stack size. Betting into Lucky, who does have 2 pair right now, and has to be worried about the king. That haircut, Soilets, which one do you mean? It was trendy about 80 years ago in Germany. Oh, but oh my God! Oh yo yo, Soilets. Why did I read this? Oh my goodness. And Tantaclub, one thing that's very interesting, by the way, because when you have these big fields, when you actually have those professional players, and we have had multiple of them. Get Sebastian Kotovic, who's on an absolute heater, winning a lot of tournaments, left, right, and center. It's very interesting to see how they actually adapt to these super strong, not these super strong players, but how these super strong players adapt to these players. They come here to have fun, go for that holiday. And of course, we have a lot of these pros. And really, when you think about real life situations, real life tables, unless you play actually really high stakes, you will always run into these players that come play for fun. They get a little bit out of line. And for me, it's really fascinating to see the mix of players where the strong players try to adapt to the weaker ones, how they do it, why they do what they do. And then you're just entertained by the Cody show. And let's take a look. So reminder, guys, tomorrow is that all-important final day. We will be here until the winner is known. One of these 18 players will go home with over 120K, and that Kings Million European Poker Championship package. Ticket package, I might say. It's 4 tickets, and that means that all the players that you have been seeing during these streams, all those top 10s, you will see them in at least 4 tournaments. When it comes to our big replacement to the World Series of Poker Europe in Rozhladov after it moved to Prague. Lucky 761 goes ahead and limps. Of course, in the small blinds because of the big blind ante. You have a lot of reason to try and see the flop. But Mishka Popper, oi oi oi, with the 4s, I do think that this is a mistake. I do think that with the 4s, you can simply ship it, go all in. There's not much that your opponent can do. Even if he's trapping with something like Ace-King, intending to check jam, you still have a lot of equity. So yeah, it's very, very difficult to have pairs blind against blind where the entire range is basically on display. I would love to have seen Mishka to go ahead and do what we've seen from the Polish guys almost every single time and put in a raise, or it's simply straight up go all in, take down the blinds. Now he's in a world of pain. It's very difficult to make hands. Blind against blind and hold them. But with so many overcards, you have very little hope. And he lets it go. And we have different methods of making stacks. I always struggle with this. Let me tell you, I've been playing online for so long. The stacks of 20, like the players have now, basically, it's a nice method. But still, between hands, I always go ahead and try to count my chips. How many big blinds is this? Where do I stand? And mind you, this has been made much easier with the invention of the big blind ante. If you watch the tournaments of old, when they played for millions, the World Series, for example, they had a lot more chips. There were towers and big walls of chips. And the reason, I actually found out recently why that was. The reason was that the big blind ante was not invented yet. So you needed these tiny chips to keep putting in the antes. You could not get rid of them. You couldn't chip up. And that's why those massive chip stacks were here all the time. And Cody with the queens. It will be very difficult for Lucky to just let it go here. With Queen Jack suited, you definitely want to continue. He lets it go. Wow, I am very curious. Against Cody of all people, we fold Queen Jack suited. Well, if we are being results oriented, you see that, hey, it was the great play. He dodged the queens, but. The hand is so strong, and Cody has been so loose that I would say, hey, it's mandatory to go ahead and just defend. At least see the flop.
I guess she's not playing well. She's very simple. Showdown,
The real with the 8-4. If it was suited, he might actually consider it. And let's see, Lucky. I'm actually perplexed by Lucky. It was the right decision. Maybe he had some life tell. Maybe it was the big sizing of Cody that he keeps using. But just let go of the Queen Jack suited on the button against the free bet. Now it's Cody's time. And he's raising 3.1 big blinds this time. And Casco.
Gentleman before escape. But I don't think it plays anything.
He doesn't think it pays anything. And you know, usually when you see somebody be on the looser side like Cody is, you assume, hey, it's because he has that big stack. But it's definitely not the case. He was down to about 15 big blinds. He was still playing the same way. Putting in the aggression, putting on a show. So, just because he has a big stack and plays this way, it does not mean that that's the only reason. He just likes to get all loosey-goosey. The real decided that, hey, 14 big blinds is just about the right threshold to push in the 8s. Absolutely fine play, of course. Now the question is, will he find a customer or will he simply take down the blinds, which is always a good result when you are on the short stack. Every single extra chip allows him to move towards the territory when he can just raise and still fold to a re-raise. Mishka Popper. I think he was just posturing. Cody, I don't think he is posturing.
Couple of rounds ago, maybe I can go.
Let's go this time. And there we go. There's the all-in and a call. 8 against queens. The real. He has been winning a bunch of all-ins before. Can he hit that 8? Can he crack those queens? Doesn't look like it so far. Those snowmen are running cold right now on the flop. There are some potential backdoors. But right now only those 2 outs are possible, and that is it. We have that set, and the real is eliminated in 18th place. Good game, my friend. Thank you for the show. And he takes home 4.3K, 4,325 euro for the real.
We need one more to last for table balance.
And Mishka Popper And like this one, you almost never want to play. Cody with the 5 deuce off. And Lucky gets a walk with ace 5. There we go. I can't unsee the haircut. I can't repeat what you said in the chat, but yeah, maybe you are right. And it's 17 remaining, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, this is the Cody show. And when Cody decides to play, he will play. This time it's 2.3 big blinds. Reminder that this man goes anywhere between 2.1 and 3.4. Mishka Popper in the big blind. Honestly, if I was against Cody, I would be inclined to simply ship it in. You know how loose he is. His hand is just strong enough.
If you have more time, you go away.
It is just a call. He said that if I had more time, I would go all in. But looks like the time was running out, so he just went with the call. And unfortunately for him, Cody out flops him with the Jack-9 offsuit. And Mishka is way behind with his ace-10 suited. It's dangerous. When you let the man have his way. And here we go. Cody betting. Oh, Mishka Popper, we don't really have those back doors. At least if the 4 was a heart, we could think about it. But against Cody, we have seen him pull some crazy plays on turn and river. I think that we simply have to wave the white flag and give up here. It's pretty unlikely that when a player like this is bluffing with air, that he will simply check it down. That's just not the way the Cody works. And he's gloating a little bit. You let me get there. Now let's take a look at the chip counts. Casco with 94 big blinds. Lucky right there with 62. Cody, after all that action, with 12 million. Stan the Man, 27, and Mishka Popper is the shorty at this table with 16 bigs. And because we have only 5 players, I'm expecting a redraw in a minute.
Good battles so far.
And good battle so far, the players are saying. Good battle indeed. And Casco, look at this. Queens again. This man attracts queens like a magnet. Can he get paid off? That's the question. Cody. Oh, come on, Cody. You are in the big blind. You know you want to. He'll actually show him.
I don't know how this is possible. I don't know. Queens again? I think fourth time. This is machine.
Queens again. Oi, 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 oi.
Never had so many pairs of queens.
Yeah, no, you're running hot.
One level or 1.5 level?
Yeah.
4 times. 3 or 4 times.
I love that the guys are actually talking, you know. They have been kind of battling each other, but they do keep it friendly. It's always curious, you know, when we are in the top 17 and it's still relaxed, but most of the time, once we get to that final table, here in these massive, massive tournaments and big prize pools where there's over 100K up top, a lot of the times the players actually go ahead and start being a little bit reserved. They don't put on a show as much anymore. They don't talk as much. So I'm really, really wondering, but we do have a really fun group going so far. Maybe this will be the exception. But usually when we have these small buy-ins, massive fields and a lot up top, suddenly when the final table hits, people realize, oh my God, this is actually real money. I came here to have a good time at King's Resort, to relax, beautiful nature, get that great service, just play some poker, and suddenly I'm playing for my yearly wage. So far, knock on wood, all is well. Oh my goodness. Kladivo BBC says, guys are fine, but that Betty dealer is even better. You mean she's very professional and very good at her job being a dealer. And it's not easy, by the way. It is not easy to be a dealer on stream. You have to do your usual job. Of course, I have to look at all the cards. But you always, always, always have to coordinate with the guys running the stream. You have to make sure everything runs smoothly. It's a job that not everybody can do. So I am sure this is what Kladivo meant, that she's even better than the players, and what you meant 100%. I'm assuming that you meant she is extremely professional, just like all our dealers that come here and are here on the stream. The clock must be so annoying for dealers. Yeah, you know what? I get it, yes. I think it's a power of habit, though. It's basically like a muscle memory.
20 seconds is difficult.
You see how professional she is? She doesn't even think about it. It's basically like riding a bike, you know? Initially, a lot of people were against this. They were like, oh, you can't have these clocks. It's not going to work. Especially, hey, it's not a $100,000 or euro buy-in. It doesn't make sense to have these clocks. But really, in poker, it just makes it so much smoother. Especially when we are watching on stream. We had that one table. When it was the World Series of Poker Europe, we had 3 tables exactly, and we were switching between them. But it is kind of necessary to have that shot clock to try to speed up the game. And I think for the dealers, yeah, obviously, it's an extra hassle, but if you watch her closely, very handy, not a single misdeal or mistake. If you watch her closely, you will see that she basically does it automatically. She doesn't pause, she automatically goes ahead and goes for that clock when it's another player's action. And that's what you need. Initially, it will be absolutely a pain. It's just like learning how to drive or ride a bike, you know. It's very tough to do initially. But our dealers eventually learn it, and that's why the dealers that you are seeing here, I can't remember when I've seen a misdeal. And they really handle the shot clocks like champs. There we go. 10-9 against King Queen offsuit. Of course, is the 10-9 who takes the lead right here. But Miška Popper, remember, he does have that initiative. And this is a really, really good card for him When Mishka instantly checks,
I didn't see, but I didn't check. Say check on the floor. Check. Check on the floor.
okay, speaking of which, we did have a misunderstanding right now. I also understood that I'm pretty sure I saw Mishka check. And now this is an interesting hand. I think Mishka has a very, very clear bluff here. When you instantly check the flop, you basically are saying, hey, I have a lot of good ace highs. He should follow through on the river as well. Lucky, I like what he's doing. He's basically Hollywooding. You want your opponent to think, hey, maybe I have a flush. Maybe I'm thinking about that. Now let's see if Mishka has what it takes. He has almost exactly a pot size bet. Will he go for it? Will he regret saying that, hey, I was not checking? He gives up, waves the white flag, and just like that is down to 11 big blinds. It looks like we might have a redraw very soon. Yeah, there we go, guys. So redraw. We will have a short break. Don't go anywhere because we will have the conclusion to day 3. And of course, tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is the big finale. Tomorrow we don't leave here until we have one winner. I'll see you in 17 minutes, roughly.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean...
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bomb pot. I don't know what bomb pot.
I haven't seen a bluffing bomb pot either.
I don't know what bomb pot to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are...
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palmer's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
Yeah.
You're talking... Okay,
I was going to say...
Yeah, double board.
No, because I ordered before...
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah,
in the game.
even more
At
wrong.
least it is, if you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all-in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Sick people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
Six.
Oops.
Betting 6K. not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runkin with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Roswithoff, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
show. For the camera.
Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have
Why
queen
not?
10?
You.
What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
Like back in the day, it wasn't like that. Now everybody is either selling action or state. So
Yeah.
you have more availability.
Yeah.
You don't need to have like a bunch of money yourself.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
get somebody with money, and there's a lot more business. Also, Bitcoin doing good is good for poker in general.
There you have it. Truth being told, allegedly by Nicky P.
This guy, I keep telling him, he doesn't care.
Alright. Next time.
You're not doing it on purpose. You're just in la la land.
Yeah.
And then you wake up every hour and you go, oh, I'm playing 6-10. I'm gonna raise 8-5 here. This fucking cocksucker.
Wow.
My oh my.
Good to use the image. You just fold for a while, then you make a move here and there.
What can you do when you never get a hand?
I mean, if you hit 2 pair with 10-6, that's beautiful.
These guys.
Mamma mia. You can't punch.
Some guys value bet the jacks, yeah?
You can't punch.
That line and not done with the queen jack. Turn is a 4.
You look at solver a lot or no? Sometimes or ever?
No, never.
Never.
Solver is till 4-10 on the river. But I still call, you know?
Right?
Very bad play.
Poker exploit.
Very bad play.
The check raised to 33K with queen jack. And Runecount just rips it in there
Now we're playing
with the ace king.
Let's see if I have a heart, I can't remember.
I mean, that is from the streets.
That's double streets.
Power poker.
I have a best hand. Right? I don't know, you are the professional.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American.
Suarez
under the gun.
calls 8-5.
No, American under the gun. Well, you have these other two. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
What's the call?
Being laid a price to peel. No.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out?
Wow. Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when you see a couple of holes. He likes to do that. Sometimes we'll wake up with a hand.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in. Tough river. I saw you.
Set of 9s for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah, Germany versus Germany here is Wintersberger has the flush draw.
Like on 9. Hey, poor. As long as you
Well,
put.
line is just
Table. Yeah. Tournament. Second bullet, third bullet. Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the 2-pair type of holdings, right?
First trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the 9s.
3 of diamonds.
You played like we heard about before. Hyper aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against 2-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
Sounds like Ginger Fluff here has
Brandon Shields
been accused of maybe tanking a little bit.
Does appear to be the case.
4,000.
So you're going to come after me, I'll come after you. 3 bets with the ace-9 suited. Austin Jones Poker in the chat, poker commentators that don't hardly talk about poker. We can't all be Austin Jones Poker.
Austin Jones Poker. Yeah. Sure, he's a great player.
You put poker in the YouTube username. You're all about it, which I do respect. Love the game.
Love the game, just horrible
but
at it.
You gotta let us just talk about Coyote Ugly once in a while. Oh, ace 8-7 with 2 diamonds.
My.
And these two who are on that collision course.
Yeah, this isn't going to be your traditional fender bender. We're looking at total carnage, potential train wreck. There will be casualties.
The check raised to 10.5K.
Do you have any diamonds?
Yeah, has a few of them.
Getting nervous.
There's another.
Oh, boy.
The 4 of diamonds on the turn. But Dell's still firing the dream spot for Brandon.
Small bet, 5K into 30. Probing. And now with the nuts.
Shields just calls. River another 4.
I don't blame Vidal for betting here, right? You're targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king types of hands.
Many of which would have 3-bet pre.
Now Shields, what do we do? Got the ace-high flush, paired board. This guy's bet every single street. Are you at all concerned about being up against a house? This is very player dependent. I would hate to leave any value on the table. It almost feels like you have to raise. If he calls, he's just worried about pocket 8s, pocket 7s, right? It's never aces full. And just notoriously tanking the reputation that we heard from Bedell. Just call.
Wow. Bedell's going to be confident after that until he sees this. About a 74K pot goes in Brandon Shields' direction.
I was sure I was ahead.
And welcome back after the redraw. We have a bunch of new heroes here at the feature table of the Pirates Poker Treasure Blackbeard Mystery Bounty 1.5 million euro guaranteed. So let's see who the heroes are. And we have some fresh blood with a lot of chips, ladies and gentlemen. Vasilis Nicolas from Sweden, 18.7 million. Cristiano Arciero, Italy, 16 mil. Christoph, we've seen him before. Marcus Giesen comes back with 8 mil. Tonino Sturzo, 8.6 million. Stan the man we've seen all day long, at least in the last segment, 4.9 mil. Eric Avlastimov is here, and Mishka Popper down there with those 11 bigs, He did not go for it before the break. Let's see if his strategy will change, if he will actually start pushing and pressing his opponents now that he is Cody free. Cody is on the other table, and we are down to last two right before that coveted final day. And really, this is fresh blood. I am going to be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I am a little bit disappointed that we will not get to see the rest of the Cody show tonight. I really hope that he makes it to the final day and we will get to sweat that crazy man who has been playing all over the place. You never know what he does. I'm not even trying to guess why he does the things he does, but we have a fresh new blood. I'm sure that these players will try to live up to the expectations we have after that feature table after feature table that brought us insane run-outs, one-outers, crazy rivers, a lot of friendly banter, and overall a good time. And Stan the Man, we have seen him before, of course. Raising it up. Well, Mishka Popper, what else do you want? We have the ace queen offsuit. I believe it is go time. He will not make the same mistake he made before by playing too passively. Yes, here we go. Crazy Daisy leaving the token 200k behind, so we can actually act last. And look at this! Cristiano Arciero wakes up with the tens right behind Mishka Popper. We are having some fun. That fake fold, that was hilarious. No way Mishka was ever folding.
I confused you, yeah?
Yes, you confused everybody. Why are you being cute? Everybody knows you're calling. Come on, Mishka Popper. Stop this cuteness. And right off the bat, very first hand, back from the break, we have ourselves a flip. Can the ace queen of Mishka outflop, turn or river the tens of Cristiano Arciero? Off to the flop. It is a queen right in the window. Here we go. And our short stack is a big favorite to live another day. Unless a miracle 10 comes from the river. Not meant to be. We have seen these one-outers before. One on the river came today. It's not meant to be. And Mishka has a dream start after the break on this brand new feature table with fresh talent. Counterclap, the graphics are more clear, what you show in the break, so tell direction. We can take a look at it. Of course, we are trying to get better every single time, so thank you for that feedback, Counterclap. I hope you can still read everything, however. That's the most important thing. As long as you see the action, you see what's happening, that's all that matters. You know what's actually going on at the table, and we are happy. Marcus letting go of that king 6 suited. Tonino, 9-8 off. Should be releasing it any minute. Now we have not seen a lot of these players yet on our feature table, so we have no idea what to expect. The last batch of players, of course, have been pretty aggressive and loose. Who's to say that this won't continue? I think especially a big mystery bounty tournament like this, it will attract a little bit more gambly type of players. People that do like to get loosey-goosey, that are willing to fight for pots. And even though now the mystery bounties, they're not really that important because we have given out all the big ones, headed by that 75,000 for pressing one button after taking down an opponent that went to Poland. Still the players remain, and the mindset might still be there that, hey, this was a big mystery bounty. I came to play, and so far we've been seeing just that. And Cristiano with a queen jack offsuit, really we should be folding in the cutoff, but he is getting adventurous. 2 big stacks are at it right here. And Christoph is way ahead now with that flush draw and that made hand. Question is, if he'll be going ahead and protect his hand by betting. Yes, he goes for it. Tankele, it's a bit bigger with the photo of players. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I guess it would make sense for the final table to add the photos. For these feature tables, that's the thing. We rotate. We rotate almost every break. So yeah, it would be possible. We'll see what we can do. Obviously, it does take quite a lot of labor. I actually work with a lot of top photographers in the industry, and sometimes the productions, especially we've done some TV productions, but it's streamed for behind the paywall, for example, and they really want those professional photos, even though they're freaking tiny and you can't even tell the difference. They really want a professional photographer on that, and let me tell you, it's actually a hassle because you have to quickly take them. They can't look too crazy, the players, right? At least decent looking. And when you rotate the feature tables one after another, it's actually a lot of work to get it right. And quickly upload it, quickly load those photos. So yeah, you would be surprised how much effort goes behind running these streams and giving you this action. And now we have a free bet by the ace-queen offsuit. The problem for Stan the Man with 25 big blinds is ace-jack suited is a hell of a strong hand. It will be very difficult to just let go right here, even though these are early positions. Yes, there we go. Unfortunately for Stan the Man, he is up against it against ace-queen offsuit. We have seen before a fold from ace-king. Not this time. Stan the Man does not have enough in his stack to make the ace-queen offsuit fold. But yeah, there is that call. And Stan is way behind Cristiano Artiero. Can he hit that jack? Can he hit those diamonds? Well, it is an ace. Doesn't help him much. Three of diamonds on the turn. And unless he hits a miracle, or he chops it. Oh my goodness. I say or he chops it, and right away, even Stan the Man was on his way out. But the river is actually a chop.
I was looking for the jack, only jack.
3 or 9?
Yeah. No, I don't see the 3. No, I don't see the 3.
You and me both, brother, but in the end, I actually realized, hey, there can be a split. That's why we have so many outs, and he actually did get there. This is very, very interesting. And he was literally on his way out. He was telling his goodbyes, you know, getting ready to get that cheap Czech beer here we have at King's. Hit that 5-star hotel. But he's right back in the fray. And of course, when you have a stronger ace, you are not happy when this happens. And it was a very, very amusing hand, I must say. See, this is the thing. Sometimes in poker, a lot of the people, when you watch poker, you are looking for that massive one-outers and set over set, huge bluffs. But for me, I must say that the game is so amusing that little moments like this, like a player not realizing there's a chop and smiling and already leaving, and then being surprised in a really nice way that, hey, I'm actually still in this tournament. We actually do chop this. I was only looking for that jack. Those little human moments that many times you just don't notice at the poker table. It is really, really something that makes the game exciting. It's not just those big heart attack moments. These little spots that remind you, hey, this is a game of humans playing humans. They really make the game interesting for me. And take a look at this, Marcus. With that ace-10, and if you're thinking, hey, what is Tonino thinking about? It is blind against blind. It's tough to give people credit for hands. The odds are absolutely fantastic. So even with a hand like that, you should be thinking about it. Never go on autopilot, never just auto-fold hands in the big blind. Always take at least a little bit of time to think about it. Because yes, in every other position, you are never playing a hand like that, but blind against blind, you can. And I'm getting PTSD from my coach back in the day, who was always scolding me exactly for this issue, for acting too fast, for instantly making decisions without thinking it through. My coach used to hammer that into me. No, 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 no instant acting. At least consider your action in every single spot, every situation. And Cristiano, Razy Daisy. Unfortunately for him, Stan the man, the very same man who just chopped it with an ace, has ace-king in the big blind. And it's go time, yes. Yet again, Stan the man is at risk. But because of the sheer amount of big blinds, 18 big blinds, he's very unlikely to actually get called by the king-jack offsuit. And in all probability, we will just see a fold here. Unless Cristiano wants revenge for that chop, but I don't think donating chips is the way to do it. He lets it go. Stan the man is all smiles. Finally takes one down cleanly without a fight. Now he's saying, yes, now I know that you were actually behind. Well spotted. Deuces for Cristiano, there we go. This is definitely a hand you can consider just folding. Oh my goodness, we go for that call. So it is a very straightforward limp. The professional players never recommend this. They always say, don't try this at home, raise or fold. The thing is, if your opponents will not punish you, it's fine. But if they will actually go ahead and use aggression to try to take it away from you, it won't be easy. And Mishka Popper, let's see. I mean, bumping it up. He does have 18 big blinds. Cristiano, it's very suspicious when somebody limps under the gun with 16 left in such a massive field. There's a lot at stake. You have to be thinking, hey, is this aces? Is he trapping something big? But it is actual deuces. It is exactly what he's saying it is, and we have That limp. Well, Mishka Popper, that's the thing. You're a little bit shell-shocked by seeing that limp under the gun, but not Mishka. He goes for it. You have that gutter with the free. He's teasing Cristiano. He tells him, hey, go all in, go all in. And takes it down. And here we go. We are still yet to see some fireworks. We had a nice chop, okay, but I want to see more. The new group of players, they should dazzle us. This is very likely the last batch you will see today. Tomorrow, of course, is the big grand finale where we will crown the winner no matter what. By the way, if you want to see who busted, you can go ahead and use the King's Resort app. If you have been here at least once, if you have made an account with your ID, you can check it and you see who busted when. Tomáš Rose, the man we were watching, who I said was the dark horse of the tournament, 24th place, 3,200. Mr. Deposit, also we were watching him, 23rd place. Alexandros Kinazidis from Greece, he went out in 17th, 4,325. But hold that thought, Marcus, he is only calling with the tens, very interesting. The thing is, he does have 33 big blinds behind, and Vasilis is very, very deep. So there is respect for the Swede stack, and maybe also his nationality. I remember back in the day, when a player was from Sweden, he was A, crazy aggressive, and B, at the same time, somehow also highly skilled. I'm not sure if that's the case anymore these days, but that's how we always saw the Swedish players. Crazy, crazy action players that also think about the game deeply. David Edgerton won. Hello, Kings, from Galveston, Texas. Hello. Oh, it's actually fantastic. I have a lot of family that used to live in Austin, Texas. My aunt is actually a Brown University instructor. Hold that thought. Oh my goodness, we have a flop flush against a flop top set and a gutter by Cristiano, but somehow two players are checking what will Marcus do with that top set. He only called before the flop. Now it's time to put the money in the pot, but he's very likely to get the bad news. But we are very deep, guys. There's 8 million behind still. And Vasilis is covering everybody, the big stack. And Cristiano is actually coming along. 0% equity. Double gutter, but little does he know, it's completely useless right here. And look at this. Oh my goodness. Vasilis is only calling the flop flush against two players. He's playing with fire. If the board would pair, the diamond would fall. He'd regret his decision, but look at this. He just called, and it's Cristiano, of all people. The man with by far the weakest hand that cannot win. He's the one leading into the pot. And Vasilis continues to try to spring his trap. He called on the flop, calls against the lead. And Marcus, has he had enough? We do have that top set. We were multi-way. It is possible that our opponents have those flop flushes. There are a lot of straights possible as well. But are you really going to let them see the river really cheaply? Yes, you are. And now, Marcus, the last thing he wants to see is a blank. Vasilis is trying to dodge a paired board. And Cristiano, he has no hope. Oh my God, it is absolutely disgusting. Vasilis gets punished by slow playing multiple times, and Marcus rivers a top full house. And now the question is, how much will be the damage he will inflict upon Vasilis? He has just under a pot-sized bet left. Will he try to go for it all against a 6? Against somehow a slow played flush that you never really expect to see here. We are taking our time. Are we going with that small bet? The thing is, going small does not make too much sense. We have those 2 10s, so it's very, very difficult to target a hand that would call a small bet like a pair of 10s that would have the 2 pair, but we have them in our hand. I think going big is the way to go, and we are grabbing those pink chips, those 500Ks. Here we go. All the pinks. Now the question is, Cristiano, I don't think he can do much. And Vasilis, will he just call here? Or will he think, hey, I slow played so many times. The bet is actually not that big. He did not go all in. He only has 3.125 million behind. I will try to go ahead and stack his random 6. Maybe a lower flush draw. That is what this man is thinking about. He will never fold. Will he hang additional 3.1 million chips and hand them over to Marcus? Or will he make this very, very timid call here? Honestly, after slow playing on the flop, slow playing on the turn, going for that value is not the worst idea. Unless you are against Marcus and he has that top full house. He's folding! Wow! He simply let it go. Lucky river, he calls the hand of his opponent. What a laydown on the river with the flop flush. I can't think of many players when they slow play this way that would just let it go. I really thought that we are looking at a raise or a call. He actually let it go. What a spot indeed, Schmidt to I just can't believe what happened. I am completely stunned. I can't see any players that would slow play like this that would be capable of just folding there. Christian Bupplet, what a game! Wow, what a laydown! What the hell just happened? I have no clue how he actually found that fold. Against that sizing, it wasn't even an all-in. He still had almost a double dead behind. The odds were great, and he finds that laydown. I would not make that. I can't see almost anybody who slow plays the nuts on the flop to actually lay down and then call the hand of the opponent. Nice river for you, huh? By God. Remember, guys, we had 2,785 players. These guys have been on the other table. They have been playing each other for a good portion of the day. We have not seen them at the feature table, only for a couple of stints. So obviously there is some dynamic going on that we don't see, but what a laydown. I think he wouldn't take his time. Christian, I think he did have it. He wouldn't take his time with the fold, right? If he didn't have that, he would just let it go. Wow. But look at this, action never sleeps. We suddenly have one of the best bluffing hands on the flop against Christoph's top pair. What's going on here? What is actually going on here? Christoph decides to lead the turn. Basically turning his hand kind of face up. We are basically saying, hey, I have exactly a 7. Now I'm betting small. Now Miška Popper. The problem for Miška is he doesn't have too many chips to play with. He does have a pretty good hand. that blocks a ace-9 offsuit that could potentially be here. Even the strong ace-7. But the problem is those 18 big blinds, only 4.5 mil. I say only, but we have a massive field, remember that. Yep, he just lets it go, and Christoph, straightforward play. Hey, I just call, and I'm not sure if I'm good. I'm going to lead, see where I'm at, and actually it does work out. And I think it works out because Mishka was a little bit handcuffed by not having a big stack there. House of Cards Poker, yeah, guys, we have not seen these players, right? We have seen, I think, one stint. About 7 hours or 8 hours ago, we've seen one of these players. So we were down to 3 tables. I think it's almost guaranteed that they played with each other. And yeah, there definitely was some history. This guy from Sweden we have not seen yet. And yeah, there was a lot of history there. I mean, this stream is insane. I don't know what the hell is going on. I'm trying to say, hey, which hands belong into the highlight? Obviously, we had the set over set where the top pair would get there. We had a one-outer on the river. I think this one beats them, honestly. This is just such a strange hand skill-wise that the way the results came about. This actually beats the one-outer. This beats the insane setup. I am still confused even now how that hand played out with all those slow plays and just that fold on the river. Wow. And it's quite ironic. For example, we had the Slovenian poker tour here. Does Christian have a wire? Okay. Kladivo, by the way, okay, we have refreshed the chat here. Kladivo says, I'm happy we cannot see the German haircut. Come on, man. It's a haircut. Get over it, all right? Does Christian have a wire? I don't know. No, there must have been a lot of history, guys. Yeah, hand number 190 it was. I think it takes the cake, but honestly, you know, we had Slovenian poker. It was so much fun. There were so many out of line hands, but none of them were like crazy setups like this. I honestly don't remember a stream. I guarantee you, we could take 10 hands from this stream, and all of them will get above 20k views minimum if we put them on social media, because the runouts, the folds, the plays, the all-ins. I mean, this has been some of the craziest poker. When you combine it with the place of the players and the way the cards ran out, they have consistently seen. There always have been lull moments for hours, but not here. And guys, it never stops. Look at this. We have queens against kings. 61 bigs against 30. Small blind against +1. Surely Vasilis can't get away from this one. Nope, it is that free bet. Now the question will be, well, you know, here, this is just about the stack where Vasilis is handcuffed into just paying him off. 30 big blinds. If it's a little bit more, if it's 40 big blinds, you can think about not just jamming, maybe just see the flop. But we are very likely to see the chips going. And don't you know, yeah, I like it. He takes his time. You don't want to make it too obvious that you have such a monster right here. And after he does take the time, that's a lot of pink chips. Is that 5 million? Did I hear that correctly? Nope, it's 3,575,000. And for Vasilis, this man can dodge bullets. He was like Neo in the Matrix, but I just don't see his chips going anywhere but in the middle. There we go, I think we heard the all-in. No, it's just a call. Okay, we're taking it easy. We are hoping for those overcards to save Vasilis. There we go. Well, that is definitely an interesting board. But Tonino only has 4 million behind. He goes for all of it. And for Vasilis, this will be almost impossible to get away from. If Tonino would have ace-jack, there's a reasonable doubt for why he is going all in. Maybe he would bet smaller if he did have ace-jack for whatever reason. And it's all in. Yes, there we go. And one out again. Somebody folded that hand. Not this time. We have seen it already during the stream. But Tonino doubles through Vasilis. Yeah, Tankelpa, this one plays itself. Yeah, it was interesting with the call, but you know, unless the ace falls and only the ace, maybe the king, but even with the king, still maybe with the king he can get away from it, but yeah, it really does play itself. He's gonna fold. No, guys, no, you can't fold possibly. There was not enough chips in there. He's not a wizard, okay? Now we know that he does not have a wire. Yeah, it's obvious that whatever was happening with that king-9 of diamond hands, it was all about the history. He's not a wizard of folds. I think he was trying to hope that the ace or a king would fall and he would not have to put the chips in, but it was not meant to be. And you know, during most streams, kings against queens, it would be one of the highlights. Hey, I will remember this hand. Look at this 6 setup. Well, honestly, this looks like just another hand during tonight's stream. And reminder, guys, this is just day 3. We have one entire day ahead of us tomorrow, where we will play for that 120k plus up top. Honestly, I think for my heart, already the doctor gave me blood pressure pills. I actually had a Holter. I had my blood pressure measured while commenting here at King's Resort. And my blood pressure was so high, he was telling me, uh-oh, you need to slow down. How can you get this excited when you're just sitting? And I tried to tell him, as somebody said, it feels like online poker sometimes. There's so many incredible hands here. And finally, this is good for our hearts, our health. We had a nice raise and a fold. And after this massive carnage, let's see what is the damage. Eric still at the bottom with 13 bigs. Mishka Popper hovering around it, those 18 big ones. Tonino, he is the man to beat. 16.5 million. Mark is there with 14.5. And Vasilis, back-to-back losses, down to 30 big blinds. He was the man with all the chips. Not anymore. But remember, guys, this man, he could have been out. I still don't understand how he did not pay off with that flush, but he is still in the tournament, and he must be pretty happy about it. Especially he will be happy once he sees the stream. And by the way, we had commentary here about an interesting player on Twitch. So, Kladivo BBC, I am sad we lost Cody. On the other hand, I am happy we can... Okay, so the thing is, Cody, I really love Cody. I'm going to try to do, as long as he doesn't bust today, okay? I'm not sure what's happening on the other tables. But if we can help it, I will try to get Cody with me into the commentary booth. He seems like one of the most fun players I have ever seen. He can teach us a lot about language, of course. So I will try to do that tomorrow in case he actually remains in the tournament and busts tomorrow at some point. I'll try to get the production team to bring you Cody into the commentary booth. Let's hope he will be as out of line as he is here. He is using a nickname, so we're not sure if it will actually happen, but no promises, but I will try my best, as the 10s will most likely take it down. There we go, 10s take it down. Is there another player, guys, that you can think of that would be good in the commentary booth? I think for the show that he's shown us today on the previous feature tables, Cody deserves it. Of course, that Again, he has to be here on tomorrow for the final day, and he has to bust at some point. I'll try to get the production to send him our way to get inside the head of the madman that has been playing anything but standard all day long. Cristiano with the king 10 off. Lets it go. Definitely had the option to go ahead and raise there. I guess after all that excitement, he wants to calm down a little bit. Antonio with 9-4 off. It is blind against blind. This might be just one of the hands that you're just folding. But with the odds, especially if you don't give credit to your opponent of being aggressive enough, sometimes you can make a case for actually limping. Oh, he lets it go, and good for him. Stan the man had an absolute monster. Blind against blind. It's a hand you can just ship all in. Nobody would blame you.
This one? Wow. It's a short like that.
Fred Lefou, they put the hottest dealer in the house on the feature table. I see, very nice. What do you mean? Like hottest as in professionally skilled? I agree with you. All our dealers are amazing. It's not easy, guys. It's not easy. Year after year, we make it harder on the dealers. It started with the streaming. Now we tell them how to deal the cards. So you have the pitching, you have the sliding. And now we also have the shot clock, and they have to talk to the production. You see that we are rotating only a couple of dealers. The reason is exactly that. It takes a lot of skill to be able to be at these feature tables under the cameras, handle all the time banks, handle all the cards, handle all the talking to us on the back end. So, appearance aside, every single dealer that is here that you see at this feature table, they deserve an absolute kudos for handling it all. I couldn't do it. Honestly, I couldn't do it. I would be overwhelmed in about 5 seconds. I would forget to tap the time. I would talk nonsense into the headphones. I would mess up the cards. So I have absolute respect for the dealers that we have here. And that's exactly what Fred Lefou meant. I'm actually not sure, but I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure the dealers that are at the feature tables, they are taken care of very well. There's basically, there's a set of dealers, there's two sets of dealers. Number one, those that can handle the feature table. That's the thing. It's not just about the quality, it's about the speed. You see, you can't make mistakes when you pitch at the feature table, but you can't be too slow either. So it's a very refined skill, and I think this might be the hardest one. The second hardest is when something like the festival comes here to Kings. If you don't know, in June there's a festival series, and they bring all sorts of games. There's like 10 events during some days. Most of them are actually mixed games, and that is a proper pressure cooker for the dealers as well. And look at this, Eric. He waited for it. He has the ace-king offsuit, really strong hand, of course. And as we've seen before, ace-king really wants to be the hand that is shoving all in, not the one that is being shoved against. And Mishka, yeah, he has a very easy fold, I think. I think they rotate. That's the thing. In the later stages, of course, the dealers have to be here. So I assume that all the dealers that are here, that play on the two tables, they are absolute pros now. And during the mix, I think the festival is the only proper mixed games series here. There are actually dealers coming from afar. I know there's dealers coming from France and other places. that come in as reinforcement for the mixed games. And it's really funny. If you are a skilled dealer and you know how to deal open face Chinese and horse, Thors, I don't even know what these mixed games players play. You see them all over Europe. They travel to the weirdest destinations because they are so hard to come by. The organizers of the festivals, they are ready to basically pay for their flights and accommodation just to make sure that they have the quote-unquote ringers that know how to deal the games that, you know, you and I, we couldn't do it. Like, go ahead and sit down and try to deal a 10 game, for example, right? Try to be a dealer in 10 game without extensive training, extensive experience with all those different games. It's extremely difficult. So really, nothing but respect to them. Playing poker is easy. Dealing poker, especially in these high-pressure situations, that's the real tough job that makes it all possible. And Stand the Man, speaking of playing poker, look at this. We saw a player with 16 bigs just go ahead and jam Ace-King. Stand the Man just goes with that small bet. Small raise to 2.2 big blinds. And we know that Mishka Hopper likes to take his time, but I just don't see him continuing here.
It's not enough.
Not enough. Not enough. Keeps running into the same problem. Now look at this. This could have been absolutely disastrous, but Mishka folds and Cristiano is the one who actually puts it in. Now look at this, Stand the Man. No hesitation. Right away, all in. An insta call. Cristiano did not even think about it, and yet again, Ace-King is ahead, but at risk at the same time. And Cristiano, I would like to see him maybe take a little bit more time, but here we go. Can we get that jack on the flop? It is a king right away, but remember, guys, the queens are there to give hold, but 2 queens were folded. You see in our overlay that there are 2 outs. Those 2 singular queens. To take it for Cristiano. No, there we go. Stand the Man, doubles up. Small one against cutoff. And Stand the Man. Now all the way up to 11.1 million. Mind you, we started with so many players, 2,785, that the average stack now with top 16 is over 10 million. So we're looking at about 40 bigs for the average stack. And as of Cards Poker is saying, for me, sign of an advanced dealer is a small detail. If Undergun wins the hand, they push the pot to the player, but leave the ante in front of them. Oh, she just did that. Oh, yeah. I don't even notice this, guys. I don't even notice. But it's absolutely right that some dealers, they just make you do everything, right? They make you think about it, and they say, put the big blind in. And you're right. I didn't even notice. But when the dealers just do it for you, I mean, that's just what you want. That's the dream. I know a lot of them actually don't, you know. So Stand the Man, now in the hijack. Now he has a lot of ammunition. He folds with the freeze though. I think the reason is he's got a lot of these 16 big blindish stacks behind him. The more shorter stacks are behind you, the less value these small pocket pairs actually have. Mishka on the cutoff. This is a possible opening hand. This is one of those borderline hands that you can fold if you feel aggressive. It's not a mistake or anything to try to pop it up there. Look at this. Christoph doesn't even think about it. He does play a little bit unconventionally in some situations. This time he calls the King 4 suited in the small blind. Which basically lets Vasily a little bit loosey-goosey here. But no, look at this. I completely misread the hand. Cristiano actually just limped. I have to stop assuming that we have a raise or fold strategy. Suddenly we are in a limp pot, it seems. Yes, it was a limp pot by Cristiano, and suddenly he has a not flush draw, and Christoph is also a flush draw, but the worst one here. And I believe that is a raise to 1.1 million. An insta call by Cristiano. This man who bamboozled me with that limp is now, well, not anymore. He used to be way ahead of Christoph. Now Christoph suddenly turns a 2-pair. But it's interesting to see how much he actually bets there. We can't see those chips. It's 1.8 million. Wow. Cristiano just lets it go. He wants to preserve his stack. He was afraid of full houses. But that's the problem when you limp on the button. You invite people to play multi-way with you. Then you have to let it go. Ah, House of Cards poker, it only works in case the under the gun wins the pot. It's funny when you spot it. Oh my god. Is there so much to being a dealer? So many situations? Yeah, that's crazy. There's so much nuance to the game, and the thing is, the job of the dealers is getting more and more important, right? Poker is competing with our other forms of entertainment. You really want the game to be as fast as possible. That's why we have these shot clocks. That's why speed matters. And you know, yeah, there we go. Raise with the ace-8 suited. As he should. The big stack. Ishka with the king-10 off. Correctly letting it go. And Eric disgustingly shows the 7-3 offsuit. Not a hand you can play, not in a million years. And I can't wait for tomorrow. So any requests, guys? Who would you like to be? That's the thing. We are here in Rozvadov, so we could get some guests here. I really am thinking about Cody because there's one thing that makes me think that maybe he will not come along. He is using a nickname. Folks like that don't want to be extra known. But we will try to get you someone as well here. Is Malcolm still in? Well, we can see who busted. And it doesn't seem like Malcolm is on the list. Not in the recent bust outs. If you have been to King's Resort or King's Casino at least once, you can actually check for yourself on the King's Resort app. It does tell you who busted. So I can tell you who did we lose on the outer table. The Real from Serbia. If you guys remember, he did give us a show. He was playing pretty aggressively. The Real, 4.3K, the Serbian is out. Alexandros Kinazidis also out in 17th place. And there actually is a pay jump, believe it or not. It's 4,300, including that 600 we already paid the players. Right now for 16th. But there is 5,725 for 12th to 15th. So now we're looking at a pay jump. The players should be slightly more cautious. But oh, look at this. Eric, another set of 10s. I believe that's the third time today that we see this. And Vasilis obviously is the man. I can't believe how bad he runs. ever since the cameras turned on, Vasilis Nicolas had the most chips, but pot after pot after pot, he is at the wrong end of it. If it weren't for his insane skill, he would be out already from the tournament. But now he's again up against it when you are on the button on a board like this one. The small blind should never have aces, should never have queens. Really should never have tens either. Eric should have been going all in before the flop. So what can your opponent actually defend with? There's just very few hands. This is why, even though we had just a gut shot, this is why this is such an obvious bet. And probably a shove on the river. Unless the run out is really, really bad. And Eric is just calling, oh my goodness. No, he's all in. There we go. Shoves it in. Takes it down. And I really feel bad for Vasilis. Oi, oi, oi. It's just a hand after hand. And again, the tens, they have no business being in his range here. They really, really, really should be raising before the flop. So Vasilis gets a little bit out of line with the king six. It's an absolutely fine raise. It is on the loser side. I love the bet on the flop. I love the bet on the turn. I think he was actually planning to go all in a lot of rivers. But yet again, an absolutely cold deck is against him. Maybe the cameras have jinxed him. Stand the man, who was at risk multiple times, now with the ace-10 offsuit and plenty of ammunition. I think he definitely should be playing a hand like that. 44 big blinds. I mean, my man, you're not the short stack anymore. You don't really risk your tournament life with that ace-10. I think he should be raising there. Mishka, however, you have the 16 bigs. You want to let it go. We do have that pay jump, however. I can't really blame them. It's 4.3k and the pay jump is at 5.7k. So, yeah, I get it. It's significant. The buy-in was 408 euros. So every single thousand obviously counts. Now we see Tonino. He has a lot of chips though. Even though there is a pay jump, when you are a big stack, you want to put pressure on those smaller stacks. They are the ones that are at risk. They are the ones that with every single chip they lose. They have less ammunition to try to stay in the game, try to ladder up, try to get closer to their pay rise. So I would like to see the bigger stacks put in a little bit more pressure right now. And between 12 to 15, there is no pay jump. 12 to 15, they get exactly the same money. Cody would not make it into the booth. He simply wins tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, you never know. That man is so volatile. I will see. But honestly, we try to see the players. Obviously, when we were in Rozvadov, there was a lot of non-players, worldwide non-players. The picks would be, we would struggle with the picks. But here, we have to take our pick, of course. And I think, I just have to hear the thought process of Cody, the method behind the madness. Even if he comes along for 20 minutes, I would love to hear it. And there we go, Tonino with the kings. Blind against blind. But against Tandoman, he was never going to get paid.
No defense.
And he shows the kings. Tandoman is a man who actually folds with ace-10 offsuit. We cannot expect him to go nuts right here. And good. Please, for the love of God, let's all pray, guys. Let's all pray that this good mood, this banter that we have seen all day, that it will remain for the final day as well. So many times we have so much fun, so much banter when there's 20 left, even 16 left, when it comes to the final table, because again, it's a very low buy-in, but the field is so big that you're playing for 100K plus. A lot of people tense up a little bit when it comes to the final table, and it becomes only about the cards. But so far, we have had so many characters. These guys show each other cards, and they joke around. This is why sometimes the day threes, they are actually a lot more fun to watch than the big finales, where it's all about that big money and the seriousness. But I have a good feeling. I have a good feeling for tomorrow. I think the good times will continue. And Christoph, open raises, Tonino calling just with the ace-jack. It is a hand that really likes the free bet, but Miška Popper, he really has been struggling. He does not like to play with those 14 to 18 bigs behind. You have seen and heard him complaining that, oh, only if I had the chips. He is at that awkward stack size where every single chip matters, so much so that he actually folded King 7 suited in the big blind. Great odds, and look at this, hold that thought. We have an absolute action flop. A top pair, good kicker against a flush draw, and the draw is the pre-flop raiser. He will not expect Tonino to have too many of these good aces. They should be mixing in at least 3 bets before the flop. And Tonino, yeah, he does actually have a call because Christoph is the one who should be having all those ace-king and ace-queens. When Tonino just calls, he probably should be going ahead and going with the free bet with those hands. And that's exactly the same reason why Christoph goes ahead and goes for that double barrel. And Tonino has a very, very easy call right now. The only question, really, when you have an ace-jack on this run-out, is the river, the bet size, and the river card. And it is as blank as they get. Either the gun +1 will not have freeze almost at all. There's a couple combinations of them, but that's about it. Very unlikely. That's why Christoph waves the white flag. And we can see that Tonino does not have any value, but yeah, I think it's reasonable. You can sort of expect Christoph to go ahead and bet his strong aces, try to get some value, so maybe Tonino could have gone for a small value bet. It wouldn't bring him anything extra. I'm just saying, in the long run, you might want to look at that. Yeah, it's a shame we lost Martin Cabral. He made it through the turbo, and he was in day 2, unfortunately, but he busted rather quickly. I actually have spoken to him today. And we can look forward to having him here during the Kings Million European Poker Championship. I'm sure he will not miss that. And it wouldn't really be a massive Kings event without him here, of course. There we go, with that banter, with the joking around. Vasilis, oh man, can he get at least one down? And he open raises to 3.2 big blinds, look at this. He bumps it up to 800K. I wonder if the fact that he's been running so bad and he was bleeding chips. He's been bleeding chips left, right, and center. Maybe that plays a role with bumping it up and trying to just take it down. And he does exactly that. At least a little win. There we go. Little win goes Vasilis' way. After being hit hand after hand after hand with a really cold deck. Wearing that poker face apparel. You can get it, by the way, here at King's Resort. I'm not sure if the online shop actually works. I have to check it out. Marcus, we have not seen too much from him lately, but with the tens, of course, with the tens hitting, I believe it was free. Was it free sets already? A couple full houses. Obviously, the race is a must. And we're asking, can players use a nickname until heads up in Kings? Yes, they can. You can use a nickname all the way. The reason is exactly as I said, guys. A lot of the players, we have a lot of professionals playing here, of course, that travel across Europe and make a living playing poker. We have people from, I love the Mexican gang, by the way. I haven't seen them here at during this event, but they are here as well very frequently. But there's a lot of players from Germany that maybe don't want their boss to know, hey, okay, I keep playing poker quite frequently. I keep cashing here for these tiny buy-ins. I make good money. That's why we actually allow it. I'm not sure actually when the King's Million, when the big one will come along, if we will allow them at the final tables, for example, in the main event. I know in the World Series of Poker, it was weird in Prague because it was a GG event. Some of the players, only a few of them, they actually had nicknames and they had incomplete names based on the GG Poker app. So there, very few players had them, and it looked like basically very, very unique cases where you didn't have to use your full name. But yes, you will use your nickname and you can go all the way and win the tournament and still only have that nickname. Yeah, full final table not possible. Okay, I see. That's the thing. I don't think any of the players with the nicknames got there. The thing is, I was actually in Prague during the World Series, and obviously I was trying to look at the players, and some of them, it struck me that some of them actually have the nickname, and it was allowed, but it seemed to be a really, really small number of them. There we go, Vasilis against Marcus. This is a really, really good board for Vasilis. Yeah, this is the modern way. A lot of the players, they figured out, hey, we can actually go ahead and lead at these boards. Because I have obviously a lot of small pocket pairs. But I also have sets that I can bet and then re-raise with. So when you lead like this, it's not too easy for Marcus to play back. There we go. Nice. Now we see how Vasilis got all those chips. With those small pots, he really thinks about what he does. And basically he's a Swede. Those Swedish players, all of them are thinking players. They're very aggressive. And let's take a look what is the damage. After all the carnage, Toninos Turso, 87 big blinds. 21 million chips. Absolutely huge. Marcus at 14 mil, stand the man, all the way up. He was at risk a couple times, 10 million. And let's look at the bottom, Cristiano Arciero, 13 big blinds. Mishka Popper, 13 bigs as well. These guys are looking to double up. And our Swedish hero is cowering near the bottom of the leaderboard at this feature table. After all those cold decks, but let's not write him off. And obviously, guys, if it was up to me as a commentator, I would say, hey, no nicknames, right? Because you can look at the hand and mob, you can track the players, and it creates a long-term storyline where you can see the history of the player, etc., etc. Tante Club actually says the director of WSOP. Was it Andy? During the game, it's possible to use a nickname, but when you finish at the FT, then you have to change. I see. So the final tables, all the final tables at the World Series, we have to change. Not the case here. I think actually this strategy is pretty good. That when he gets to the final table, you know what, these tournaments with 480 buy-in, yeah, okay, I understand. People want to keep anonymous. Hold that thought. Look at this. Eric with a really strong hand. He's got the middle pair and the flush draw to go with it. Vasilis is now still ahead, however. Blind against blind. Remember, guys, it's very tough to make hands. Well, that's more outs for both. Both will think that. And Eric takes the safe option. And oh my god, this is just ridiculous. How bad is Vasilis running? He takes down pots that he can. But when the cards do the talking, when it matters about the run out, he is just so unlucky ever since he joined this feature table. And how much is Eric going to extract? It's a small bet. I don't see any pinks in there. 450k. I think we have to pay it off. Yes, we have to. And even though we can't see his face, you can tell how frustrated Vasilis really is. That was a deep, deep sigh into that poker face hoodie. And sometimes poker is brutal like this. No matter what you do, you think you're getting back, but then the deck hits you. This is the time that really shows if you are a strong player, if your mental game is up there with the best, or if you will fold. Large majority of players, of course, large majority of players are not professionals. When they have a bad run like this, they will lose their cool. They will either start being too aggressive or too tight. I can feel the pain in Vasilis' breath. Yeah, that's the problem with the nicknames, that's right. If you use a nickname and they somehow track it in the venue and then it changes to your name, then you basically have two tracks. You raised by Christoph, and Eric lets it go. Marcus, I mean, this is a hand you could defend. The thing is, it's 2.4 big blinds. That was the raise. Marcus has been on the tighter side, so he just releases. Yeah, it's very interesting with the nicknames. Here we go. Stand the man. No chance, zero chance he is playing this hand. A lot of the other guys that we've seen today, they would be happily opening 10-7 suited, but not Stand the man. He has been pretty conservative. He is waiting for those spots. And they have been coming, to be fair. He is here with a healthy stack because of that patience. which means Christoph goes ahead and raises right now. And I think this is the first quiet period we've had. All day long, there always have been some crazy setups, crazy plays. It looks like finally, we have a moment to breathe. And Christoph takes down an uncontested pot. And if you are just tuning in, guys, this is a mystery bounty, but don't look for the big ones. All of them have already been taken. We had the luck of one of the players that took a big one, the biggest one in fact, to play at our feature table at King's Resort. Instagram, you can check his interview. He was very excited. Nothing will change. Just bigger bankroll, 75,000 by pressing a button. His plan was to win this tournament. Unfortunately for him, that did not come to fruition. But still, to leave on a day free of a mystery bounty with 75,000, his second biggest poker score ever, after 88th place in the main event of the World Series of Poker in Vegas. I mean, it's almost a dream, right? You get to take the money home, and you don't even have to work for it at that final table under all the lights with all the pressure. As another big pair takes it down. And I absolutely love it. I love the innovation. I love the mystery bounties, the mixed games. There's even something called a crazy pineapple where you get free cards. You discard one on the flop and then you play a normal hand basically. Anything to break the mold, to make people think out of the box, outside of the box a little bit. Obviously, if you don't overdo it, Hold'em is still the Cadillac of poker. Everybody understands it. If you show it to a random person, they might not know that the flush beats a full house, but they know what Hold'em is and what are the basic mechanics. But obviously, once in a while, we spice it up with the Pirates Poker Treasure Mystery Bounty. We spice it up with those mixed games with that PLO. We had that huge King's Million PLO series here to break the mold, and then we go back to that classic that everybody can relate to, everybody can understand. It used to not be this way, by the way. In the 1980s, in Europe, almost nobody played Hold'em. It was basically 5-card draw and stud that were the only games played. And only after some people went to the World Series, they brought back Hold'em to Europe, pretty much. And if they didn't do that, who knows? Maybe this feature table we would be playing stud that I still to this day don't understand, by the way. And let's go. I think so far the story has been this man that you're looking at. The man from Sweden. And his absolute string of bad beats, one insane fold. Now he decided, hey, Jack-9 suited, definitely a hand you can consider raising, but he's taking it easy, not going for it. Now Tonino with the 9-8 suited. And really you want to be raising that. Now this is a different scenario, I understand. If you are shell-shocked by running really badly at 20 bigs, I think that's a different story than what happened here. And look at this stand man. What is going on? 39 big blinds, but that's a lot of chips. 12 bigs. He's basically putting max pressure on the blinds behind him. Don't have too much to play with. Yeah, there we go. Basically wants to put them all in. Maximum pressure applied by Stan the Man. Nice table awareness. Make sure that he knows how much is in the stack of his opponents. And hey, if both of them are sub 13 big blinds, you want to open, you might as well just go all in, even with a weak hand like that. Yo Isman greets from at home. You're home from Rozvadov. I take it that you made it home from Rozvadov. Do you have to rummage through a bin of envelopes to collect your bounty like in Vegas? No, 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 no. We have something called modern technology here. So what happens is you get this token when you bust somebody, you go to the floor man on our massive floor, and you press a big ass red button. There's a huge button, just like when you have a big fire alarm button, you press that, and then there's a big TV. And on that big TV, the random number generator spins, and there is the chest that starts jumping up and down. And you have sound effects, you have animations, and bam, there you see the mystery bounty. So it's all electronic. Of course, we check, make sure the RNG is absolutely unbiased. But yeah, physical big ass red button, and then a big TV with a lot of noise. So if you win a lot of money, people know that you did win that. It's quite the show. Chavi, no. It's not possible to take people, basically in mystery bounties, it usually differs. Usually it's day 2. If you make it into day 2 or if you make it into money, some mystery bounties, they actually do it very deep into the tournament. If you make it into top 24, then the mystery bounty starts the phase. But it depends,